All right. Hello, everybody, my brothers and sisters in atheism. It's nice of you to join us tonight. We have a mega bloodbath featuring Pierce Watkins and 9 Lives over the topic: Do logic and science provide good evidence for God? This should be a fun and engaging debate tonight. So I hope y'all are all excited. I know I am. I'm looking forward to see the arguments that they bring here. Bear with me. So we're going to get into the openings initially. The openings are 8-minute openings as well as are the closings. Y'all will have an hour open discussion. And then with the super chats add an additional minute per dollar that they donate. A $5 super chat gets a question to either the debaters. $2 gets displayed on screen. I do hold the right to hold back any mean super chats until the tail end of the open discussion portion, just so it doesn't throw y'all off if there's like a really mean one in the middle of the discussion, because that can throw a debater off if there's something really mean being read, you know. But I will read all the super chats within reason that are $5 or more. Now, I do have 50 pieces of clothing on, so please make sure to slam that like button. I'll be removing a piece of clothing for every like we get. And so once we hit 50 likes, there's no more clothing on. So you'll have a nude moderator that is not on camera. So
I think we need some evidence to make sure you're actually complying with
no,
it.
you just have to trust me.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
You just have to trust me here. But with that, 9 Lives is taking the affirmative on the topic today. Once again, the topic is: do logic and science provide good evidence for God? So 9 Lives, I'm going to go ahead and put you up here first. I need to get my clock up real fast. I forgot to pull that up. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your 8 minutes for your opening.
I'm ready when you are.
You've got 8 minutes.
All right. So my approach to this, the way that I view it, is that just looking at the world around us, looking at physics, looking at biology, just looking at all these things in general, it's too complex to have come about by happenstance. So that's kind of just my view on it. I believe that logically, just kind of looking at that complexity, that there has to have been something that designed it. I will say that I do personally believe it would be the Christian God. That would be more of a subjective thing, but I think that logically there has to be some form of creator, some God that made this and put it together. I personally do believe that the Christian God does align with that best logically and scientifically, though. I know it's not full 8 minutes, but that's all I gotta say.
Oh, perfect. No worries. And Pierce, let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your timer, and you'll have 8 minutes. You're muted.
I'm not muted anymore. I was muted because I didn't want to accidentally interrupt his opening statement.
You're good.
All right, you can start the timer.
Perfect. You got 8 minutes.
All right, cool. How does one determine if an all-knowing, all-loving, infinite God exists? That's the question, and the core, great question, and the core question of this debate. What is the best answer to this question? My claim tonight is simple. Logic and science, as we practice it, do not provide good evidence for the conclusion a God exists. On the other hand, I don't believe it provides evidence that a God does not exist. First, what do I mean by good evidence? A set of facts that lead only to a single possible conclusion. If a claim is compatible with any outcome, it explains nothing. Logic is indispensable, but it does not create new facts about reality. Deductive arguments get you to conditional statements. If these premises are true, then this conclusion follows. Theistic arguments rely on undependable premises that must be assumed to be true. Moral arguments assume objective values, but require a personal source. Science is our best method for learning about reality because it demands testable predictions, controls, and replication. When believers offer specific testable claims about God's actions, it is God, or is it something else? How could we figure that out? I'm not claiming certainty that God does not exist. My position is more humble. Using our best tools for finding truth, the claim that an all knowing, all loving, infinite God exists is just not well supported. The rational answer today is I don't know, and certainly not yes. So, my invitation is this: hold the God hypothesis to the same standards you apply everywhere else. Ask what would change your mind. Require clarity and predictions that could turn out false. If logic or science ever if logic or science delivers that kind of evidence, I would gladly update my position. Until then, they do not provide good evidence for God. That's all I got.
Perfect. Thank you for the great introductions, y'all. We're going to go ahead and move into an hour open discussion. Remember, audience, that $5 gets a super chat read. Whether that's a question or comment, I'll hold back any mean ones till the end of the open discussion. Y'all will have an hour here. It could be up to an additional hour. Let me know when y'all are both ready. And slam that like button. Help us get started here. But let me know when y'all are ready. And looks like y'all are both ready. Mega Bloodbath engaged. Y'all have an hour.
All right, let's go. So, in your opening statement, am I calling you Nine? Is that a good way to refer to you? You're muted.
You're
Sorry,
muted now.
it was my turn to do that. Most people refer to me as Helldiver, so you could call me that if you want, or you could just call me Nine, whichever works for you.
All right. I'll probably accidentally slip up because on screen it says 9, but I'll try to call you Helldiver.
That's fine.
All right, cool. So in your opening statement, you talked about complexity and design, and that's kind of like, it sounds like that might be your main reason for believing that a God exists. You mentioned that you think the Christian God exists, but that's kind of like something that's subjective. So sounds like you can't really demonstrate that. That sounds like more of just an opinion of yours.
Pretty much. I can make an argument really based around Genesis for why I personally would believe that the Christian God is the one that would best fit. But at the end of the day, no, I can argue in favor of a creator type entity, yes. But yeah, when it comes down to which one, I can only really make arguments in that based off of comparing religious texts to what we actually do know scientifically and what they say.
Okay. Okay, so your strong position is that a God exists, and then your secondary position that isn't quite as strong is that that God is the Christian God.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So I think this debate is mostly around just the creator, if I understand it correctly. Specifically, do logic and science provide good evidence for God? And I think you kind of started off the debate with your intro, and you said complexity design. I guess what I'm really wondering is, why does complexity equal a creator?
It's not fully just complexity, but more of the functionality of said complexity is what I would say. I have never seen an instance where I'll use like biology, for example. Different organic, creatures, different organic entities, whatnot. They are all functionally machines. They work like machines. And the complexity that goes into such well-oiled machines, I've never seen an instance of that just happening. Like, excuse me, my eye is being weird. I've never seen an instance of such a precise and almost engineered looking machine just happening. It would be like trying to dump out a bucket of Legos and hoping you get a functional replica of a car out of it. The mathematical likelihood of you actually getting a functioning Lego car out of dumping that bucket is so small it might as well be impossible. Yet when we look to science, when we look at, biology, we look at chemistry, we look at physics, people expect it to basically be seen as, well, this happened. It's just kind of happened, and that just doesn't add up.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. So some Christians believe in evolution. Some Christians do not believe in evolution. Do you mind sharing which one you are?
I do not believe in evolution.
Okay, you do not believe in evolution. Okay, so let's pretend. I'd like to throw a hypothetical at you. So let's pretend that evolution is true. I know you don't believe in it, but let's just say it is. What would we expect from complexity and function? Would we expect that complexity to function if evolution is true, or would we expect it to not function?
Elaborate.
So basically, what I'm asking is if evolution is true, and evolution meaning the changing of DNA over time
Mhm.
to form other organisms, would we expect those organisms to function better, be more complex, and have functions to whatever complexities arise? Is that something that we would expect under the evolution model, or would we expect them to get less function?
To my understanding of the theory of evolution, you would expect more complexity and functionality because things are adapting
Okay.
to their current environments, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And is that what we're seeing?
Kind of. I see where you're coming from, but there is an issue I would take with that, which is with the evolution model and that sort of approach to how we got to where we are. The issue that I take with it is dependent on essentially genetic mutation. That is how the adaptation happens over time, is the genetics they mutate. We've never been able to my understanding, we've never been able to record an instance where a genetic mutation has added information. It has only been able to remove genetic information. And another thing as well, too, the argument that I make is not just biology, but it also applies to physics and chemistry as well. The complexity isn't just within the realm of biology.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think what you're saying is, what we've observed is things are complex and they function that might fit under the evolution model, but since we haven't observed more DNA being added to an organism, I guess that's your claim.
More
That
genetic
because
information.
more genetic information. Okay. If we were to observe more genetic information, let's say we saw a bird and there's more genetic information added, and it, I don't know, grew an extra foot or something, or an extra wing, and it was able to fly faster, something like that, right? That's a
Mhm.
bad example, but you get where I'm coming from.
Mhm.
So we have that going on. Do you accept evolution at that point?
I would say that I wouldn't full on accept evolution, but I would definitely say that would be a point in its case where it's like, okay, well, now we can prove, if that were to happen, I'd be able to go, okay, so we can now say that mutation can add information naturally.
Okay. Information could be added naturally if we were to observe that, but you wouldn't change your mind. Why is that?
Because that would only just be one small footnote. Evolution and its claims, it makes a lot of claims that are dependent on a lot of different things, not just
Okay.
evolution.
Nine,
And
can you
What
turn
are
the volume up about 50%, please?
who?
Me?
Yes, please.
Uh,
Just to be more even with Pierce.
let's see. Let me see if I can.
I'll pause the timer for a second while you're doing
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah. Is this any better? I can move my mic closer. Let me see here. Is this any better? Does this sound better? I think it was detecting the wrong.
I think that sounds a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it was detecting my face cam mic and not my headset mic.
Cool.
Right.
All right, it resumed it.
Right. But yeah, like I was saying, evolution, as the theory of evolution, hinges on a lot of different points and a lot of different claims. And while if we were to observe mutation adding information like that, that would definitely be a point in its ballpark. I would need to see more of the claims it make be more solidly proven for me to accept that evolution is fact.
What are the other claims?
Let's see. Well, okay, so going off just the realm of genetics there, for one, obviously there is the adding of information.
Mhm.
One thing that really kind of hit hooked up on is, okay, so what exactly is causing these things to adapt and mutate? How are they mutating in the right way? I need to see something a little more proving of that.
Chance.
I get like the
Chance. Let's say there's I don't know, radiation hits the DNA when the organism is forming.
Mhm.
It might turn out just to die. That's like 99% chance of what will happen because DNA is like that. That's how DNA is.
Yeah.
But like there's a chance that it could do something else.
Right. But the chances that we see that would have had to happen to result in the current life and the current, environments and whatnot that we have right now is mathematically pretty small. And that's another thing that kind of gets me hooked up on it, is that it's a really small mathematical probability that these specific things would have happened. But I can set that one aside because that's not one you can really prove. Basically, if somebody can show me that we can actually see, genetic mutation adding information, that we can see one species becoming another, or what's some of the other claims? I'm a little rusty on evolution here, but
That's fine. I got one more thing that I can kind of
Mhm.
add on to what you said here. So you said adding information.
Mhm.
And I gave kind of the example of radiation, and you seem to understand that, right?
Mhm.
Radiation hits DNA and it changes the DNA structure, and it
Mhm.
might change. It might remove part of it. That is possible, but it can
Mhm.
also change it to something else, right? It can make it change one molecule, and another molecule takes its spot. Does that make sense to you?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that? I mean, is that adding information? I mean, it's changing information for sure, right?
It's definitely changing the information. I look at this kind of like coding. So you can remove a block of code, or you can go in and you can rewrite something within the code. But what we see with evolution is like entire new organs slowly coming to be over time. I think one of them is like teeth, for example. I think the theory behind teeth is that they came from scales. And that's kind of when I'm talking about adding information. It's like, okay, the amount of slow incremental changes to get specifically to that point is really, really, again, it's high, it's mathematically improbable. That's where I kind of get cooked up, and that's what I'm referring to when I'm talking about adding information, is just literally the information to cause a new organ to form.
Okay. How many changes do you think need to happen to the DNA for an organism that has no teeth to go from no teeth to, I don't know, 4 teeth?
You would need changes that would result in scales. Okay, so I think the theory works with like fish is where it comes from. So you would need a change that would cause scales to move to within the mouth. You would need a change that would probably result in those scales growing from the gums. You need a change that would cause the structure of what those scales are made out of to slowly change over time. You would need changes that result in, like the internals of the tooth that we know of, like the nerve endings and, the softer inner tooth. So that is from off of just that example alone, that would be 1, 2, 3, or about 5 from that random guess. I don't know how many it would actually be, but you would need a lot of changes over time to get from a scale to a tooth.
I wonder if it would require a lot of different changes, just because, like, the differences between like humans and chimps. I mean, there's not. There's a lot of differences there in the sense of like facial structure,
Mhm.
hair, strength, intelligence. There's a lot of difference, but our DNA is pretty gosh darn close. Like it's very, 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 very similar. And they're pretty different. I mean, they're the same basic shape. They reproduce in the same way, sure. But there's a lot of differences there, and it seems like the DNA is awfully close. It seems like a little bit of DNA changes can go a long way.
If I'm not mistaken, though, we also have a very high DNA comparison to bananas. I've
Proving
heard
my
that
point
one.
here, buddy.
I've
You're
heard
proving
that
my
one
point.
float. I've heard that one floated around. I don't know how true it is. I've heard that one floated around.
I'm gonna put a W down in that category for me.
Well, okay, so yeah, there's a lot of similarities between humans and chimps. There's a lot of similarities between humans and dogs too. We both reproduce similarly. We have, we breathe the same oxygen. We both have similar requirements when it comes to like blood and food intake and what. There is a lot of shared similarities between a lot of different species. Maybe not as much as with chimps, but it seems almost like some similar design choices were recycled.
I think DNA only has certain possibilities. Like we couldn't be based off silicone with DNA, right? We wouldn't be doing that. I think there's only so many options. Like for eyesight, there's are there any other possibilities that DNA could come up with? Probably not, in my opinion. Maybe, I mean, maybe, but for all these basic functions that aid in survival of the fittest, uh, there's only so many options, and that's why we're all so similar.
I would say that would point more towards an engineer.
Like, let's flesh this out a little bit. So, an engineer, an engineer has like steel and wood to work with, let's say, and he's building a skyscraper.
Mhm.
Right. There's like only so many ways to build that skyscraper, right? You can either dig really down, deep, really far into the ground, like into the bedrock, and then you got a good anchor point.
Mhm.
Or you can build like a huge, giant ass base to keep it stable, so you don't need to anchor it and build it up that way. But really, there's not that many other options to
Mhm.
build that structure, right? Those might be the only two good options. So
Mhm.
all the skyscrapers are kind of going to look similar.
Yeah, and yeah, that's kind of the point I'm making. So, kind of to use the logic you brought up here. So you could have either DNA mutating, and there's only so many real directions it can mutate in to survive, because part of evolution is that it operates on what I like to call a gumball machine. You got a bunch of random changes happening at once, and the ones that survive are the ones that continue. Survival of the fittest. Would it not also be the case that if there's only certain materials and certain things that would actually properly work, would you not get a similar outcome with an intelligent creating person or entity designing something as well?
Well, I guess my question is, how do we figure out which one is the case?
I would say that just looking at everything, not because here's the thing, it's not just, like I said, it's not just biology, but when you look at physics, when you look at chemistry, mathematics, a lot of stuff seems too precise and it seems too engineered. That's what I would say points towards something creating it. It's very much engineered in its nature. Like, for example, I think it was like with the expanding of the universe, I believe is where I heard this point brought up. When measuring like how much it's expanding, it's digital. And
What does that mean?
How do I word this? Let's look up the definition of digital.
Typically, digital versus analog. Digital is like a 1 or a 0, where analog is a spectrum.
Yeah, yeah, basically. It's
I don't understand how that
up.
applies to the expansion of the universe.
Like I said, this is the point that I've heard made. I'm not super familiar with this one. I will give you this. I've heard that when it comes to like measuring the expansion of the universe, it is digital. It is like a consistent thing. It's not like a spectrum of like, oh, it expanded this much.
Oh, you mean linearly? You mean linear?
Yeah,
that's what you mean.
Yeah,
okay.
It seems to be, and just things along those lines. It's like, okay, if we were here because of happenstance, just it kind of randomly happened, wouldn't it follow more spectrum, like more of a spectrum like structure? Wouldn't you see a lot more randomization?
I don't think so. Like, have you ever been in the tub and then you get your hand wet and you pull it out and one drop falls and it hits the water in the tub and it expands perfectly uniform from the center out, and it at the same consistent speed? Same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, though. That seems like, okay, why is it just so precise?
That's how physics are.
Right. I think I see the disconnect here. I look at physics itself like the laws of the universe itself, like how these things function. And that too is also part of what points me towards this looks like it was all designed to function in a specific way.
So, like, okay, so I think what you're saying is that there's a creator because it appears like it was designed this way. I think my question would be like, could it have been designed a different way? And how do we know that? How do we know it could have been any other way?
I mean, yeah, if there is a creator, yes, they could have designed it another way. If you have something that could go so far as to create the very laws of physics. As for why they created it this way, I don't know. I'm not God.
Yeah, it's like, I think you misunderstood my question. So yeah, like if there's a creator, like, yeah, obviously you could have done it a different way. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
But like, how do us humans living here on this planet, how do we know any other option was even possible?
Any other option of how things could have worked?
Yeah, how physics could have been designed.
We wouldn't.
So how is that evidence then, if we don't know?
If we don't know if it could have been any other way, how could it have been evidence? Well, I would say that us knowing if there was another possible outcome isn't exactly relevant to that. More so, because, okay. I will say that I am coming at this in part as somebody who plays around with designing things. I do like coding and whatnot. That's part of why I have the view that I do on this. I would say that you don't need to know if something else was possible to look at something and determine whether or not it's been engineered or if it just happened. So, how familiar are you with game engines?
Like, I kind of have a vague idea of how they work. I'm not by any means an expert.
Okay, so I've been playing around in Unreal Engine 5. And there is two things that happen that I've had happen to me when I've been designing the game I'm working on. There has been things that do exactly what I tell it to do, and then things that resulted from how the engine processes things that I didn't expect. So, and you can tell which one is which. So the instance specifically that happened with me was I was designing a ground pound mechanic. And so there's the way it works as I designed it. where you push a button, you slam into the ground, it plays a noise, and it does some damage. There was the thing that was not intended to happen, which is if you jumped onto one of the enemies, it would bouncy ball you around the map until you hit the ground. Now, and I get this. If this is kind of hard to follow, I apologize. But the point I'm getting at is you can look at the design of the game. Like, you don't even need to see the code, and you can tell which one is engineered, which one was supposed to happen, and you can tell which one just happens.
And you're talking about from the perspective of the person with the controller playing the game?
Yes.
What about from the perspective of one of the characters inside of the game?
They would have a similar perspective to the person playing.
I don't think so. They wouldn't know they were in a game, right? That would just be their lives. They would just be living. That's just how things were, right?
So let me propose a hypothetical here. You're walking down the road and you decide to jump. You're gonna jump on a leaf or something. You're gonna jump in a puddle. And every other time you've done this, you jump, you land in the puddle, it splashes. But this time, and this is like, let's say the first time this has ever happened, there was a rock in the puddle. You land on this rock, you land on this pebble or something, and you just get sent flying.
Okay. Would it happen? Would it be repeatable? Like, if I did exactly the same actions another time, would the same exact thing happen?
No. If we're because I am basing this off of the code that I was running, and it's not a thing that would always happen. It's inconsistent.
How did it happen? Like, you'd think if you had exactly the same inputs that it must happen again, right?
That's the wonders of code.
You may have built the very world's first like randomizer, because how computers can't actually generate random code.
Well,
you might have stumbled upon something there.
No,
it might be a secret genius.
Well, what it is that the way that the engine processes things, sometimes there are very rare. It's a glitch. It's not supposed to happen, but certain things can happen that break the code. Now, if it was a randomizer, for example, you'd probably see a lot more of that, and it would be a lot more common. So you wouldn't just be walking down the road and then this happens and you'd never see it happen before. You'd probably it would just be known as it's randomly going to happen.
All right, I think we should probably drop the video game analogy.
Yeah, we'll drop that. But basically, the point I'm trying to make is, I think that we would be able to, from this, especially now with the advancements in science and physics that we've had, I think we'd be able to look at something and tell if it was more just kind of random, I'd say. I think we'd be able to tell the difference between if something was not working. Well, we do know when something is not working right and when something is working right. And we can actually
ever not working right?
Yeah, things break all the time. You have genetic mutations that happen that cause deformations. You have machines that break, but the thing is we're normally able to track them back to what caused it, and if we can't, we're normally looking for the cause.
Is that an indication that there is not a creator?
I would say it's an indicator that something's broken. Which is also I would also say that points towards reality being engineered, because this would imply there's a way it's supposed to work and a way that it's not supposed to work, and it's doing something wrong.
Can you give me an example of reality being broken?
Not per se reality, but I can definitely give examples of something being broken. Like,
Okay, I think I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think what you're saying is reality is never broken.
As far as I'm aware.
Therefore, a creator must have created it?
No, what I'm saying is that there are things that can break and have broken, and that is a sign. I think that's a sign that there is an engineered way that it was supposed to work that it's not working.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
I said, I don't
So-
know of
okay.
any instances of like the fabric of reality breaking, but we have genetic mutations.
So
We have illness.
if I understand what you're saying, is like if reality somehow we found a break in it, that would be an indicator that. Would that be is that an indicator of a creator or a non-creator? Am I off here, or is that just kind of not relevant?
I would say that is I would say that could point towards at least. I would say yes. I'd say that would point towards, again, something not functioning correctly tends to point towards there is a correct way that it's supposed to function. But if things just kind of happened in happenstance, if we just kind of, you had the Big Bang, you had evolution, and these things just kind of came to be, how would we know if something is not working the way it's supposed to? But we can look at things and we can clearly tell this is not the way it's supposed to be. Just like we can look at things and we can tell this is the way it's supposed to be.
So I think what you're saying is we look at reality and we're saying that this is the way it's supposed to be. Is that accurate? Is that what you're saying?
More or less. We can look at things, we can see.
Okay.
We can distinguish between something within reality working correctly and something within reality working incorrectly. Within nature specifically, not just our own creations.
Okay. Well, so you said we can tell between things in reality working correctly and working incorrectly. What would it look like for something in reality to be working incorrectly?
I think the best example I can give off the top of my head would be like an illness caused by a mutation.
Okay.
But I should probably clarify, when I say within reality, I mean something that exists.
Okay. Something that exists.
Yeah. So for example, there are multiple illnesses that we know are caused by, a failure of the entity to develop properly when it's growing up, or it's exposed to something like radiation, and it causes these things to not function correctly. They either develop wrong or they break down, like a cancer or something like that. Cancer would actually be a great example, because that is literally a cell breaking down essentially and not knowing when to stop cloning itself.
Okay. Okay, let me I want you to fill in the blank here, because I don't understand the argument here. So we got reality, and we can tell when something's kind of going good, where it's like, hey, I don't have tumors and I'm healthy and I have good blood pressure, right? Everything's normal here. But then if I were to get cancer and develop a tumor, we would know that something is not going correctly. And I think you're saying that with regards to like physics, we can observe it going correctly, being like healthy, being correct. Okay. And I think there's like a missing puzzle piece here, because then I think you're saying a creator exists, but I'm missing the connect there.
If you look at a car, you know how the car is supposed to work, right? You're supposed to be able to get in, put the key in, step on the gas, and it drives.
I do know how to operate a vehicle. Yep.
If it starts going ka-dink, ka-dink, ka-tink, and then the engine falls out, you know something's wrong with it, right?
Something probably went wrong.
I am trying to say that the fact that we know that there is a specific way it's supposed to work implies that there was somebody who designed it to work that way. Does that kind of clarify it?
Maybe. Are we talking about like humans, or are we talking about like gravity, or?
When I talk about this in terms of reality, I would say that's everything. Just like, the fact that gravity works and does what it's supposed to do.
Is it what it's supposed to do? Like, maybe it's supposed to like be 50% less.
Maybe it's supposed to be 50% less. To that, I would say that, and this I will just straight up give you this. This isn't a full-on argument in favor that would be like, oh, see, there's obviously a creator, because you'd end up with the same results from evolution. Earth is so precisely where it needs to be. Its environment is precisely what it needs to be, and its location in the solar system is precisely where it needs to be for the life on this planet to thrive. If you move it even an inch in the wrong direction, everything dies.
That's not quite. I mean, humans can live in, you can go 10 degrees hotter, 10 degrees closer. 1 inch isn't going to matter. Actually, the Earth moves that much in a year anyways. Its orbit isn't perfect.
Yeah, it's got the ovular. Yeah, I'm aware of the ovular.
No, I mean it literally moves like miles each year differently than the previous year.
I haven't heard that before. Good to know.
I recommend looking it up.
I'll do that right now.
Cool. Definitely more than inches. I can't recall like how many miles, but it does move about.
It moves. Okay, it drifts outward at a rate of 15 centimeters per year. So
I've heard much more, but I guess hey, it's more than an inch though. Over a few years.
yeah, no, that's 6 inches. I will say though that we have started to notice some. I think just this year alone, there's been some pretty drastic changes in the environment and whatnot that have been concerning, to say the least. I think there's like, I think it's like we're looking at a potential shift in the poles, along with a few other things. There's some changes that are being shown to be concerning and could actually be destructive to us as a species.
Yeah, I agree. There's some things happening there. But let's get back on topic here. So
yeah,
before you said like this wasn't like the dagger, this wasn't the one that was like this I could definitely prove it all with, right? I think that's what you're saying. You're nodding.
Yeah,
so I think
I'm not saying that. Yeah.
What is the dagger? Give me the dagger. Give me the dagger.
Okay. Again, I would say that the closest that you'll get to a dagger from me is that I look at reality, or as what I would refer to as creation. I look at just how intricately well designed it seems to be, and I can't see how that would come about on its own. I just can't see it, and not just even within evolution. Like I said, physics, everything, it's too precise, it's too mathematical. It seems like it was engineered.
Okay. Let's throw out options here.
Mm-hmm.
We got God.
Mm-hmm.
We got evolution.
Mm-hmm.
What's the third one? Give me a third one.
Flying spaghetti monster.
Okay. Yeah, sure. What's the fourth
one? Simulation.
Ooh, I like it. Is there a fifth one?
Not that I could think of.
All right. How do we figure out which one it is?
Well, again, so the big thing here is I would rule out evolution. That, again, the idea of everything just kind of happening on its own, too mathematically improbable. So that would leave, and I'm throwing out flying spaghetti monster because that one's just a funny. So that would really leave for me.
You know, I think we should leave it in. Why not?
Okay, screw it. We'll leave the flying spaghetti monster.
Well, is it a god though? Is the flying spaghetti monster a god?
The flying spaghetti monster is a blob of spaghetti. We can rule that one out because we don't see spaghetti sauce everywhere, I guess. We only see it in Italy.
I see it in the grocery stores a lot. You know?
I mean, fair, but that got made by somebody other than the flying spaghetti monster. But so
let's substitute and add aliens. Let's add aliens.
Aliens would still fall under intelligent design. And so that's the thing. When you kind of look at, if you remove the happenstance thing, which, like I said, mathematically it's just too small. But if you have, so that leaves aliens, God, and a simulation. These are all things that are dependent on some intelligent creator, some engineer. If it's a simulation, then we're plugged into code, and this is all coding. If it's a god, then it's some supernatural, higher, possibly Lovecraftian entity that is able to craft and manipulate reality as we understand it. And if it's aliens, we have something that is either living in a different dimension or is hyper advanced to the point where, again, they can manipulate reality to do what they want, or at least are able to work with reality enough to create life forms.
Okay, I want to add to the silliness just for a little bit. And
I'm down
actually,
for
maybe we
that.
can take this. Maybe we can take this serious. How could we determine if the complexity was a result of, let's say, AI creating us, or if it was a god?
Well, if an AI is able to do the same level of manipulation as Christians would say God would do, what's to say that God isn't the AI?
Hmm.
And real fast, we have a super chat from Nobody on Fire. He says Earth's distance from the sun varies by 3 million miles throughout a single orbit. Hope that helps. Nobody on Fire.
Yeah, no, I just did a quick Google search. That's where I got the 15 centimeters from.
Yeah, and you're talking. I mean, we were talking about like after each year, not the oval orbit, but
Yeah. But with the AI thing, it's like, again, if you've got an AI that has become so advanced that it's able to go as far as to like manipulate reality itself, what's not to say that the AI is God? Because I will just straight up say this. One of the keys about Christianity is we don't exactly know what God is. We know what the Bible claims about him. We don't know what he is essentially. So for all we know, it could be an AI. For all we know, it's a simulation, and God is the operating system.
I guess what's the point of this debate then? Like, if you don't know anything about this God, and perhaps you can't know anything about this God, I mean,
Well,
what's the difference?
So if there is a God, which I believe there is, I think it is important that we know that. I would say the point of the debate is that we do need to know whether or not something made us or whether or not we just came to be. I would say as a Christian, it's important to know that because, well, if we are created by something and that something has reached out to us, would it not be important for us to figure out what it is and do as it wishes? That's kind of where I come at this from. Like, okay, yeah, if something made us, and I have reason to believe something did make us, we should probably be trying to make it happy at least. Because that same thing could unmake us too.
I'm wondering if Taco, are we allowed to chase this tangent? I really want to chase this tangent.
If you'd like to, yeah. Try to tie it back into the topic, though.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is tying back to the topic. I think, like, do logic and science provide good evidence for God? I mean, maybe not directly, but I guess if we care about that, if we care about that topic, and we want to do something with that after, we would want to know which direction to go with it, right? We'll keep this brief. How could we determine which? Throughout history, there's been a lot of people to have claimed that God has reached out to them. Many of them have written books about it. There have been a lot of them have similarities. Some of them are vastly different claims in these books. How could we know which one is telling the truth and which one is not telling the truth?
We can compare it to the world around us. That's actually something that the Bible talks about doing. So there is a verse, I don't remember which verse it is specifically, but it makes a claim that if you look to creation, it all points to God. That's part of where I come from when I say it's too complex to be by happenstance. But what I would say we can do is say, okay, we can take these different religions through their religious texts and their teachings, and we can compare them objectively to the world around us. So, for example, I'll use another religion that's thriving right now, Islam. for the longest time, a lot of its supporters made claims about scientific miracles. Well, we can actually take what these scientific miracles that it lays claim to are, we can compare it to the science we have, we can compare it to what we know, and we can see that it doesn't line up.
Okay.
That's also why I would say, okay, it's Christianity specifically, because you can take the Bible and line it up to what we know, and we can see there are things that connect and line up.
I'm hearing you. I've read a little bit of the Hindu scripts, and while I don't believe them to be any type of factual. Although they have some pretty decent advice in there, I will admit. It seems like it correlates pretty well with reality. It seems to be lined up pretty gosh darn well. I mean, are you going to become a Hindu? It sounds like, I mean, that might be a wise decision for you.
I'm not super familiar with Hindu teachings, but give me an example. Give me an example. I'm not super familiar with the Hindu teachings.
Like they're very big on meditation and being healthy for you. And just if you clear the mind, if you sit and let things sit with you, that you will become more peaceful. And I think that's something that is absolutely true. Like, I think they got that right. They're the ones that invented the practice of yoga. There's a lot of stuff in that similar vein attributed, and I think it lines up very, very well with reality.
Funny enough, specifically when you talk about just kind of like the laying there, cleaning your mind, being at peace thing, that's actually something that Christianity kind of has as well. It is something that as that Christians practice as well.
Yeah.
I would say when I were to make that comparison, I would look less into the spiritual things and more into like things that can be more directly compared. So we'll use a creation story, for example. Every religion has their creation story. You have I'm kind of familiar with the Egyptian ones a bit. You had the idea of like Ra is the sun god. He's in charge of making the sun do this thing. There's another religion, I can't remember what it was, but there's like a religion where they believe that the earth was like we lived on the back of another god or something. We can compare that to what we clearly know, and we could tell, okay, we're not on the back of an elephant or a turtle or whatever it was, and there isn't some dude pulling the sun around with a chariot. We can see that. But then if you look at the biblical creation story, what does it say?
Could it be a metaphor? I mean, the Bible has a lot of metaphors. Could all that stuff be metaphorical?
It could be, but the thing is, I've not seen anything really claiming from these ancient religions that they were metaphors.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know. Well, it's a legit point. I haven't seen anything claiming these are metaphors. It's every religion, like its creation story, is presented as this is how it came to be. And same with Christianity's. But if you look at Christianity's, what does it give us? God made a celestial body to rule over the day, to provide light. He made a celestial body to be to rule over the night. Provide light during the night in its own way. He separated the light from the dark, and that's what we see. I know it's a very simplistic, but that's probably part of why it's so easily provable. It's like, yeah, that's what it is. There's a celestial body there. There's a celestial body there. That one's there in the day, and it has the brightest light. There's this one in the night. It doesn't have a very bright light. One's there in the day. One's there in the night. And you have a cycle, and it's a day. It makes a...
I think we should get back to the main topic. I want to say two last things. First, I want to say, like, is it possible that the people who wrote the Bible, I know, maybe you could say, God wrote it, but is it possible that people looked up, made these observations about everything around us, and wrote down some plausible stuff? But
I mean, that's how we got the other religious teachings as well. But the thing is, when you have all these other religions, and the thing is, they came up with really weird stuff. They came up with, again, I think it was like the Greeks, one of the Greek gods literally pulled the sun with a chariot. You have exactly one that I'm aware of. I don't know of any other ancient recurrent religions I don't know of any like other religions, pre-Christianity and pre-Judaism that make claims similar to this that we've been able to prove.
All right. Well, we will move on. One thing, go back to the main subject here, since we don't have a ton of time left anyway. One thing I would recommend is reading the Vedas. That's one of the books of Hinduism. I think you would find it really fascinating. So
Okay.
that's my recommendation to you. But okay, going back to do logic and science provide evidence for God? You kind of gave me the dagger before, and the dagger was intricacy.
Mhm.
And we kind of talked about that a little bit. I don't know. I mean, you didn't convince me. I mean, I don't think either one of us are going to convince each
I
other.
didn't.
but-
I wasn't really expecting to be convincing anybody here today. No.
Understandable. Is there anything else? Is there what? If that's number one, if that's the dagger, what's the little poke in the side?
Well, that's the thing. Anything else past that, and this is why I like to use the intricacy argument. Anything else past that goes into theology and to philosophy and the likes, and that's a very different realm to argue. And at the end of the day, philosophy is people trying to figure things out with their brain hole, and theology is what God you believe in. And that's not exactly something that's going to be usable in that sort of argument. So I wouldn't say there isn't really anything outside of the intricacy argument that I would use in this instance.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's have a moment of being real. So in a debate, you probably bring up intricacy, complexity, all those types of arguments.
Mhm.
Is that the real reason that got you to believe, or is there another reason that got you to where you're at?
No, there's a different reason that I personally believe, but it's a far more personal one. Like, not like personal in the sense of private, but it's something that I wouldn't expect anybody else to believe.
Okay. Are you comfortable sharing it?
It's just my testimony. I spent basically, long story short, I believe I've been in God's presence when I got saved.
Hmm.
Not like physically seeing him there, but like something made itself known at that point in time. Something that aligned with what I was being taught, something that aligned with what I accepted.
Okay.
And it was a very personal thing. And no, I wasn't on drugs. I know that's I've brought it up, and that's one of the things that comes up. It's like, well, were you sober? Yes, I was sober. And it's the sort of thing where it's like, okay, yeah, no, this is a thing that was able to convince me, but it was personally for me. And if I'm in a situation where if I'm actually witnessing to somebody, I will share that, because then I expect it to actually mean something. But in any factual discussion or any factual argument, I don't really expect it to work.
Yeah.
But for me personally, it was, I've been in this God's presence. He's made himself known to me. It affected my life. It changed who I was as a person. It changed how I think about things and how I view things. And that's why I believe it.
And I know this is a debate. Do you mind if I ask you a question about that?
Go right ahead.
So you had this very personal experience, and it sounds like it was a very emotional experience for you.
Mhm.
And I totally understand that.
Mhm.
I have emotional experiences all the time. I get it.
Everybody
Human.
does.
Yep, absolutely. If you hadn't, you're in the United States, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. So if let's say that instead of being in the United States, I assume born in the United States, raised in the United States, if you had instead been born in Southeast Asia, born and raised there, and instead of being in the United States and being around Christianity, you were around Hinduism. Like your parents were Hindu, your friends were Hindu, your neighbors were Hindu. Do you think that you would have come to the conclusion, instead of determining that Christianity is true because of this super um, emotional, uplifting experience, do you think that you would be professing Hinduism instead?
No, because
Why
it
is
wasn't.
that?
Because while it was an emotional experience, it wasn't like what you'd normally think when you say emotional experience. When I
What
say
was it like?
I physically felt something there, not just
Hmm.
like overwhelming emotion. There was something physically there, and we
Oh,
actually
okay.
do see, like, specifically in China, there's a huge Christian underground there that has grown,
Yeah.
that is hyper grown, and it's like Christianity is just straight up illegal over there. It can get you in some serious trouble, and these people are extremely devoted to that. That's not the sort of and mind you, China is not historically Christian. They're, I believe, Buddhist historically. I don't know what you'd call the religion that they historically have, but it would not be a culture that is really built around Christianity that they'd be involved in. And yet you see a mass growth of Christianity in this environment where they could die for it. That's not the sort of thing that you'd really see from just emotional experience mixed with culture. And
Gotcha.
and the
Do you think
would serve
getting back?
you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That's all I had.
All right, awesome. So, with regards to the people living in Southeast Asia,
Mhm.
do you think that any of them have experiences, of actually, seeing something,
Or being
maybe
or
feeling it,
feeling it,
maybe
yeah.
hearing it? Yeah, any of the senses, really.
Mhm.
Do you think they have those experiences and attribute them to Hinduism?
No.
Really?
I think that there are experiences. I think that there are different sorts of emotional experiences, but the experience that I specifically had, I've only ever heard of happening with Christianity
Really?
and people who've converted to Christianity. Yes,
That is
and
so
it's something
interesting.
I've heard about in multiple countries too.
Do me a favor. After this is done,
Mhm.
um, go onto YouTube and it's hard to find because most of them are not in English.
Mhm.
But maybe use the translating tool. Just search in,
Mhm.
Hinduism, personal experience.
Mhm.
Search Islam, personal experience. Any religion you can think of. Search that
Mhm.
in. That's my only challenge.
Mhm. Yeah, challenge accepted.
Cool, cool, cool. Because I've seen a few other ones where
Mhm.
people have. I I would say it's kind of similar to what you described.
I will, yeah, no, there's probably people who've converted to other religions through an emotional experience. I just don't think that they're going to be comparable to what I went through.
Hmm. How would you know that?
Because what I went through surpassed emotion in a way where it would have to be true in order for it to have happened.
Hmm.
Again, it's something that I don't expect anybody other than another Christian to believe,
Yeah.
and that's why I don't really use it in debate. This is my personal
Yeah.
witness story type stuff. But it's the
Gotcha.
sort of thing. It was the sort of thing where it's like this could only happen this specific way if Christianity was true, if the God of the Bible was the true God, and he was personally making it known to me in a way that would let me know. But not just an emotional of, oh, I feel this way, I feel good. Or it's like no, there's something there. There's something physically here right now.
I- if you do go on YouTube after this and you find someone who is saying almost exactly what you're saying, like not word for word, but practically word for word, would that change your mind?
No, because I can tell you right now, the way I'm trying to explain it, it's a hard thing for me to explain. So
Mm.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody explained something different in a similar way.
Hmm. Gotcha. I see why you don't use this in debates because
Yeah,
if you
it's
can't
not
explain
something
it,
that you're yeah, it's something I can't explain. It's not something you can really use in a logical argument. So yeah, I'm completely aware of that.
okay. So we've went through complexity. We've what else have we gone? Intricacy, which I guess is the same thing. We talked about evolution. What did we miss here? Because we went through kind of all these things. I had quite a few questions for you. We kind of tried to determine which was more likely a creator or a non-creator. Um, did we miss anything here?
Well, I guess I have a question for you.
Yeah, good.
So obviously you don't as you said, you don't think these things point towards a creator. How would you explain the intricacy, not just the complexity and the intricacy, but it, like again, like the almost engineered nature of what we see.
Sure. When we're talking about humans, I would appeal to evolution. When we're talking about like the universe, right?
Mhm.
I would say like that's just how it existed. Like if we would say like Earth is exactly in the right spot, I would argue there's a little wiggle room. But there's probably other planets out there that possibly have life. And if life didn't happen on Earth, it probably would happen on another place. And we'd just be a little bit different. Maybe we'd have like 1 ear instead of two, and maybe cyborgs, one eye in the middle. Who knows? But there'd probably be life somewhere else. And if there isn't, then there just wouldn't be life, and that's how it would be, and we wouldn't be having this discussion. When it comes to like gravity, I think gravity just exists. I don't think there was any other possible way gravity could be gravity. I think it's just kind of how stuff is. Big objects attract other objects to it. What else we got?
What about mathematics?
Mathematics. Mathematics are
How did
Mathematics are-
mathematics end up the way they are?
abstract. So it's like they're part of physics. So right. So we got I got 3 batteries here. 2 plus 1 is 3. It's just the mathematics themselves are abstract. Like how we think about it is in our head, but how it is reality and physics, and that's just physics.
But how did we end up with that specifically? That's what I'm getting. Yeah, mathematics is weird because it's abstract, but it's oddly consistent and non-malleable.
It's based off physical stuff. It's just how it is, and how we like interpret it is in our head. Like the terminology is in our head. How we process it is in our head. But everything ultimately is physical about math.
What about
'Cause
time?
it's all time. Time we interpret.
But we do know that
We just
there's something
experience
more.
it.
Well, that we do know there's something more to it. That's why I believe it's considered one of the 10 different. I think it's like considered one of the 10 dimensions, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. This guy. It's like you have the dimensions. I believe fourth is considered time. I believe
Time, space, energy.
All right,
something
that's
like that.
the initial hour. However, there's an additional 10 minutes from the super chats. And if y'all are enjoying the conversation, feel free to ask questions. It will add a little bit of the time to the debate. You can ask questions to the debaters, provide comments. But yeah, let's go ahead and hit that goal. We've got a little ways to go on that super chat goal. Y'all have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, but yeah, no. When I say like reality, I'm not just talking about. I'm talking about like when you get out into the really bizarre, hard to understand stuff like mathematics or time or things of that nature. That's
Okay.
too. That seems stuff that borders on beyond our comprehension.
Yeah, I'd say time would be the same thing as gravity. Like, I don't know that there was any other way time could exist. I'm not sure even what it would mean for time to be different. Like, what would it look like for time to be different than it is?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know, and that's one of the things that makes me think it's probably engineered to be that way specifically. We can't
Wait,
comprehend.
hold up. If you don't know, how can you be confident that it's a creator if you don't know how it could be different?
So the way I look at it is like this. We can't even fathom another way for it to work. It is one of the foundational functioning rules of the reality we live in. I see that. I see a foundation like we can't even think of another way for this to have worked. And especially with how consistent it seems to be, that makes me think it's a designed ground rule for a built machine.
Consistent? How would we know if it was inconsistent?
Well, delving into sci-fi a little bit here, there's a few theories on what that would look like. Maybe a time paradox, maybe a hiccup where time noticeably doesn't move the way it should. but we do know that time passes consistently. It doesn't change. It doesn't do anything, and we can't really manipulate it in any way.
If time moved slower, would we just also have that perception of, like, would we perceive that? Because wouldn't everything, including us, be slower? So wouldn't it just be the same?
I don't know. Like I said, I had to delve into sci-fi for that one. I had to call back on Star Trek for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's my perspective. Like if
It
time went
probably-
faster, would I even notice? Probably not, because I'm just perceiving everything. Like, I would be moving faster than, or I would be moving slower. Time is just what it's just based off our perception. We add numbers to it, seconds, minutes, hours. Those things are just how we measure it. But like, if it were to move faster, I assume that we would be included in that. So we wouldn't have any idea if time was moving faster or slower.
What about
We
a
don't
time
know.
paradox? A
Time
paradox.
paradox. Give an example.
I believe that normally a paradox in time would be like a situation looping. So like, let's say you go through a day. Let's say you wake up, it's October 5th, you go through the day, but then halfway through the day, you find yourself waking up on October 5th again.
Okay. That's an interesting one. I would say we probably wouldn't know that it was October 5th, and we would assume that it was October 6th, and we would never be the wiser.
Maybe, or maybe we would.
I mean, what would make October 6th October 6th and not October 5th?
Well, the reason that we know that October 6th is not October 5th is because different things happened.
Okay.
Because we are able to, despite barely grasping what time really is, we are able to somehow measure it. We have figured out that we can measure it with patterns. We have figured out that at different points in time, different things happen, and that no two things are going to be exactly the same. This is why I know that yesterday is not today. I know this is kind of weird because, like I said, time is one of those things we can barely grasp, but we can tell that things change over time, and that's how we tend to measure time. A time paradox, kind of like you loop back, it's October 5th again, would almost be like a hard reset. Like all of a sudden you're starting exactly at October 5th, and the exact same things are starting to happen all over again.
Yeah, I think we are diving in.
There are a few super chats. I'm just going to touch on them real fast. And they did add a little bit of time, so y'all have a little bit longer. Hayden Walton, fine-tuning could only be considered if intent was granted. That's from an earlier part of the discussion. Karen Dave, and feel free to address that if you want. Otherwise, I can move to the next one. No? Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have to say anything on that.
And then Karen Dave, how have either of our panelists determined what is likely or unlikely about DNA or life? Why is life unlikely at a universal scale? I think that's for both of y'all.
I think I know the paradox he's talking about, where it's like, all right, if we know, I forget what it's called. I think it's the Fermi paradox. But basically, we looked into space, we didn't find any other life, and the question is, where is everybody? I think that's what that's kind of what it sounds like that would be referring to. I wouldn't say that life is unlikely. It seems to be just really rare. I don't know. We haven't found other life out there yet. I don't think that finding life on another planet, though, would really change much, per se. With the argument of does it point towards an intelligent designer or happenstance?
Yeah, my take on it is, we can't really put a percentage on how likely life is to occur. We do know that there's a crap ton of planets that are habitable. They could support life. We know that life happened at least one time. So
it happened at least once.
At least happened at least once. So one would think it can happen again. So with that many chances, did it happen? It seems like it could. I'd put a little bit of a probably on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that I mean, I don't, at least based off of our interactions with aliens, I don't believe that aliens are a thing in that sense. But I mean, what's to say there isn't life on another planet that's just completely isolated from us? That's possible.
Any other super chats there?
No, just one to put on the screen. Let me double check unless I missed a recent one. Oh, yeah, there is I lied. There is a newer one too. And then I'll just read it out because it's a little bit slower today. Professor Israel, thank you, bud, for joining us this evening, and it's a nice one. He's always nice. And then Nobody on Fire. How does either panelist explain how perfectly 6ix9ine was designed to be used as innuendo? It just couldn't be any other way. Actually,
Exactly.
totally serious.
See, there's my other dagger. There you go. The 6 and the 9. There you go. You can't explain that. You explain that, atheists.
Well, numbers. I don't think that was a thing when the numbers were being determined what they look like. You know what I'm saying?
Our current numbers, I think that throughout time there have been different symbols used for numbers.
Yeah. But specifically these that we are using today in the United States anyway. Yeah, I don't know that they thought of that one back then.
They didn't
Maybe
think
they did.
of
Maybe there were a bunch of perverts back then.
I mean, hey, you've seen that statue of like the chubby woman that they found? Like it was like a carving, like some caveman carving. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe they did think of that one.
Maybe.
And that's all of them for right now.
Okay, cool. Now, where the heck were we? What were we talking about before that?
We were going on
gravity and time.
Time.
Oh, yeah. Time.
So.
Yeah. I guess the way I'm viewing it is time is something we experience. Something that we add attributes to. We say this is 1 second, this is a minute, this is an hour, whatever. And can it behave any other way? Doesn't seem like it. Does that mean that there's a creator? Not necessarily. I mean, I guess maybe. Should we believe that that's the case? I don't think we got any evidence to say that it does. It's just kind of speculation.
I think the difference in our views here is the way that I look at something is if the universe were to have come from the Big Bang, just kind of come from happenstance, if ignoring the mathematical probabilities of it all, if we were to have just met all the requirements to be right here, right now, by accident, essentially, it would be more random. That's where I'm coming in from. When I see things that are that level of consistent, that doesn't come off as something that doesn't seem like something that would come from randomness. That seems like, again, a core functional rule of something. I think that's kind of the difference in view here. I look at something like that and I see that as this is a core mechanic that was put in there to do a task, and you don't see it that way.
Okay. I'm gonna be a train conductor. I'm gonna get in your train of thought. I'm gonna try to steel man you. If I'm straw manning you, let me know. So I'm getting in this train. So we got the Big Bang. Okay, Big Bang happens, and what you would expect is things to not be super consistent, not how they are today. Like time.
I would at least expect glitches.
Okay, so like we were talking about time previously and how time is consistent and perfect. You would expect time to be glitchy if the Big Bang theory was the case?
Time, space, just in general, I would expect there to be noticeable imperfections, noticeable glitches in how reality itself would function.
Why would you expect that?
Because if something just kind of fumbled itself together, you're gonna end up with flaws. And the thing is, with the Ethereum, if you go back to, for example, the Big Bang, that's essentially what happened. You were lucky enough to get two particles to smash. Or I'm kind of just trying to remember off the top of my head, but you get the Big Bang. It kind of just fumbles and just happens just right, and then you get the universe. So that is something essentially fumbling itself into existence, which then also there's the problem of how does something create itself. But in a situation like that, I would look at that, and there would be multiple flaws that would occur just from that alone, because you're not going to get something to fumble itself into existence and function exactly how it needs to.
Okay, so the Big Bang happens. What happens like in the aftermath of the Big Bang? Like not so far to that there's, life, humans, whatever. Just like immediately after the Big Bang, what's the outcome?
I'm going to be honest, I don't remember that. It's been a while since I've touched up on that.
Okay. So, galaxies are formed, right?
Mhm.
We got planets in those galaxies. We got suns, comets, asteroids. Is that to be expected?
Maybe.
Okay.
Like I said, the big
Okay,
thing
it's
is
a possibility, right?
it's a possibility. I mean, if you have managed to fumble a set of functional rules into place, then I would expect those rules to start doing their thing.
Okay.
You know,
Do we know that those rules are those rules just universal, always there? Or how do we know if they were created? Is there a way to know which one that might be?
how do we know if they were created or if they were always there? Well,
Yeah. Like if they
if
were
the
always there and couldn't.
universe didn't exist, how would they have been there?
If the universe didn't exist, how would they be there? Kind of like how the concept of math probably could always exist, right? It's like abstract. It's something that isn't like the idea of addition. Like would you agree that the idea of addition, the thought of it, is something that's abstract and it doesn't necessarily require a mind to be a thing?
I would actually, okay. I think that abstracts do require a mind.
Interesting. So if we have these two batteries and no humans existed, but the batteries existed somehow, I don't know, a little bit weird.
Mhm.
Like, would this battery plus this battery still mean two batteries?
So we're talking about if the universe still exists, right? I mean,
Yeah, sure. Sure.
so I mean, looking at it from our perspective, we would attribute that to the abstract of two. But if there's
Okay.
nothing there to think that, then there's nothing there to decide there's two of anything.
It doesn't matter, but it still would be the abstract of two. That's what I'm
Well,
hearing.
yeah, basically. Well, okay, so an abstract really is just kind of how our brains process things. So why do we have the abstract of two? Because we needed a way to communicate and think about two things.
Here, I'll break it down simpler. That was a bad example. A tree falls in the woods. There's no animals around, no humans, no microorganisms. Does it still make a sound?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Is that the same thing as the batteries in the math?
No, because noise isn't an abstract.
Ah, that is true. It is a wave. That is a wave. Okay. Um. Hmm. Okay.
So
So
here's a question. Where would information go if there was no universe?
where would information go? Is it like abstract information, like
Inf-
knowledge, memories,
knowledge, information, just information in general. Memories, knowledge, abstract, just information.
like the records obviously would not exist.
Nothing
The
exists. There's like
okay, yeah,
no
yeah,
universe.
yep. So any record, and when I say record, I mean anything from it being in somebody's memory banks,
Mhm.
to or like notes, right? Um, the record of that is gone, right? There's no way to ever recover that information. But the like it still is like true, right? It still like is a thing, sort of like abstractly, like it's still a reality, kind of. I'm struggling with words because it's a weird thing to describe. But like like it's still abstractly a thing, but there's no record of it. There's no knowledge of it. There's nothing.
How would
Nothing
we
about
know
it
that?
otherwise.
How would we know that? Because here's the thing: information is as far as we are aware, is dependent on people knowing it.
I guess it depends how you define information. If you define information as like define information for me, and then I can answer that for you.
All right. I like to use dictionary definitions, so I'll just look it up here.
All right.
Okay, so there are two definitions here. Definition 1, facts provided or learned about something or someone. What is conveyed or represented by a particular arrangement or sequence of things.
By that definition, I would say it was the information no longer exists.
Information
If I were to
no
go
longer
with the
exists.
definition I was thinking of, which is like this thing is either true or false, in like just that's like the abstract of that, like it's just the reality. I guess I was using the word reality more so.
But there'd
If you
be
were
no
to say
more reality.
reality,
There'd be
what?
no more reality though, because the universe is gone. It's all gone.
I would still say that time exists and there was a universe. Therefore, there can still be truth claims that are true.
There would need
Just
to be things outside of the universe for that to work though. Because information needs to be stored in some way. Even if it's not in a record, it needs to be accessible in some manner, even if it's just learnable.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This is what you're saying here. If the universe were to cease to exist, that there would be nothing that is true or untrue.
Yeah, there just wouldn't be anything. But by the logic of something like the Big Bang, you run into an issue of in order for the Big Bang itself to happen, it needs to follow some rules of physics, but there's literally nothing there unless I've heard some arguments of it's just a void with particles. I've heard some arguments of it really wasn't anything there. But like, okay, so you either have a situation where there is just an eternal, always existing void of particles, or there's nothing there. Right?
Yeah, I'm just not. I don't think that. I can't follow that. Like, what you're saying is like the sentence "I exist" or the sentence that "I don't exist." Neither one of those are true or untrue if the universe were to cease to exist. Like, those statements.
I mean, I guess
not
you could
valid.
make the argument that you existed is true.
Oh,
I mean, I guess you could make.
True.
I mean, I guess you could make that, but then again, that's us looking at that possibility from within existence. That's what I'm getting at. Like, okay, what happens to information when the universe ceases to exist?
If there was a moment, this is kind of the same question that you're asking me. I'm redoing it here.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a moment in time, let's say at exactly 9:30 p.m. Central Time, which is in 1 minute, if nobody in the world thought of mathematics and they just kind of just erased it from their mind, would math still exist?
I mean, they're probably going to end up thinking about it again afterwards. I mean, at that moment, I mean, I guess at that moment it doesn't exist. At that moment, there's math as a concept doesn't exist anymore. Because what is math?
Oh,
math is our understanding of math. It's just the way that we process things. Now, I would say that if you want to get into like mathematics as its function in physics, that would still exist because you can't erase the rules of the universe. But if we're going to talk about the concept of math, and that stops existing.
Man, I can't get beyond that, man. I'm saying math exists even if it's not in
Okay,
anybody's head.
what do you mean when you say math? Are you talking about math as in its role in physics, or are you talking about like the concept of math of
The concept.
two things?
Concept.
The concept?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would just the concept of it kind of just stops existing because nobody's using it anymore. Math and its rule, math as a part of physics, as a rule of the universe, still exists, but math, as in the concept of how we process and think about that, stops existing.
Do dead languages that nobody can speak or write anymore, and perhaps even languages that we can't, they're just gone. We don't have any record of them. Like, do they exist?
They don't exist anymore.
Like,
at one point they did,
at one
but
point
they don't now.
Okay. Like, if someone could rethink it and reinvent it in the perfect way and it was identical to the original language, would it exist?
Yes, but that would require somebody actively engineering it.
Yeah. Like, is that concept of that, like because it's a valid possibility, does that make it existing?
That means you could bring it back into existence, but notice how you would need somebody to recreate it perfectly. You would need somebody to go out of their way to engineer it.
That's such an interesting,
because you're never going to get the same language to re-evolve itself back into existence from the current languages. But yes, you could get somebody to do all the research they could and dig up everything they could and possibly recreate the language perfectly. But you need an intelligent designer to do it, because without that, it's not going to happen.
I think we lost the script here. Why are we even talking about this? Why is this important to a creator? Honestly.
So let me try and draw it back here. The whole point I'm making with the abstracts and the information thing, they're dependent on somebody coming up with them. So that's why I asked, where does information go? Well, if there's no mind to think about it, again, going off the dictionary definition, it just ceases to exist. But the problem is when you are applying that to like the constant rules of reality, well, these are constant things that surpass our minds. So they can't be just abstracts. There's something more than an abstract. That's why I'm saying the concept of math, if everybody was to stop thinking about the concept of math, that would stop existing. But math as a part of physics and as a part of the function of the universe, that ceases to exist.
Is it a part of the universe or a description of the universe?
It's how the universe functions. So like when we look at physics is us studying how the universe ticks. It's us studying how it functions, the way it works. And that doesn't cease to exist when we go bye-bye.
Okay.
I look at something like that and say, okay, this is a thing that is not dependent on the universe itself. It's the other way around. The universe is dependent on it.
Yeah, okay. This is what I was saying earlier when I was like, hey, these are independent of the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're on the same page. So if these things are independent of the universe with regards to the Big Bang, why, isn't this what we would expect then?
I don't think so. If these things are independent of the universe, if these things are what the universe needs to function, that sounds like a core framework or a structure. That sounds like a foundation that was made to hold something together. I will say, I will bring the Bible into this a little bit to kind of show where I'm coming at this from. But there is a verse in the Bible where it says that God holds the universe together in the palm of his hand. So if you start,
wait. Is this like the turtle thing?
No, this
the turtle's
is
back?
this is actually a
I
metaphor.
don't see a hand. I
So
don't see a
so
hand.
I get where I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're saying. This I will say the Bible is using the palm of God's hand as a metaphor, because when it talks about God, it doesn't describe a physical form of him. It uses these things as metaphors for people to understand it. So when it's talking about God holds creation together in the palm of his hand, it's not saying like a physical hand is holding the universe. What it's saying is that God is responsible for keeping things together and functioning, kind of like the idea of holding something brittle together in your hand.
Okay.
So
And
when I
that is
hear
time, so go ahead and finish your statements, and then we'll move into the closings.
yeah, I kind of finished my point.
All right. I just want to ask you one last thing, and then you
Mhm.
hopefully you can respond to that. So how would we know if it really was God's hand, like it says in the Bible, or if it was something else, or just there really wasn't any other way? That's just how it exists, how it is.
So I can't say this as a how would we know for certain thing, but I will bring up this. I would say that that concept of these things that are independent of the universe, yet the universe is dependent upon them, I would say that that would be in direct contradiction of something like the Big Bang, which is largely dependent on the universe, again, kind of stumbling itself into existence. It's dependent on mass and matter just kind of being able to just do whatever. And I don't think that really works. I think that the fact that there are these rules that are independent of the universe, but the universe is dependent upon them, I would say that's personally a sign that it couldn't happen on its own.
Gotcha.
All right, Taco.
Yeah, and there's one more comment, so I'll just read that before we move into the closings. Nobody on Fire, thank you for the super chat. He says they heard the sound, or Genesis, they heard the sound of the Lord walking in the garden at the time of the evening breeze. God has feet, Neen.
Neen? Who's Neen?
Helldiver. 9.
Yeah.
What?
There is, the Bible does talk about God being able to take form, but that's like him taking on a form. Like, for example, there's a couple of instances of Jesus showing up before the New Testament. So it is a known thing that God can take a form to interact within creation, but that doesn't mean that he always has feet. It means that he made himself a pair of feet for that instance.
He's
Gotcha.
basically Ditto from Pokemon.
What he said.
All right, guys. We are currently sitting at 34 likes. Let's keep slamming that like button. I'm going to put up a vote for tonight's master debater. So let me get that posted up. 9.
Excellent
go ahead
name.
and what's up?
Good name.
Excellent name for that.
Yeah,
that.
we have a master debater every evening. All right. Now, let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your 8 minutes for your closing.
I'm ready when you are.
You got 8 minutes. And wait a minute. Before this, make sure you guys vote for the winner of the master debater for the evening. I mean, all right. Yeah.
So I guess in my conclusion, I'm just gonna kind of reiterate. I look at things like physics. I look at biology. I look at mathematics. These things seem too complicated to just have happened on their own, and especially within the realms of things like physics, where we can tell that they are independent of the universe, but the universe is dependent on them. That does, in my personal opinion, heavily line up with something designing this. And even let's say that the Big Bang did exist, because I know that some Christians actually do believe in that, that would actually point towards something egging that on and making that happen. You can look at creation, you can look at reality. It's just very intricately designed in its appearance. I can't personally look at that and say this happened on its own. Again, I know it's not 8 minutes, but that's my statement.
Sorry. Perfect. Thank you for the closing statement. And Pierce, let me know when you're ready, and I'll start your 8 minutes.
I'm ready.
You've got 8 minutes.
All right. So, as you guys, whoever's watching, probably realizes, I'm not really a debater. I know, a confession, right? I'm more of a street epistemology guy, right? That's kind of what I do. You probably saw that a little bit here. And it's hard for me to even do a closing statement because I don't want to talk shit about who I was talking to because that just seems kind of not very nice. But
I
what
can take it.
okay, what I will say is that like this whole conversation was about does logic and science provide evidence for God? And unfortunately, what I heard instead was more of like, hey, we're making this observation. Awesome. Love observations. That's all about science. Observe, observe, observe. But then after that, it was more like speculation. So I see that there's all this complex things and things that I don't really understand that well, that nobody understands that well. I sure as hell don't understand it. How does time work? Why does gravity do what gravity does? These are questions that we genuinely don't know the answer to, right? But does that mean that it was a creator? And I would say, no, that's not an indication that it was a creator. I think that's an indication that we don't know. It's an indication of our own ignorance. And unfortunately, that might be a limitation of humans. We may never know the answers to these questions. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a creator. And yeah, I would like to keep investigating if there is a way to figure out if there's a creator. Yeah, I'd want to know, and I'd like to find that out. But I don't think looking at complexity and not understanding it is a good reason for belief in a creator. And one of the things that when I talk to people, I usually try to talk about not necessarily have a debate and get into, you know, complexity and arguments, this argument, that argument, this syllogism, that syllogism. But I try to talk to people about, how they got there in the first place, right? And um, he shared this really personal, you know, antidote about his experience and seeing something. And I think we all have these experiences, and I would really like to talk about these experiences. I think that played a really big role in him coming to his conclusion about God and a creator. And um, I think I'd like to talk about that more in the future because I think that's where a lot of these things lie. I think that might be way more important than any of these arguments that were presented for his formation belief. So yeah, that's where I kind of will wrap it up. Um, with regards to that personal anecdote, that personal experience, I don't think that that's a very reliable way to determine, if there was a creator. He kind of alluded to that. That's why was it wasn't the first thing he brought up, obviously, because personal experiences. I think he even said it are subjective. Completely agree. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Thanks, Taco.
Perfect. Thank you for the amazing closing statements, both of y'all. I'll start pulling up people on the panel here in just a second. Normally we do an open panel. You don't have to stick around, but you're welcome to. Especially you,
I'll stick
Nine.
around.
I'm sure there's lots of people with questions for you, like from who I saw joining so far.
I can stick around for a little bit. Yeah.
Now the vote landed in Pierce's favor. He got 76% of the vote. Nine got 24% of the vote. So congratulations on your master debater title for the evening, Pierce. You're tonight's master debater. What is your favorite Bible verse? As with tradition, you get your favorite Bible verse read in the channel's favorite translation.
Oh, I'm gonna have to pick my third favorite because my first.
Pierce won.
Oh, his favorite. My bad.
Oh, jeez. How about the one that Alcoholic Anonymous uses? I don't even know the verse name or where it is or anything. But I'll take that one if you can figure that out.
let's see. Romans 7:8, James 5:16, Luke 6:31.
Sure, let's go with that one.
Luke 6:31. All right, Luke 6 and then 31. Do to the other guy you like him do to you. Beautiful verse. Thank you.
Beautiful. That is not the one I was thinking of, but that's okay. We'll go with that one.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
yeah. And then we got some people in the back. I opened up the panel. So if y'all have any questions for our debaters, feel free to ask away. Everybody make sure you slam that like button. And if you'd like to support the channel further, we do have a little bit of work to get to that goal still. Feel free to submit a super chat. That directly supports the channel.
Hey, Nine, good talking to you.
Hello.
I couldn't really get a sense of like where you're at in terms of the inflation cosmology. Do you think the age of our observable universe is very old, or do you think it's young?
I personally believe in young Earth. I believe that the universe and the Earth would be somewhere between 6,000 to 10,000 years.
So do you think that there was an inflation event to the universe?
I personally do not believe so. I won't rule it out. And I actually, if you're coming at it from a Christian standpoint, I don't even think that the universe being young would entirely rule it out. I think it would be completely possible that God could have done something like that. I just personally don't believe in it.
All right. And do you know how many galaxies we've observed statistically to exist?
I do not know.
It's 2 trillion.
Okay.
So that's a really large number. And it doesn't seem to me that it's proper design to build 2 trillion galaxies to get a very small amount of a very small rock to have a very small number of creatures.
So you say to get. What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that, of course, again, from my point of view, I don't think there's any purpose to any of this or any design. So I don't have to postulate any design. The system is the system. But your position is that this is a divinely ordained system that is designed. That's what your argument is from. So what I'm saying is it would be like me constructing something the size of the United States to get something the size of a grain of sand.
Well, I don't think that God created the entire universe to try and create life. I think he created the entire universe and then decided to put life in it.
6,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, if you have an entity that can create galaxies and universes, why would it be out of the realm of possibility that it could have done it in such a short span of time?
So to be clear then, you do think that the human species on Earth is the divine purpose?
What divine purpose? What do you mean?
Well, you keep talking about the correct sequence and the right way things should be done and how things ought to be, which implies there's a design blueprint, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that design blueprint have a purpose? That's what blueprints do.
I think the purpose would be for how God made the universe to work. Like, it's just, this is how he designed it to work.
Which would mean he designed it to get humans. That's kind of a point I think you made, right?
No, I think that he designed humans to function the way humans are designed to function, and he designed the universe in the way to function how he designed that to work.
So I don't you're think saying that humans are a second thought, like an afterthought, and God designed them as like a mod to the universe after the base code was done? Or are you suggesting that it was the purpose?
If you read Genesis, we were very much the last thing God made. So I would say, yeah, we were put on the end. If you want my own,
There is a super chat from Nobody on Fire. I also forgot to mention the panelists are no longer immune to mutes. So feel free to mute away if you guys want to mute somebody. You can also kick people. Please don't kick the primary panelist. But if you guys want to kick or mute other people, feel free to. And then the super chat question was Nobody on Fire 9. How did photons travel millions of light years in 6 to 10,000 years?
Well, I mean, if you have a entity that can create an entire universe, what's to say that part of the functionality of that, as according to the Bible, is God is outside of creation. So what's to say he couldn't just pick it up from one point and move it over to the other point by taking it out of the universe? And also, if we do know that the universe is expanding, it was obviously a lot smaller when it started.
No. Okay. Excellent. So that's interesting then. So from your point of view, the trees in the Garden of Eden had tree rings and Adam had a belly button.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the purpose of Adam's belly button? Why was it designed?
I don't know, to lay out that the rest of humanity would be that way.
Okay. But Adam could have had not have a belly button, and the rest of humanity, because they would have been placental mammals, would have had belly buttons. Why would God give Adam a belly button?
I'd say familiarity, so that his kids wouldn't be weirded out.
Okay. And God thought of that.
Yeah, if he's an intelligent engineer, of course he would have thought of that.
But he didn't think, like 2 trillion galaxies seems like a lot.
So, have you ever done world building or designed something for the fun of it?
No, not really.
I have, and it is very normal for people who do that sort of thing to go all out for no reason other than they enjoy doing it. I very much believe that creation was largely a hobby for God, and that humanity's purpose was
when I do
companionship
world
with
building,
God.
I include a bunch of different races like dwarves and elves with and I have dragons and stuff. Like I go all out, right? And I have dragons and all stuff like that. Where are the dragons?
Well, there's reason to believe that they were there and they're dead. But we also have some pretty bizarre stuff, like the colossal squid. That's a thing. So yeah, there's the way that we'd do things, and there's also people who design things and they don't do that. One of my favorite sci-fis is BattleTech, and BattleTech largely doesn't have too much of that stuff. And it's a very well done world building.
But by the way, Kurt, just really quickly, can you tag me in, quote unquote, when you're done? Because I don't know how much time 9 Lives has. I know there's probably multiple people that want to ask.
I definitely will. Yeah, I just have.
I wanted to pick up on something
that you had here all night.
I have one more line that I want to get through. So
I know, I'm just joking.
I know.
You're accepting the Genesis account, and you're accepting that it was written shortly after it happened, right?
I do not believe it was written shortly after. Actually,
so what's the time frame between when it was happening and when it was written?
Most Christian theologians believe that Genesis was written by Moses.
Okay, so and roughly when do you have Moses in your timeline?
That would be. I'm not entirely certain of when most theologians claim that would have happened.
What's your guess? I'm not worried about what you think, theologians.
My guess would be 2,000-ish years later, maybe.
2,000 years after the creation, so somewhere around 2200 BCE?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't really know the numbers. It's just like a random guess.
And let's say that it was 1200 BCE. That's a common guess, right?
Okay.
And then you're saying Moses wrote about his death, or someone else finished it for him?
His death. Genesis.
Yeah, Moses dies at the end of the books.
He does not die in Genesis, though.
No, he doesn't die in Genesis. But I'm saying, like, all 5 books, Moses wrote them, and then he wrote about his death, or someone else finished it for him, or God did it?
I think he wrote the book, the English. I would say that the book that writes about Moses' death, Moses didn't write, but the other books he did.
And do you know who did write that part?
It was most likely Joshua.
Okay, so multiple authors though, not just one author.
Yeah, the Bible has multiple authors. This is a
All right,
very
and
well-known
then
fact.
you're saying they wrote this sometime between 1300 and 1100?
They're written at some point that would have been well after the creation event.
All right, and when you read Shakespeare, do you think it sounds like modern English?
No,
Right, you can tell it's different, right?
right?
So the Hebrew that Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy are written in is what's called early biblical Hebrew.
Okay.
And do you know when that language first shows up on Earth?
No.
600 BC.
Okay.
So what you're postulating is that the story of Genesis accurately got passed down through the flood without being written down, and then all the way through Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, 200 years in Egypt to Moses, and he wrote it down correctly? Or are you saying God told him the story word for word?
I'm saying God told Moses the story word for word, and then
Okay, and it came
through the-
directly from God to Moses.
yes, there are several stories in the Bible that operate under that logic.
Okay, so I would just like you to go through and read it and see if it looks like that to you.
I have read it. That's what it would look like to
Okay,
me.
and
Yes.
you think God would tell the same story twice in two different ways all the time? Because that's how God would
I
think about
think
it, because
that-
it's
I
designed?
think that God would tell the story one. What do you mean in two different ways?
Well, Adam and Eve is the second creation story. Genesis 1 to like verse 4 of chapter 2 is one story, and then Genesis 2, 3 through 4 are a different story that tells things in a different order.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The
No,
order of
there's
the order of
only-
creation in Genesis 1 is fundamentally different from the order of creation in Genesis 2. And
No,
in Genesis
it's
1,
not.
God makes men and women together. In Genesis 2, Eve is
So-
formed from a rib.
Have you considered that a story can be summarized?
Why would you tell the same story twice in a row?
You can summarize it to give a basics and then go into more detail afterwards. That is a thing that is commonly done by a lot of people.
Are most summaries half the length of the full story?
What are you getting at with this?
I'm getting at the construction of the Torah doesn't look like it had a single author, and it's written in a language that could not possibly have been written by a man named Moses, because it didn't exist when that man named Moses existed.
So okay, so one, the Bible in general having multiple authors is a very well accepted fact. And two, the language that of the current recordings of the Bible that we know about are in this early Hebrew language that you brought up. But if you know anything about Israeli history, they would have had scribes who would have been keeping up with that stuff and keeping.
No, the language did not exist at all as Hebrew until after like 1000 BC. Like at the time of the Exodus, the language Hebrew did not exist.
And where are you getting this from?
From the understanding of language from linguists who look in places where writing starts and find out where the first inscriptions are of that writing.
Okay, and which linguists or historians or whatever are saying that the Hebrew language doesn't exist until 1000 BC?
Israel Finkelstein and Silber in their book, The Bible Unearthed.
Israel Finkelstein. Let me.
You don't have to Google it right now.
I'm going to.
It's a book called The Bible Unearthed. You ought to read it. It'd be very good for you to read.
Okay, so Israel Finkelstein is an Israeli archaeologist, professor emeritus at Tel Aviv University and the head of the School of Archaeological and Maritime Cultures in the University of Haifa. Okay, so he's an Ashkenazi Jew. Okay, let me go ahead and see. I'm going to look up something.
Yeah, go ahead, but I'm not wrong, and I'm going to let Leo take over.
So 9 lives. You reject the hot Big Bang model. Do I have that correctly?
I personally do, yes. I'm not going to completely rule it out as impossible, though.
Okay. So have you ever heard of the cosmic microwave background?
I have not, no.
So this is effectively So to just be direct, science doesn't prove things. Proof isn't a concept you deal with in science. But if it were, the first thing that would come to my mind as proof for any sort of scientific idea would be the cosmic microwave background as proof for the Big Bang. So what it is essentially this background of electromagnetic radiation. And when we look out into space, when we focus our radio telescopes out into space, regardless of how far out we look, we get the same exact electromagnetic signature. It's about 2.5 Kelvin. Again, it doesn't matter what direction you look. It doesn't matter how far out you look. It's the same. So it's considered a near perfect black body radiation, which only happens when radiation is released from things in some sort of thermal equilibrium. The reason that most cosmologists would say if proof existed in science, this is proof for the hot Big Bang, is that there is no known physical process that can produce a near perfect black body radiation of the type that the CMB is without the universe having been very early in its history in a very hot and very dense state from which it evolved. So if that did not happen, if the universe was never in such a state, how would you approach solving this problem and explaining what the cosmic microwave background is? Something we have directly observed for the last roughly 60 or 70 years to greater and greater detail.
I wouldn't know. I'm not that level of educated in physics. Like I said, I personally don't accept the Big Bang Theory, at least as presented, but I'm not going to rule it out as impossible. I would just say that if it is something that we can prove happened, I wouldn't say that that proves there is no God. I would just prove that.
Oh, sure. This isn't about, I can grant you God exists for specifically the point that I'm making, just because it's not relevant. So given that your education in physics is not up to par, and I don't mean that in any sort of...
I know.
It's
high school level, basically. Yeah.
Do you think it would be worthwhile to trust the cosmologists who have spent their lives studying these things?
I'd say yeah. So if they're saying that there's a solid enough evidence and you can't really find anybody equally as intelligent saying it's not, I will accept that. There might be another explanation for how it got there, but like I said, I'm not even going to pretend to know.
And I agree that there could be, but as physics currently stands, we cannot conjure up a mechanism that would produce it the way that we observe it. And just to provide a little bit of background knowledge as to sort of why the CMB exists and why it's such powerful confirming evidence for the hot Big Bang, is because if our theories with respect to particle physics are correct, and they almost certainly are, at least where their descriptions are effective, at least up to the proper energy scales. What this means is that very, very early in the universe, the protons and the electrons would have existed in what's called a plasma, the fourth state of matter, as it's often called. This is where electrons are ionized to the point that they are no longer bound to the nuclei of atoms, and you have atomic nuclei and electrons sort of existing in a hot soup, you might say. And when you have photons or electromagnetic radiation in this hot soup as well, those photons, that electromagnetic radiation, will scatter off of, bounce off of, so to speak, the electrons and the protons. So if the universe was very, very, very hot very early in its history, this is the state that all of the matter in the universe would have been in. It would have been a hot soup of protons, electrons, with the photons scattering off of them. Now, given that the universe would be expanding, at some point, the universe would cool down to a point where those stable atoms would be able to form, at which point they would no longer scatter that light, that electromagnetic radiation, which would then be free to stream through the vacuum of space. Those photons, that light, is the cosmic microwave background. So to clarify, this is how we know that the universe very, very, very early in its history was in a very, very hot and very dense state, and that it has evolved from that state into the universe that we see today. And this also ties into, and I'll wrap up with this point because I'm sure, again, there's a lot of other people that have some things to say here, that the universe is about 70% hydrogen, the baryonic mass energy density. So the density of the mass that the matter that we can see that interacts with light, baryonic matter as it's often called, it is about 70% hydrogen and about 23 or 24% helium, something like that. So the reason why the two lightest elements on the periodic table are the two most abundant elements in the universe, even now, is because when this moment happened, when the universe cooled to the point that stable atoms could form, the atoms that formed were hydrogen and helium, the two simplest atoms in the universe, which explains why there is such an abundance of hydrogen and helium in the early universe. This moment would have been what cosmologists, the jargon is the moment of last scattering, the moment that photons last scattered off of the electrons and the protons before they formed stable neutral atoms that light was no more longer capable of scattering off of. So these two events, the cosmic microwave background and the abundance of light elements, coincide with one another. They corroborate each other in terms of the mechanism that produced them, because that mechanism produced both at the same time. This seems to corroborate, like I said, this idea that the universe very, very early in its history was in a very hot and very dense state and has evolved into the universe that we see today. So I think that regardless of whether one believes in God, that they should accept the hot Big Bang model. And in fact, I think you even alluded to this in your discussion with Pierce, that if one grants the hot Big Bang, they can use that to argue for the existence of God. In fact, one of the most popular Christian apologists alive today, William Lane Craig, developed an argument in 1970 that does exactly that. And I'll leave it there, whoever wants to jump in.
Well, that does beg one big question then.
What's that?
Is the universe a soup?
Right now, no. But if the hot Big Bang model is true, and I think that it is, at some point in its history, you could say the universe was just a really hot soup that hadn't cooled down enough. You got to let the soup cool down before you can eat it, you know.
First it was a soup, and now it's a frozen soup. Got it.
Yeah.
I had to make the joke. But yeah,
no, it's always good fun.
Yeah, no, that was interesting, and I know. Yeah, I've heard the argument there. Yeah, so like I said, I'm never
just something for you to think about and all that stuff. I don't present this to try to make you not believe in God or anything, because I think that scientific facts simplicator, which just means in and of themselves without considering any outside context, empirical facts, scientific facts simplicator don't bear on the existence or the non-existence of God. You can't use science alone in and of itself with no other context to show that God exists or to show that he doesn't. Now, when you incorporate science and you start adding in extra context, maybe you can get some arguments for or against the existence of God, but science alone can't do it. And so I just present this because I want people to accept the science as we as a species have come to understand it, and to accept the universe for what our best observations can show us that it is.
Mm-hmm.
I yield.
Out of curiosity, Jay Money, did you have a question for Pierce? Because I didn't want to step on your toes, and Pierce said he had to go here in a few minutes.
Oh no! I asked him the question already in the private chat. You can
in private. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. I
appreciate you, Jay.
Yeah. Before
anyone have any questions for Pierce before he needs to go? I know he said he had to go.
Right.
His wife was going to be very mad at him if he doesn't go to bed at a reasonable time.
Happy life.
For you, Pierce. Actually,
Yeah, I can chat for a few minutes if anyone has.
Donnie's got a question. I think his mic's a little low. Donnie, I don't know if you can turn that up a little bit.
Can you hear me any better?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just had a quick question for you about the concept of abstracts. So do you think that independent of a mind, these abstract concepts exist, or would you hold that they're just a way to reference a set of properties?
Yeah, I think the second, they're a way to reference it. That concept, exists even if nobody thought of it. Maybe the cure for cancer exists as a concept, but just nobody's thought of it yet.
Yeah, I think you might benefit from looking into nominalism. Like I said in the back chat there, I think that would be a good way to combat some of the abstracta points that Nine was making.
Can I clarify that as a nominalist, just because that, not that that's that Donnie's making a bad point, but sometimes that can be a lot to throw on somebody. I think it's important to clarify the distinction between abstracta, which is just plural for abstractum, which just means a thing that's abstract. Abstracta and concreta, or abstract things and concrete things. Most metaphysicians today will say that abstract things are going to be things that do not stand in causal relations. That is, they don't cause things to happen. The number 2 does not cause stuff to happen. So it's an abstractum. It's an abstract concept. An electron does cause things to happen. When you flip the light switch in your house, that's because of electrons. Electrons stand in causal relations, so electrons are concrete. Now, nominalism about abstracta is the idea that abstracta don't actually exist. They're not things in the world. They're these conceptual features of human consciousness and of the human mind, rather than being a thing out in the world. So I am a nominalist. I don't think numbers exist as things out there. I don't think the operations between them or the structures that they can build exists out there somewhere. I would take mathematics to be what I would call a conceptual schema, something developed, contrived by humans that can then be applied to reality as a means of understanding it, where reality is sort of a territory and mathematics is the map. Maps are things humans make. Now, that doesn't mean that the territory is made up and contrived by humans, but the maps that we use to understand it are. And so that's, I think, a good way to sort of at least give someone a beginning intuition for what the difference between abstract and concrete is, and then how a nominalist looks at the world with respect to abstract concepts.
Yeah.
Okay, today I learned I was a nominalist.
There you go.
And I didn't have the right words to explain what the heck I was trying to explain.
Now
So
we
it probably
just need to
didn't seem like that was my position, but that is my position.
Now we
Yeah,
just
that's
need to
why
figure
I
out
wanted
what-
to clarify for you.
Now we just need to figure out what your philosophy of truth is.
Well, I don't have time for that. man.
Yeah, it's a longer conversation, but still, yeah, there's a pretty interesting. People will hold to philosophical positions, even though, and they'll hold to it, but they don't know it, they can't articulate it. So I always find that to be the more engaging kind of conversations that can be had. If nobody else going to go, I have something for 9.
Hey, Taco, real quick. There's a
right.
couple super chats,
Peace
I
out.
think.
Yeah, if he's got super
Did I
chat,
miss one?
Pierce.
Let me double check.
Oh, hello, kitty.
Or did I?
We have.
Oh
we
yeah,
have
there was a
guest.
$20. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I found one. I'm sorry about that. That was my fault.
We
You,
have a guest.
You a cat guy, 9?
I'm a cat guy. That is why
Wait a
they're.
minute.
That is
It
why
did-
my.
So that
She's
$20
she's not going to be happy about this because she's laying down. But
So Bert, I do see the super chat.
Aw.
It didn't show up on my.
It's adorable.
It's not on the. Let me see if maybe if I refresh it. No, that'll. Hang on. Let me refresh this real.
Hi, kitty. You gonna chew on the plastic bag now, you silly goose? Did he leave?
No, I was just refreshing it to see if it showed up on my screen because it wasn't showing up on my screen.
Gotcha.
I know.
Oh, it's a good kitty.
So I can see the super chat. I apologize for some reason that didn't come through on the restream. But Bert, I do appreciate that he did a massive super chat, $20.
Nice.
Just to be clear, you can't imagine how the universe came about naturally, but you can imagine that an all-powerful space wizard who requires no explanation for his existence pulled the universe out of its cosmic ass.
Not a space wizard, a space engineer who had way too much time and probably caffeine. Wizards use magic. I don't believe in magic. I believe in a guy that had a lot of time on his hands.
JL, I think it's your
Yeah.
turn. You want
Okay,
to
sweet. Yeah, I
buddy?
just want to make sure I didn't step on anybody's toes, because this may get in depth. But I'm going to try and go as
With you? Never.
yeah, right. I'm going to try and be as succinct as I can. So the topic of the debate, and I caught bits and pieces because I had to go back and forth. I'm helping my wife do her office, construct her new office. Was logic and science providing evidence, or I guess logic and science providing evidence for the existence of a god? And
Good evidence.
Yeah, good evidence for a god. And throughout the debate, and I never heard it get touched on, and probably, I mean, I don't for whatever reason, but Well, first, before I dive into this question, I have to know, Nine, do you understand what epistemology is?
I've heard the term used before. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Okay, so epistemology is just the study of how we know things. It's a study of how we develop knowledge. Okay, so like knowledge itself being different from what beliefs are. Okay, so beliefs and knowledge, different things, interrelated but different things. Okay, so epistemology is the study of how we know things. Ontology, the study of like first principles, underlying concepts, grounding, features, stuff like that. Blah 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 blah. So, and you're familiar with logical fallacies, right?
Yes.
Okay, so like predominantly begging the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like assuming the truth of the conclusion and the premises. All right, so the biggest thing that I saw pointed out, and I'm wondering how the reason I'm asking this question, because I'm trying to understand how you reconcile this, is that all of the things that you brought forward, all of the argumentation, even though there were no real like syllogisms brought forward, but of all the arguments that you brought forward, all of them were front loaded with the assumption of intentionality. So, like for example, when you invoked randomness, you're revoking randomness and like the unlikelihood that this would randomly take place in a specific way, but that assumes that there is intentionality for a specific outcome, and that the reason it was so fantastically improbable is because the person is that whatever agent was intending the outcome had no control over the odds, and so therefore it's like amazing. It's like so improbable. But if there's no intentionality behind existence in and of itself, behind the existence of the universe, then all odds, then every outcome is equally possible. We also don't know if like the universe can exist in any other way other than how we perceive it as far as like stability goes. So it seemed like with every single thing you put forward, you were begging the question of the existence of a thing to have the intention of an outcome that we currently of an outcome that was meant to be, that they desired. And I'm wondering if the thing was about logic and science leading to good evidence for a God, how do you reconcile that everything you presented was ostensibly begging the question out of your personal incredulity?
I think you misunderstood what I was saying when I brought that up. Because obviously we ended up the way we did. The universe ended up the way it did, regardless of how we got here. The point that I was bringing up is that, okay, we know the outcome. It has to be here regardless. The likelihood of this specific set of circumstances happening becomes very mathematically low. And you are correct. It could end up in any direction, and they would all have an equal probability. But that would also mean that everyone has a equally low probability of happening. When I have a situation like that, you would that's the point I was trying to make.
It's still
more likely seeing inconsistent random things happening, but instead we see a lot of intricacy and
when we talk about randomness, in this context, we're talking about just non-intentional. Is like it is the way it is because of the prior circumstances that facilitated the way it is, but we're not talking that just means it's not intended to be that way. That's just the way it turned out as a result of the conditions that facilitated that particular state.
I think deterministic is probably a better word.
Yeah, you can use deterministic in this. It would be better, would be more accurate than random in this. But you can use random, but you have to be really careful, because using random in the sense that you're using it leads to terms like, accident and stuff like that, like unintended outcomes. Okay, but all of this terminology, the way you're using it, implies the existence of an agent or agency that has intention for a specific outcome.
Jay, 1 second. I think random really is wrong in a specific sense. If you're a chef in a kitchen, you have all the ingredients in the kitchen available to you that you can use randomly, but you're constrained by what's in that kitchen. And the kitchen is a constraint. So we see variability, that's for sure, but there are constraints, and those constraints determine what's going to persist. So to say that it's purely random is to miss a key component, which is that it is constrained.
The word a statistical mechanic would use is stochastic.
Stochastic.
So there are certain processes that are stochastic in reality.
Hi, Cupper.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
So to use your kitchen analogy here, I'm going to point out that you mentioned there's a chef in the kitchen. The thing is, if we're going off of, evolution and the Big Bang, the non-intelligent design route, that would be more comparable to taking a portable kitchen and throwing it off the edge of a cliff and seeing how likely you are to get a stew.
Actually, no, but I'll let JL continue.
So here's the issue: is that if you remove the intentionality from it, then where the universe currently is and like the state of life on this planet is simply the way it is as a result of the variables that facilitated this existence. Okay. If there's no intentionality, then there was equal opportunity. I mean, it just depended. Like, for example, the reason Homo sapiens exists as opposed to like Homo neanderthalensis, which is, the reason that we outlasted them was as a result of the selection pressures that facilitated our survival over theirs. Okay. So that's how we outlasted them. There's no intentionality behind that because all it would take was just a few changes to some different outcomes, some different adjustments to those variables, and they would have out-survived us. But that's just not the way the genetics played out. There's no reason to infer intentionality from that because there were other members of our species, of our genus, other members of our genus that also had their own cultures, their own art, their own music, their own poetry, their own beliefs, or whatever those might be, that much of which has been long since lost to history. We know that in some ways they were in a sense spiritual, okay, or they thought about these things, but their deeper meanings are gone because they're lost with them. But we do know that that's the way it shook out. But there's no reason to infer. There's nothing in the natural world and nothing in the world we have access to that would imply or entail that was the way it was meant to shake out.
The issue I take with what you're saying, though, is all it really does is it just kicks the can down the road.
Could I ask him a question, Neen, real quick with what he said?
Sure.
Jail, you said there were multiple other. Was the word genesis?
Wait, there's what? There's multiple other members of our genus. I think there's like 12 or 13 other members of our genus that are now extinct.
Like there weren't just Neanderthals, but
Homo naledi is the one that you're talking about.
There were other ones that you used the example that were either religious or had other similar histories to us.
Yeah, Cupper, that's correct. That's Homo naledi in South Africa.
Yeah, but where are you pulling the fact that you're saying they had the similarities to us? Like
they thought similarly to us?
Do you have evidence of it?
Yes, archaeology. It's
a genuine question because I haven't heard of this.
The answer is yes.
So it'd be interesting to actually know the answer to that.
The answer is yes. There is evidence. There is evidence through anthropology and archaeology of excavated remains and excavated habitations that reveal evidence of spiritual, at least what we would consider, what Homo sapiens would consider spiritual thinking. The covering of the dead, ritual burial, various other things that go along with
burying them with objects, with specific objects, stuff like that.
That's
effigy.
Thank you.
So I was just
seriously, Cupper. Just look up the findings for Homo naledi in South Africa. It's Naledi, and they're quite a bit older and different than we are morphology wise, but they definitely did many of the things that we associate with spirituality.
Yeah. So
and real fast, there's a super chat. Hayden Walton
hit me with a link for that.
Real fast,
there's just Google it, man. I'm in the middle of a conversation.
Hayden Walton says to even consider fine tuning, intent must be first granted. That's a great point, Hayden.
So,
and since we have nice jail tonight, I'm gonna bring out his twin.
Why?
I will say, like I said, so
JL Funny. That's the name of that picture.
Yeah.
What I will say though, with the can kicking thing, the issue I take with that is, like I said, it's kicking the can down the road.
Wait,
okay,
no. How is it kicking the can down the road?
So we're the result of these circumstances, and that's the result of those circumstances, and that's the result of those circumstances. Eventually, you get to the point where it's like, okay, everything is dependent on more circumstances before it, which, okay, so to use the Big Bang here, for example, we'll grant this as being a fact. We'll grant this as being a fact for this. Okay, what's the circumstances that led to the pre-Big Bang circumstances?
Okay, so effectively, what we're getting into is we're getting into philosophical territory, because when we're talking about like with logic, with like science in and of itself, we're talking about prior states of the universe. Okay, now prior states of the universe, we can hypothesize about what those states might be, but we don't know because we don't have access to them. Now, we have many hypotheses about what those states might be and how they might, whatever. It is even the idea that they are completely unquantifiable in humans can't even conceptualize them, which is fine. Okay, ultimately the answer is, from a scientific perspective, is we don't know. Okay, philosophically speaking,
real fast, we do have Howdy wanting to pop in. If anybody does want Howdy to join, feel free to pay to kick somebody on the panel. Oh, somebody just left.
Somebody. Okay.
So philosophically speaking,
let them pay to kick you.
So philosophically speaking, we can talk about what is more likely, what is most parsimonious, okay, and what we have rational justification to conclude. Okay. Now, getting into these concepts, are you familiar with what's known as Agrippa's trilemma?
No.
Okay. So I'm trying to keep us out of the weeds, okay? Because I just wanted to address how you reconcile the fallacies that you were committing in your world, like in your argumentation. Every single worldview winds up on one horn of the trilemma, okay? It's at this point right now, it's unavoidable. You're either going to wind up at infinite regress, you're going to wind up at circularity, or you're going to wind up at basically brute contingency, just a brute fact, okay? So the question then is, existence in and of itself, the existence of the universe, defined as the sum total of all things that exist. All right. The question then is, the universe, we have the universe, it exists. The question then is, did something make the universe, or has the universe always existed?
So this is where I would say logic plays into this all. So, okay, and going back to the circumstances thing, you're either going to end up in a situation where it's like brute force, circularity, or what was the other one?
You've got no. You've got brute facts, meaning that it simply is without explanation. Okay, that's effectively what your God is in your worldview. It is a brute fact. It exists. It has always existed. It will always exist. There is no explanation for its existence. It simply is that. It is a brute fact. The thing is, when we talk about these in these concepts, okay, you can either trace the universe back and just say it's an infinite success, an infinite regress of universes, or like whatever, going all the way back infinite, ad infinitum, or you can say it's circular. It just goes round and round and round. But those are both logically those are both problematic. But the third one is brute contingency, okay, or just basically a brute fact. All right. Now, in your worldview, the theistic worldview, the one brute fact that exists is your God. Okay, God exists as a brute fact, and everything that is not the God actualizes from it.
Necessary.
Well, let me put it like this, and I'm going to try and avoid anything more religious or anything more theological when I say this. I'm going to try and go purely from logic. So if the universe and the current state that it's in comes from a continuous, it's the circumstance and circumstance and circumstance, you are going to eventually get to a point where, this is a chain reaction. This is just a chain reaction.
That's if you hold to infinite regress. Yes.
The thing is, show me an example of a chain reaction.
I don't hold to that. I didn't finish what I was saying. I don't personally hold to that. I was just describing the other horns of the trilemma so you'd understand them.
Right.
Now I personally hold to the brute fact horn. That's where I land, because it is the most parsimonious. Do you understand what parsimony is? The principles of parsimony?
I've never heard of the principles of
okay.
parsimony.
So it is always a principle of parsimony is that it is always better to reduce, do not multiply your entities unnecessarily. Meaning, don't make any more conclusions than is don't make any more assumptions than is necessary to support your conclusion. Okay. So when we talk about where I fall is brute, that existence in and of itself, the universe is a brute fact. The universe has always existed. It will always exist. It just changes states. And we humans argue this happens to be one state that is possible. Okay. But it just changes states. All right. Now, your worldview, you have the God as the brute fact. That thing is the thing that has always existed, will always exist. There is no explanation for it. It is simply there. But the problem is we have access to the universe. We know the universe exists. We can demonstrate the universe exists. But you can't do that for your God without begging the question.
Okay, but then again, going back to just this logically,
Which
if
would be
the
logic.
universe, so with logic, if the universe is the thing that always exists and is just constantly changing itself, again, then you run into the problem of essentially the universe, the universe essentially creating itself.
No, because it wasn't created. There is no creation event. There's
Jail,
simply
I think you have to explain it in a different way for him.
How about I think I'm good. I'm good, Cupper.
Well, I want to hear. I want to hear what Cupper has to say.
Well, no. I was just saying that Jail explained it in a way that I don't think you understood it.
The way he was explaining it basically comes down to that the universe is the thing that is always there and will always exist without explanation, and that its state changes. The reason I say that would just become the universe creating itself is because, well, that's this.
But it doesn't.
Not creation in the sense of something making it.
I'm
but
sorry,
creation
guys. Can you guys hear the voice of text?
No.
Oh, good. Because I can hear every message right now.
Yeah, we can't. So when I say
that's not what's entailed. If the universe has always existed and will always exist, then there is no creation point. And okay, there's just things that are the result of prior states. That's all it is. If the universe, literally, we understand that energy in itself from a physics perspective is the capacity to do work. Matter is the result of work being done. And there are different forms of energy, but energy in and of itself, as we understand it, cannot be created nor destroyed. So if the universe is itself fundamentally energy, then the universe, it tracks, it is logically consistent to hold that the universe in and of itself has always existed. It just changes states. The only difference is that this state of the universe in which matter is possible after the cooling event, the inflation event leading to the cooling event, is that it's produced. Is that the possibility of organic matter, of organic material that we call life, can exist, and we are sitting here asking questions about it. But that doesn't mean that we're intended to be here to ask questions. If we hold parsimoniously, not assuming anything exists that we don't have access to and we can't demonstrate access to, then holding to the universe being a brute fact would be the more parsimonious, unless you are able to demonstrate that a God exists without begging the question.
Well, then again, the problem you run into is that this is dependent on a chain reaction, and chain reactions don't just always happen. Something has to kick it off. So not if
it's in a constant state of no. That's not how energy works.
Okay, you'd have to then display that this is a chain reaction.
It's not a chain reaction because that's not how energy works. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to get past this part to get to the point where to get back to my original question. I understand that as far as like the terminology goes, that not knowing it. I don't expect everybody to have the level of interest in philosophy that I do, or that many of us on this panel do. But
do you mind if I read the definition of chain reaction?
Sure.
A chemical reaction or other process in which the products themselves promote or spread the reaction, which under certain conditions may accelerate dramatically. So the issue with what you're saying is that it is a chain reaction.
Doesn't apply in quantum mechanics, and I'm trying not to go into that.
the current state is a result of the previous state.
Causality is not a concept identical to chain reaction.
Yeah. So I'm trying. Okay, 9. These are like, I'm not trying to get into like a quantum mechanics seminar on this, or a physics seminar on this, or a cosmology seminar on this. I'm trying
we should absolutely do that.
I'm trying
100%.
to address your reasoning here. The whole point is looking at the natural world and what we have access to. Assuming that there are things external of that we cannot demonstrate access to. The fact that in order for the things that you point at as being evidence, you have to beg the question first for those things to be evidence, is the thing that concerns me. It's it's the big thing that didn't get brought up during the debate, which is why I wanted to ask, how are you reconciling that?
So I looked this up. A chain reaction is a form of causality. It's a causal chain.
Well, yeah, chain reactions are causal, but not all causal processes are chain reactions. And just really quickly, I want to address something in the chat from Hayden Walton. I'm not sure what differentiates a brute fact from infinite regression. Need to look into that. Something is brutally contingent if it exists, could have not existed, and there is no explanation for why it does rather than it doesn't. Something is brute if it's explanationless, so to speak, whereas an infinite regression would be a series of explanations going back ad infinitum. And just for some clarification, Bill says a brute fact just exists necessarily. If something's brute, it's not necessary. Yeah. Bruteness implies contingency, which is different from necessity.
Right.
Now, I'm going to make two arguments here. I would argue that what you're arguing for would be a causal chain. I would say that it would be at least comparable to a chain reaction, that it is, and it would be a causal chain. And then again,
I think JL would grant you that. Causal chain, I don't know if he would grant the terminology chain reaction, but there's nothing inconsistent with there being a causal chain that goes back ad infinitum. Because because every member of the set is caused, and for every caused member of the set, there is a previous event to cause it. It's consistent.
The events within the system. Okay, assuming what is true for events within the system is also necessarily true for the system in and of itself, it would be a composition fallacy. So the things that there could be that within the set of itself, within the universe itself. Okay, the universe itself just functionally changes states as a result of what it's doing, which requires going into areas of science that I don't want to bog everything down with. Okay, so because I mean, given where we're at, do you at least recognize that? Or let me ask you this: see if I can just cut straight to the quick, so someone else can jump in here, because I don't want to get lost in the weeds. All right. Are you able to demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing without begging the question? Is that a thing you do? Yes or no?
Well, I'm going to actually use my other argument. I'm going to answer that question with another question. Can you do the same for the concept of the universe being that infinite thing? Because here's the thing, by your own logic, the universe being here the way that it isn't exactly proof that it's always been there either.
Okay, so the point is, where I was going down there is that the conclusion that I hold to regarding the universe itself is rationally justified per the evidence. It doesn't require me to assume or beg the question of the existence of anything else in order to justify this. Yes, I recognize that there is a logical issue at the horn. That's what the trilemma points out. Every worldview winds up on a horn. You can't avoid it. We can't avoid it currently. That's a problem that's a philosophical problem that's been identified. Agrippa's trilemma. But that's okay. Just because we're stuck there doesn't mean we'll always be stuck there. It just means we're currently stuck there. So we have to operate from one of those horns. I choose to operate from the most parsimonious one, the one that requires the fewest assumptions, the one that the evidence points at. Or seems to be pointing towards.
I would argue that it needs more assumptions.
It doesn't, because I'm not assuming anything that we don't have access to.
Can I clarify the point that JL's making? Because I agree almost completely with JL here
I understand the point.
The metaphysics.
Like, I get the point. It's not that I don't understand it. It's that I don't agree with it.
Okay, so but that's where parsimony comes in. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. When I ask the question, can you demonstrate that your God entity exists to do all the stuff you think it's doing, being a concrete thing, to do all the stuff you think it's doing without begging the question?
So, can you do the same for the universe having always existed?
Yes.
No, you can't. Because
yes.
you
No.
can't show me you can't
We
show me the
can.
previous state.
We can.
You can't show me the previous state that it was in, though.
But we know. No. But nine.
Both of them depend on something that you can't show. I lean towards there being a God, because I can look at what's here and say, this is a little too complicated and a little bit too
But that's an argument for personal incredulity. Okay? So we do know that there were prior states of the universe.
How do we know that?
Okay, so simple logic tells us that because there is something, and that it is logically contradictory for something to come from what we would ostensibly call the philosophical void, okay, or nothing, because the philosophical void essentially is a kind of like mental, it's a term we use to describe when there is nothing to reference. Okay, but that's problematic, because when I say there's nothing to reference, I'm referencing something that is unreferenceable, which makes it something. See, it's problematic. So something can't come from nothing in its simplest terms. Okay, that's a logical contradiction. So as there was something, it is logical to infer that there was always something. Okay, the question then is
the question. A quick second. I think the best way to express that is nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Right. Okay.
Something.
So
out of nothing, nothing comes.
So the question then becomes, what was that something? Was that something just the universe in a different state that we can't currently quantify or even observe because we don't have access to it, because that's how light works? Or was there something else, like an agent that intended for everything and has all of these things, whatever? The thing is, one of them makes just that question alone requires you to make one more assumption than us. We don't assume there was anything other than the universe, because the universe is currently here. We know it existed, and if the universe has always existed, there's no logical contradiction there. But
it requires you to assume that something as complicated as the current state
no. The state right now the universe is in.
No. You have to assume just as much as I do. I have to assume that there is something intelligent to make this. You have to assume that something as complicated as what we have can happen by accident.
Please. Not that accident is the wrong term. I already described earlier why you shouldn't use that. Accident,
unintentional accident. You know what I mean?
Okay, no.
Just as many things as me.
An accident is an unintended outcome from a preferred outcome. Okay, there's an accidental outcome. It's something that you had.
You know what I mean when I say
but here's the problem: the terminology has to be specific.
So are you going to get caught up when? Okay, so you know what I mean when I say accident, or else you wouldn't be trying to correct me on it. So you know what I mean.
Yes, but when you open the door,
so hold on. So you know what I mean. That's what matters. So you have to assume
that's not necessarily
just as much as me.
We don't.
Okay. And real fast, there is an audience super chat from Nobody on Fire. Thank you so much. He says 9 quantum fluctuations gonna fluctuate, my guy.
That doesn't.
That's a great point.
It's a great point, but that doesn't disprove what I'm saying, because again, you have to assume that these fluctuations are going to result in something as hyper.
It's not an assumption, because
we've got
it is an assumption.
16 minutes left, and we've got about 16 minutes left on the super chat goal. We're only 9 away. If y'all are enjoying the show, please consider supporting with a super chat, hitting the like button, subscribe button, sharing with a friend. It all helps a ton. I appreciate y'all being here.
So you have to assume that. You have to assume.
No, we don't. But you're not letting me explain why it's not an assumption.
I let you explain a lot. It's my turn to explain.
No, but 9. You keep asserting things that I'm
not asserting anything.
You just asserted that I'm assuming. You just asserted that I'm assuming something that I'm not assuming. I'm not. I'm trying to explain to you why it's not an assumption.
It is an assumption, though. That's the problem. It is.
But wait. If I can 9. If I can explain to you how it's not an assumption, is it still an assumption?
I can explain to you why I think the God being real isn't an assumption.
Okay,
that doesn't mean anything.
Then it goes back to my question. can you demonstrate that the God exists as a causal thing, independent of mind and context, without begging the question?
Yes, because logically having something this complicated can't just happen on its own.
That's an argument from
it
personal
didn't.
incredulity.
So what?
I'm not making an argument for the debate.
You are having to assume just as much as me.
No, I'm not.
You're using
No,
big
I'm
words,
not.
but it
And
doesn't change what you're doing.
No, I'm
You're
not.
using big words, but it doesn't change what you're doing. You are making this. You are making the same amount of assumptions.
No, I'm not.
That's not true.
Assume that these quantum fluctuations.
Nine. Have you ever heard of
in the exact-
Bayesian probability?
You have to use this. You have to make just as many assumptions. You have to assume.
No,
that these
we don't.
Situations can result in something as.
No, we don't, because they're only no. Hold up. They're only okay. You keep calling them complex. Number one, you keep calling them complex.
They are complex.
You
They
keep
are
no. They're
They are
complex.
complex.
No. Stop.
they're not.
9. Complexity is a subjective like qualifier. Okay.
So then what would
They
you
appear
call it?
complex to you because of like all the moving parts. All right, but they're not,
a lot of moving
but
parts
they're
in
not
the
complex
fluctuation.
in the sense, in like the cosmological sense. They're just what elements do. That's all they
Okay,
are.
so
So,
you're
no,
telling
I'm
me
not
that
done.
elements. So
I'm
hold on.
not
So you're
done.
just telling me that what elements do is that they're going to just result in a bunch of life and random stuff happening. I'm sorry, that doesn't make sense. That
That is a okay.
Are you
That is
saying
an
causality doesn't
logically
make
it
sense?
makes more sense that something else would design.
no.
it to do
That
these
is
things.
not because literally the debate was about science and logic. You are already assuming you are assuming the truth of your conclusion within your premises. You are assuming the existence of an agent with
You're
intention to
not?
do what you think. No, I'm not. I am literally looking at what we have access to, the universe. I am
too.
saying, what can we hypothesize about prior states? Well, that something existed. Likely it was the universe. I'm not assuming the existence of an agent that I can't demonstrate to exist to do all the things you think it's doing. That is an assumption that you are making at the core of your
All
worldview.
of these states and these quantum fluctuations and all that jazz is going to result in what we have, which again,
Okay,
I'm
fine.
sorry,
Okay, great.
logically doesn't add up.
No, fine. No. It wouldn't add up if there was a logical contradiction.
So
Can you? No,
there
I'm
is
not
a
done. I'm
logical
asking.
contradiction.
Okay, show me the P, not P, in no God existing.
Hold on a second. Hi, kitty. So we got here.
I'm assuming he's going to show the logical contradiction, right?
What's this?
Looks like a box of Legos.
I have no idea.
What happened?
They fell.
You dumped
You're
them on
gonna
the
have to
ground
clean up a lot of
Why
stuff.
don't I have a built Lego set?
because you haven't done it.
Because
Infinite,
that's proper mechanism.
Because I
Because-
haven't
because-
done it.
because no, because that analogy.
Hold on. No. You hold on. I see. The thing is, I have just let physics and reality and all that stuff take the reins. And what did I get? A mess.
You're still assuming the existence of an
do
agent.
you understand
I am
what
telling you
gravitational
right now
fields
that by
are?
your logic, if that's what was
No,
happening,
no,
all
you're
these
not, and you're not
mechanisms
allowing me to.
mess.
No, 9. You're
Dude,
not
I-
allowing me to correct you on this.
I have
That-
let
What you just did,
so
what you
long.
just did is a false analogy.
You have just been going in circles and repeating the same thing, and you haven't even made any of it make sense. By your logic,
Because you won't let me.
I have let you.
No, you haven't. I'm
Yes,
literally
I have.
trying.
I
I'm
have let
trying
you.
to break this
I-
down for you. Okay, number one,
Okay,
you
again,
did not
the
show a
problem
P
that
not
you're
P.
running into is I understand it, but I don't agree with it, and it
No,
doesn't
you-
work.
No,
You
you
don't
don't.
understand it.
You don't at all.
You
Everyone
don't.
on this panel is going to tell you that you don't because you will
okay,
not let
that-
anyone explain it to you.
I have been letting you explain it to me this whole time.
No,
I have
you
given
haven't.
More time to talk than me. You've had more time to talk here. You've had more time to explain to me than I
Can
have
we
even
not?
said anything.
Can we not worry? Can we
So-
not focus on the meta and just respond to what's being said?
Again,
There
the
is
prob-
another super chat question. Let's take a moment to calm down everybody a little bit. I know everybody wants to talk. I get it. Not everybody has an opportunity to talk and have these debates every day, right? But with that being said, I guess a lot of us do actually. But with that being said, I get everybody wants to talk, and nobody on fire. So let's calm down a little bit. And nobody on fire said, 9, your point isn't even sensible. He assumes much less. saying he must assume just as much as completely incorrect, and incredulity equals so what? And then he's judging a loss, is what he's saying.
See, the problem there is, okay, you think that he's not assuming as much. I disagree, and I have reason to disagree. So again,
do you want me to explain why it's true that naturalism is
JL,
intrinsically simpler than theism,
okay,
and
no,
therefore
you are
makes
going
less
into
assumptions?
you're going into
JL,
the realms of
coming
taking
from a theist,
opinion.
Can I ask him a question?
I'm not actually going into the realms of opinion, really.
You are, but I want to hear. I want to hear what.
Not. This is why I
would
asked
like
you
to
earlier if you understood what Bayesian probability is. Do you know what Bayesian probability or Bayesian reasoning is? This is used every day by statisticians. So there's this idea that when we have competing hypotheses, there are certain assumptions that are made to develop those hypotheses. Well, naturalism is intrinsically simpler than theism as a hypothesis because it assumes what we already know, that the natural ontology is real. But theism supposes that not only the natural ontology is real, but some other non-natural ontology is also real. So that's an extra assumption over just assuming that the natural ontology is real. Because where we say there's natural stuff, you say there's natural stuff plus something else. So your worldview fundamentally includes the assumption of an entirely novel, fundamentally dissimilar ontology from the one we can immediately causally interact with, which means that you have at least one more assumption than a naturalist does, which makes naturalism intrinsically simpler than theism. I have debated with theists who have granted this point exactly because simplicity alone does not define parsimony. So again, there's just a lot that's being missed here that I think is important to clarify so that we can come to an agreement on the concepts.
Cool. I want to hear what Cupper's trying to say because he's been trying.
Well, yeah, and he can say what he wants to say when I'm done, and I am now done.
Well, I was just gonna actually ask you to. You said in that there was an extra level of assumption, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait.
No,
I mean, yes. In his
talking
worldview.
I'm sorry. I can't pull up the name right now. The sir with the American flag behind him.
Oh,
Leo.
Leophilius.
Leo. Could you repeat the second part of what you just were explaining to him one more time?
Yeah, so naturalism as this sort of hypothesis. Naturalism as a sort of hypothesis for what there is. Naturalism is the idea that the natural world, physical reality, and all of the stuff inside of it, that's all that exists. Theism says, okay, there's the natural stuff that exists, but there's also a separate ontology, a separate realm of existence of stuff that's not natural, like God and angels and heaven and spirits and all of this, souls, all of these things, which are at least ostensibly purported to be non-natural. I'd be hard-pressed to find theists to think that those are a part of the natural ontology. And so a naturalist assumes that, well, the natural world is all which exists. Now, this is an assumption. Well, not that all which exists, but that the natural world exists is an assumption that a naturalist makes and is an assumption that a theist makes. So there's one assumption for each worldview. But theism also makes the assumption that there's something other than the natural that exists, whereas the naturalist does not. The naturalist only says the natural stuff exists. The theist says the natural stuff plus this other thing exists, which is another added assumption, which again makes naturalism intrinsically simpler than theism with regards to the fact that it makes at least one less assumption than theism does.
I have a
and this can be laid out with the probabilistic calculus. It would take me some time to write it up and then share it, but I could do it if I absolutely had to for those who would be interested, but I don't really want to get bogged down in all that.
I have a concrete demonstration of why that's true that I think that Helldiver has actually kind of already agreed to previously. If I could just cut in and point that out, because
could I just ask him to,
sure.
if on a private sector, I would love to see your point on it. If you could DM me afterwards and do that,
I'm
just
gonna
for my
bring
own research and my own looking at such a thought view.
I'm gonna
But
bring up
I'm
something here. I'm gonna bring up
not gonna
something
keep
here.
anyone.
Okay, so you're
I
talking
was
about
just
how
asking him to lay that out for me so I could look at it in a deeper dive.
Right. I would like to bring up something here to address what was said. Okay, so you guys are your claim to being more likely accurate is you have to assume one less thing.
Nope, I never said anything about accuracy.
Whatever. Okay, but beside the point. So so here's the.
Well,
actually,
I don't
you
think
kind
that's
of
beside
did.
the point.
Kinda
Why
did,
would you be
but
bringing up
not-
accuracy if I
you
didn't mention
kind
it?
of
No.
did,
If I
but
could,
that's beside
Nine,
the point.
if I could speak to you for a second, coming from a theist to a theist.
Yeah.
When you're talking to either, I'm not sure if everyone here, I know some are atheists, some are otherwise. When you're taking a theologist point to this, it's not always
The word
an
is
attack.
theologian.
Theologian.
Theologist works.
Yeah, I know we know what you're saying. I'm just saying.
He's being pedantic.
It's no problem. You can correct me. I'm saying when you're.
I just heard multiple people use it tonight, and I just wanted to put that out there.
So the correct terminology is theologians.
Theologian.
Theologian.
God words.
Okay.
But anyways,
either way, you have to logistically listen to them and hear out their points before you can take the theological issues that we're dealing with and the way we're looking at it and apply ours to them. And also, while they're applying the same evidence as a scientifical basis, we can't always just rely on fairy dust as our absolute promise. We have to also provide evidence, like with the scriptures and how the scriptures are interpreted and how they actually have real world implications, and the fact that the Bible isn't just word of mouth paper.
I'm aware of that. That's why I brought it. It's like, okay, yeah, I've been letting this all be explained. It's just we're getting into looping stuff now, and it's not really making any solid arguments to make me see otherwise. I would also like to bring up, okay, so you brought up that, okay, you assume one less thing you claim. Now, I would disagree on that. I would say that you're putting that same assumption somewhere else. But then let me ask the question: why is
Well,
it?
then where am I putting it?
Okay.
Where am I assuming
already
something
said- I
other
already
than the
said-
natural?
I already said, but that's beside the point.
Well, I must not have
Can
heard
I
you.
finish
No,
my
you
point?
actually never did.
May I please finish
You
what I was
actually-
saying?
you
Well,
actually ne-
no,
you actually
I'm
never
not going to
did.
let you make a claim
okay,
about my
so-
worldview and then not
so
explain the claim that you made.
okay,
So
I
if I'm
did-
assuming something
okay,
other
okay, so
than the
you're
natural, can you
and you're
tell me
not
what
letting-
that is and why it's an
So
assumption
I'm
in my
going to
worldview?
finish. I'm going to finish my point now.
So you're not going to
So-
engage with with
I've
the
already
discussion at
explained.
hand.
I've already explained.
Well,
what
I
think
didn't hear
because
it. I genuinely didn't hear you
you
explain that,
did,
and
you
I would like to
actually-
follow the
no, you-
discussion.
no,
So
you
could you
did.
explain it for me again?
You did, and you
I did
actually
not.
argued against it. It's why you
I did
on
not.
that
I
rant.
did not hear your
Okay, well,
explanation for
yes,
how
you
I
did.
assume
You-
there's something
yes.
other than the natural. And I think it's interesting that
I
you're
didn't
trying
say
to
other
tell
than the
me
nat- I
what
didn't
I
say other
did
than
and
the
didn't
natural.
hear.
I never said
When I
other
didn't
than the
hear
natural.
you say something, you seem to be
I
thoroughly
never-
convinced
okay,
that I
so
heard that I didn't
So
hear.
stop.
So
You're
if
putting words- okay, so I'm gonna
you're
finish my
going to
point now.
claim
I'm gonna
that
finish my
I'm
point now.
assuming
I'm going to finish
something
my point
other
now.
than the natural
I'm
world,
going to finish
I
my
want
point
you to
now.
tell me
I'm
what
going
it
to
is that I am
finish my-
assuming and how it is an
That's not
assumption
what
in my
I said.
worldview.
That's not what I said. So I'm going to finish
Yeah,
my
you
point
did.
now.
You said that I
No,
put that
no,
assumption
you're the
elsewhere.
one adding
The
you're
assumption
the
that there's
one
something
adding-
other than the natural world.
That's the
You're
where
claiming that
that's where
I
you're-
put that
that's
assumption
not what I-
somewhere else.
Hey, buddy,
So where do I
listen
put
for
that
a minute.
assumption?
My God, dude.
Yeah, then respond to what's being said. Don't
okay.
go off into the meta.
No, I'm
Don't
not
claim
going
you
to,
already
okay.
said it. Don't tell me what I did and didn't
Shut
hear.
up!
Engage with what's
Leo,
being said,
calm down
and you
for a
won't be
second, man.
overtalked.
Can I get a word
Engage
in
with what's being said. You claimed that I said, or that I have to make this assumption that I don't have to make,
Leo,
and I want you to
Leo.
explain
Can I get a
how
word
I
in
have to make
edgewise?
this assumption.
Can I get a word
Can
in
you do
edgewise?
that?
Can you stop and actually let me finish a point at all? You are so quick to explain and slow to listen. That's probably why you didn't hear what
I don't
said.
care about the meta. Are you going to respond to what's said,
no, I'm
or are you
going
going to
to
sit
finish-
here and whinge about the
I'm
way the
going to
discussion is
finish
going?
my
I would
point.
prefer you to
I'm
respond
going
to
to
the
finish
things that
my
are being
point.
said. And this is why JL kept
going
over
to
talking you.
finish-
You're not
I'm going
responding
to
to
finish
what's
my
being
point.
said
I'm going to finish my point because you're not even letting me finish a point.
because you're not responding to what's being said.
Okay, so you're going to stop now? Are you going to stop now?
Are you going to respond to what's being said?
So I'm
Guys,
going
there's
to
a super chat. So nobody on fire, thank you for the super chat. He says magic calming super chat. Take a deep breath. Breathe out. Both of y'all, real fast. Just breathe in. Close your eyes and breathe in for a second, and then breathe out.
So
and then he says, "What's Leo assuming?"
So I will explain that after I finish my point because I was interrupted in the middle of that point to have all that. So my point is, okay, you're going on about how you guys have to assume one less thing, and yes, you did make an accuracy claim technically. So then
No, I didn't.
I am going to bring this up. Why is it that this idea of, well, the universe is the only thing we can see, therefore that it has to be based off of that? Why is it that this is an ideology?
I did not make that argument.
Yes, you did. So why is it that level of that type of thinking, that assumption has only popped up within the past?
I never made that argument. I don't know what you're responding
Yes,
to.
you did.
I never made the argument that the universe exists and it's all we can measure, so therefore it must be all that exists. That is not the argument that I made. When you respond to what's being said, you don't straw man what people are saying. You don't tell people what their arguments are. You listen to what they're saying, and people would probably let you speak. But otherwise, it's a waste of my time, and it's a waste of everybody else's time on the panel and the time of the people in the audience to listen to you shout and scream about things that nobody said, nobody argued for.
Leo, get off the meta, dude. Get off the meta. It's okay. If he can't answer a question, he can't answer a question.
Now,
I'm not talking meta. I'm keeping him on the discussion.
No,
He's
you're not.
going
You're
off on the meta.
interrupting. You're interrupting.
Yes, because you're not addressing what was said. Address what was said, and you won't be interrupted.
No. So that's not your call to make.
Yes, it is. All it shows is that when you don't address what's said, you just come off as an intellectually dishonest person, incapable of tracking the discussion. And then at that point, there's no reason for anybody to engage with you.
I want to know who made you the moderator who gets to decide.
I'm not moderating. I'm trying to keep somebody on track as they desperately try to derail themselves.
I'm not.
Nobody. Can we get a double mute here?
Yeah. Nobody on fire says. I don't know what the eyes mean. I said magic calming super chat. Guys, close your eyes for a second and breathe in.
I'm not uncalm.
And then breathe out.
So can I finally
do you
get
think
a
this
chance?
is me not calm?
So can I finally say what I was trying to say now? And I will address your point here when I get a chance to finish what I was saying. So here, this is going to be a thing. This is an issue I take here with this idea of, okay, you're not assuming a god. You're just looking at what's there supposedly. Okay, so why is it that this idea of the universe is the thing that's always been there and that's it has only really appeared within the past 100 so years? And for the majority of human history, when people looked at the universe and looked what was there, at what was there, like you're claiming to do, the assumption was something had to make it.
People also
ate
number
uranium
one,
that's because people didn't understand
I'm not saying that
the universe nearly as well as we did. And number two, what you said isn't true. David Hume existed more than 100 years ago and was also a naturalist, or at least most philosophers of David Hume say that he was. The best way to clarify him is as a naturalist. Naturalism goes back, I think, over even 1,000 years. There were people, I think, even in the Greek times that were thought that the world of our experience, of our immediate experience, how they would have worded it, the natural world is all that exists. They didn't think that gods and ghosts, spirits, and angels, and devils were real things.
So 9,
he's actually 100% correct. Egyptians.
So
there are many
the
people
best. Okay, so
disbanded
naturalism first appeared in the late 19th century. I just looked it up.
Well, that's just not true.
That is just simply not true.
So the idea, the point is that 9. The point is, as long as there have been human beings claiming one thing in this kind of space, in this context, there have been those who have disagreed with how they are forming those conclusions and have challenged them on them. Okay,
Democritus
because
wrote Atoms and the Void before Socrates and Plato. It's one of the oldest ideas in Western.
I also just looked it up. AI overview. Naturalism in philosophy has roots in ancient Greece.
Yep.
That's the very first part of the very first sentence.
So this is some of the ideas reoccurred, but okay, did these people in the past just straight up say they didn't believe in a god entity?
yes, there were
Yes,
there were
Atoms
atheists
and
who
the
existed
Void.
back then.
Okay.
This is the field of philosophy. I mean, it's a large field and requires some, a lot of study and jumping into it. I didn't want to mire things down in that. I was just trying to say that I was curious. The question I had to ask was because you were in a debate concerning evidence, concerning science and logic, and yet literally everything you presented had intentionality baked into it.
And so does what you have, whether you want to admit it or not. You have the
No.
intentionality.
No, I don't have an agent with any intention.
Intention behind the structure.
Can I make
Hold
on.
JL just got a 2-minute mute from Jim D. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jim. I greatly appreciate that.
JL, just so you know, I got an hour's worth of mute last night. I don't know if you saw. I got an hour's worth of mute last night.
Now, I did say I would address that whole assumption
Can I
thing.
assert something to you?
Well, yes, but first I did say that I would address that assumption bit.
Okay, go ahead.
As I said multiple times, you're taking that extra assumption and you're just putting it in that the quantum whatever, I forget the term, that all this stuff doing what it does is going to result in the universe we see around you, and not just
That's not an assumption. That's an observation.
It is.
No, it's not. We observe it.
Okay, so
we observe that the structure of reality is a part of, or rather, emergent out of quantum phenomena. No, I'm explaining to you what you're getting wrong about my worldview. So I'm trying to help you better understand what my position is and where I'm coming from, so that when you respond, you actually get it right.
Dude, you can correct me when I put
back in. Thank you for the super chat, Hayden.
So, dude, you can correct me when I'm finished making my point. You are
no,
so quick.
You did naturally pause there, though, and that's why I started speaking.
So
if I can tell a funny joke,
I'm sorry, a 0.2-second natural pause.
Wait, is it Hayden's unmute or Austin's unmute? Because they both unmuted me, but
one of them's going to be a protection potion. So
if I can tell a funny joke,
if you can tell a funny joke, you get a protection
Come on, JL.
potion.
Okay. Funny joke. Once upon a time, there was a little senile old man who lived in a nursing home. And one day, being a little bit senile, he decided to let himself hang out. Well, he'd walk around the nursing home one day and the people would see him and say, oh, this little senile old man is letting himself hang out. Well, one day, while the little senile old man was letting himself hang out, he came across a little old woman. And the little old woman, who was also a little bit senile, saw him letting himself hang out. And she asked him, being a little bit senile, may I hold it? And the little old man, being a little bit senile, said, sure. So the little senile old man, the little senile old woman would spend their days like this. The little senile old lady would hold the little senile old man until one day the little senile old lady came along and found the little senile old man, and there was another little old lady holding him. Well, this certainly would not do, but being a lady of class, she decided to hold back, and she waited until the other little lady got up and went to the restroom. She approaches the little senile old man. She says, I don't understand. You used to let me hold you, but now you let her hold you. What does she have that I don't have? And the little senile old man looked up at her and said, Parkinson's.
Wow.
Ew.
Wow. Man.
Ew. Funny, but ew.
I don't know.
This really makes me want to tell some jokes now.
That is Austin's. Austin's a judge on that. Tell us what to do, Austin.
So, JL, have you ever heard of the Italian Papa, you take a too big a bite joke?
I have not, no.
Oh, that one's funny. I don't know if I don't know if everybody wants to hear it, but
Parkinson's is not an intention tremor, so it would have to be a resting tremor. And if she's making an actual motion, then it wouldn't work.
I'd like to point out that I didn't think it was funny because my dad has Parkinson's.
we gotta be able to.
Okay,
I understand. I understand. It's
my
it's a
gr-
terrible
my
disease.
grandfather
If you're gonna make
my
jokes
grandfather
that are
died
gonna,
of Parkinson's. A joke is a joke. Like,
dude,
we
no,
make
hold
jokes
on,
about a lot
hold
of
on.
things all the time.
No, hold on.
A
If you're
joke is
gonna
a
make a
joke.
joke
I
about
think his
something
statement
that-
makes it funnier.
Well, hold on. If you're gonna make a joke about something that affects my family, at least just make a joke about my dad's birthday. It was 9/11.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep
Good
that in
read.
mind.
Good rebuttal
So,
there.
I before I got muted, I'm just trying to understand how you reconcile that in a debate that was titled literally "Science and Logic," you felt justified in presenting in all the things that you presented being predicated upon your begging the question that facilitated by an argument from personal incredulity. Those are two fallacies that we are not employing in our reasoning, in our epistemology. And so I'm kind of curious how you reconciled that.
I'm sorry, I don't agree that you're not doing the same thing. I think you are doing the same.
This is not, that's a
Which
tu quo quo.
fallacies are we committing?
That's
What
not
you just did was a tu quo quo.
So-
What you're doing is trying to pull a tu quo quo, and it's a false tu quo quo because I'm not
No.
doing that.
Well, no, this
when
is
you
simple.
Are,
Which fallacy are we committing?
What fallacy am I committing?
are you, okay? Show me how the universe is.
That's
the
a
only thing.
request. That's not telling me what.
That's not
fallacy
telling me
I'm
what
committing.
fallacy I'm committing.
If
That's
you
not
don't
telling me a
think we're
fallacy.
also
No,
committing
hang
fallacies,
on.
what fallacies
No,
are we
hang on.
committed in
Nine. Am I committing a non sequitur?
You okay? I don't know. The
No, am
terminology.
I begging the question of the existence of anything?
Yes, you are begging the question that
No,
the
he's
universe
not.
is
He's
the
asking
only
you a
thing that
question.
exists.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm inferring that it is most likely that the universe existed because the universe currently
And
exists.
I'm saying, and my
I'm not
point is
assuming that a
most
God
likely-
doesn't. No, I'm not assuming that an agent doesn't exist. I'm saying that it is irrational to conclude that one does because we cannot demonstrate any. Because all the evidence.
I'm saying it's
I'm not
irrational that
finished.
one doesn't.
Okay, here's the problem. You're making more assumptions than I am, so my position is
No, I'm not.
inherently, intrinsically more parsimonious than yours.
Well,
No,
it's
you're
simpler.
making is just
It's
as many
intrinsically
assumptions.
simpler.
The only difference is you're not putting that extra assumption in a God. You're putting that extra assumption in.
No, the extra assumption is some other ontology other than the natural. So
Yeah.
you say,
Leo,
well, but you're
Leo.
assuming that you're just putting it in the quantum. Well, I take the quantum to be natural. So no, I'm not assuming.
Yeah, the
there's
quantum
something-
is natural.
You're
It's
the only one who's
observable.
going on about the natural. I'm just saying you're assuming.
Yeah, what I'm
I'm just saying-
formalizing the way that we're looking
all
at
you
this.
can
The assumption
okay,
that you make that me and Jo don't is
Fucking hell.
that there's something other than the natural.
You
So
can
you can't
observe
accuse us of
is
accusing
all-
that, but rooting it in the natural. That just
all
doesn't.
you
That
can
just doesn't
observe
follow.
is-
Leo,
all
JL,
you can
could I
observe.
jump in real quick with him?
Okay, I just want to try to put a pin in this. I'm going to let you jump in on it. I think that my point was made to the live chat. I think they understood what I was saying. The panel understands what I'm saying. That I still don't know how I don't know how you're reconciling the logical fallacies you're committing, and especially when you're in a debate that's concerning logic. So, which is really strange to me. I was hoping that we could get there. Obviously, I think you're trying to, at least in a sense, be intellectually honest, because you said you were going to look into other stuff. I think it's a good place to be, but I think you really need to I think it's a matter of education on this. I don't want to sit here. I'm not trying to denigrate you and be like, this stuff is interesting to us. I'm not going to assume that it's interesting to you, but there's a reason why we have the conclusions that we have, but it requires a tremendous amount of knowledge of the fields that we are educated in order to understand why we hold them. So like when you brought up the idea of like big words, like you're using big words. I'm technically not in the field of philosophy. Okay, because these mean very specific things. But I didn't want this to turn into a philosophy lecture because that's just going to bore the shit out of the live chat. And I don't really think you have any interest in learning philosophy from me. You'd much rather learn it from a professor of philosophy, which is fine. So, but I think you need to look at how you reconcile these things, how you reconcile that problem, or how you get around that, because appeals to magic and personal incredulity are not going to cut it.
Who says it's magic? I've been trying to explain
Well,
how
really fast before
I've
you
been
start-
trying to explain
this-
how I justify this for this whole thing. I have
Wait.
barely been able to get it.
You have no rational justification for the position that you hold, and I've already demonstrated how you don't.
Right
Right.
now,
So-
JL, stop talking. So nobody on fire says 9. Admit they aren't fallacious.
I
or
am not.
mute.
I'm not going to be baited into agreeing with something I don't agree with. You can go ahead and mute me. I'm not
Right,
going
it's
to.
just a short one. It's just a 2-minute mute.
So I will
So
pass
guess
this.
I'll
I'll pass it
on
off
for
to
2 minutes.
do what?
Do you want to ramble on for 2 minutes?
Well, I don't need to
Dale?
ramble on. I made my point, and I mean, I don't want to make. I'm not going to cast aspersions about intellectual honesty and shit like that. I mean, that could be for another time.
He's
Maybe the
sitting up
idea is
here
that
to his point, he's sitting up here versus 7 atheists right now debating him
Well,
with an
Copper's a
atheist
theist.
moderator.
Well, yeah,
that's
but I think-
trying to, like,
I'm
keep
a
it
theist.
somewhat.
But I think in this respect, I think
sorry, 6 atheists. I mean, that takes cojones, you know.
or
Like,
arrogance,
I
but
mean,
nonetheless, no. I'm
I'm
going to pass this off to. I'm going to pass it off to another person because I think I've said my piece. I don't think we're gonna. He's blocked any progress in the conversation, and I understand that when you challenge people's ideas, they often interpret them as personal attacks, which I get. It's a psychological phenomenon I'm very familiar with. So I'm just gonna I hand it off to somebody else. Kieran, I think you have something or
Sure, thanks.
or something like that. So I'm going to pass it off because I think my point is made. And I think everybody gets it, except for, of course, 9. Maybe one day he will. So you have at it.
Copper, did you have something you wanted to say, or did you have something that you wanted to ask him about?
Well, I did want to have something just as a commentary on the way he's speaking about it. Is he's making I would agree with JL. He's making assertions, but he's not backing any of his assertions. So his assertions and the way he's backing them come down to re-asking questions and asking questions, which is good about the words being used from other people, but he's just basically every single time someone makes points against him, he's going, well, what about this and this? Which never actually answers the question and never actually provides a decent argument.
Welcome back,
considering his theism.
It's a two-quote way.
Because once I've only heard maybe 1 or 2 times of him using the Bible, which he's claiming to be a Christian, using the Bible to answer any of these questions. But there is many points of using Bible quotes to answer the questions, or if he was going to answer a question with a question, say he was referring to Leo, who made the not assertion, but asked the question to him about God's existence and how it would occur. Why would you not ask the question back, are you certain God doesn't exist, or how do you know whether he does or not?
That'd be a productive question, yeah.
Back in the way that
I did try that.
Non-denominational to your actual Christian faith, where you have to understand your audience and how they can interpret the questions that you're asking in a way that's not just a faith-based complete anthology with it.
So
that was just what I think JL really ripped on you for that. And I've been ripped into by JL as well. And I think that's one thing I learned to actually over a couple episodes watching him is if you're going to come back at JL, you have to either give him a very good reason on why you're coming back with a question of matter, or give a good backing on the reasoning of why you're making the assertion about God or faith. Not just back with, hey, I have this faith.
Well, I wasn't going
indescribably perfect.
I wasn't going into faith. There's a reason I didn't bring up the scripture either. I don't
brought it up several times.
I brought it. Okay, can I? So this is the problem when I try to actually say something.
But you
I get
just interrupted
people.
me.
Yes, okay. So
and I'm a theologist. As you
okay, so as I was saying, the issue that I'm running into here is that whenever I try to do anything other than ask a question, the point gets immediately. I get immediately interrupted, and that's why I am no longer really holding back on interrupting right now. I actually did try to make a point that I'm not coming at this from just blind faith or anything. I did try to get into that. I wasn't allowed to. That's the problem.
So explain it to me. Where Where are you coming at this from?
I am coming at this from a similar standpoint. I am observing the universe that we have here. I am observing the complexity of it. I am observing the way that things function. And I am looking at this and I am saying, I do not think logically this could be the only thing that exists. I am saying that, okay, and this is the hole I keep trying to poke. You can't just assume that because we're here that the universe can produce this. Because
Sure you
okay,
can.
you have
There's no logical contradiction.
Excuse you.
There's
There
no
is a
logical contradiction. No, there is no logic. I asked you for the P, not P.
Excused?
Wait.
Excuse me.
Let him finish. Let him finish real quick because
He never gave the P, not P. We're right back at this original question.
You're not letting me finish.
JL,
All right,
anything if you
everybody
keep
quiet.
interrupting.
There's another super chat. Nobody on fire says nine. Admit you misrepresented others or mute.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to keep
Is
putting
it
up with the
possible
interruption.
you could have at least once, maybe, so you don't have to get muted?
you misrepresented me.
I'm
You
sorry. I'm
misrepresented
being
me.
interrupted too much to really tolerate that. No, I'm sorry. No, if you want me to admit to anything, you're gonna have to actually give me the chance to speak.
No, it's just a super chat. He's asking for that. and so I'm just trying to help you avoid the mute.
I know. I see the super chat, and I'm just saying right now, if this is just going to turn into a game of we're going to get, we don't agree with the guy, so we're not going to let him speak. We're going to interrupt him midpoint, and the chat's going to just super chat to mute me because of the same reason. Then I have no reason to engage. You all are arguing out of bad faith. You don't want to listen. You want to correct. You don't want to hear a point. You want to rebuttal,
All right.
and I'm not able to say anything.
The
All right,
reason is
so
because when you misrepresent us, the conclusions
You're not even letting me say anything.
when you misrepresent us, the conclusions you derive.
So there is a 2-minute mute. I have to do this. So there's a 2-minute mute. When he
JL
gets
also
back,
something.
everybody calm down. There's 6 of you here arguing with him, and it's hard to. There's a lot of points. Everybody wants to talk, but he's the only one on his side arguing his position. So
Okay,
y'all need to allow him to respond, even if you don't like it.
Yeah.
Even
but
if he's
while he's
destroying
muted-
your position, allow him to respond.
Right.
I
but
believe
while
I
he's
was doing that
muted,
pretty well.
I'm specifically working on the exact issue that he's talking about. So I just have a quick thing that I want to go through. Because we know from the Miller-Urey experiment that the building blocks of RNA actually exist in the universe, even without any intention, right? And so we know that crystals repeat perfectly, so they can't evolve. And we know that anything that repeats its replication imperfectly can exhibit variation and then can adapt to existing energy flows in a system. So, Tibor Ganti has put together an idea called a chemoton, where all you need is a boundary to reinforce a position where metabolism and replication take place. So once you have metabolism, which could simply be an RNA enzyme, which is called a ribozyme, which just needs RNA, a replicator, which just needs RNA, and a cell membrane, which is literally a soap bubble, which forms automatically in certain physicochemical circumstances. Once you have those 3 things together in the chemoton, you have a small proto cell. And all the other things that come with individual single cells, division and change and things like that, can all be built on top of that simple system through simple reiteration with variation and persistence of organisms that happen to match the
Welcome
energy
back,
flow in
Nine.
the location they're in. You don't need any magic.
Cool, but the problem is that you're only talking biology there. I'm not just looking at biology. Here's the point that I've been trying to make, and this is why I'm trying to say, okay, I'm not just begging the question, and why I think that you guys are doing the same thing as me from a different standpoint. I am also just observing reality. I'm observing what we can see, and what I'm seeing is it's too intricate. I looked up the definition of complicate, by the way. It basically just means intricacy, which, yes, we have intricacy. We can, that's what this is. Logically, it doesn't make sense to me that this would happen on its own. Logically, I don't see how the idea of these quantum fluctuations will result in this. This is why I'm saying you guys have to make just as many assumptions as me. You are having
No.
hey,
Hold on, let him finish. Come on.
you are having to assume that quantum fluctuations will result in these intricacies and not just energy bursts or
It's
whatever.
not an assumption. The field of science explains it.
It is an assumption.
No, the field of science explains it.
Hey, I'm not done.
The field of science explains it.
I'm not
No,
done.
9. Listen, you keep saying assumption.
Dude,
You keep saying assumption. It's not an assumption.
to
The
interrupt
field
me.
of science explains how.
I thought you were supposed to let me finish my point.
There is a mechanistic explanation. You keep saying assumption, and you're wrong.
Interrupting again.
Because you're fucking wrong.
Stop.
Yo, you're fucking wrong. You keep saying assumption. There is no assumption.
You were told to stop.
There is no assumption. Get it through your fucking head.
He's finished.
You keep saying assumption. There is no assumption.
You are failing to do what has been established. You were
Hey,
supposed to be
9.
finished.
Take your fucking head out of your goddamn ass and fucking listen. There is no fucking.
Oh, my head's up my ass. My head's
All right,
up my ass.
Gail just earned a minute mute.
So
Go ahead.
as I was saying, it's still an assumption. You are having to assume, based off of the idea that we're already here, that the universe could have done this to itself and that these quantum fluctuations couldn't have done anything else, or that they couldn't do anything at all. That's your assumption. Also, I know about that whole
I'm not
cell
making
thing.
that assumption.
I know about that whole cell thing. The problem with using that is it took a lot of time and a lot of work to make that happen. So all it proved that it takes a bunch of engineers a lot of time to get just the right results. So no, you are having to use the same amount of something. You're having to assume these things too. You're having to assume that these quantum fluctuations could result in this. You're having to assume they could do it on their own. You're having to assume that assuming that something else.
This is why we keep
outside is
interrupting
doing
because now it's just getting to repeating.
And there's another super chat.
That is my point.
And there's another super chat. Nobody's on fire says mute unless you stop misrepresenting.
I'm sorry. No,
Also, I mean,
I'm not
number
misrepresenting.
one,
hold on.
All right.
we don't have to assume. Like,
You got
sure,
2
we're
minutes.
assuming.
And Jail, welcome back. Jail's back.
You're
on the
assuming.
panel.
You're assuming that.
If you start cussing at any of the guests, I'm just going to start giving you 1 minute mutes, JL.
So the thing is that we can presume that the natural world does things when those things are natural and defined by natural mechanisms. We're still not assuming a wholly separate ontology from the natural. So you are still making at least one more assumption than we are, and that is that there is something beyond the natural. Us assuming that nature can explain things isn't assuming there's something beyond nature to do the explaining, and so is not making one extra assumption like you're doing. Also, quantum. So these transient fluctuations in quantum fields don't really have, I don't know what they have to do with the discussion. Nothing turns on that. We don't assume that they happen. We know that they happen. There are defined effects that result from their happening that can be utilized, in fact, are utilized in, it's not chameleons, is it? It's some sort of lizard and the way that they can hold themselves up against. Anyway.
Geckos.
But yeah, geckos. We can use degrees of freedom to describe behavior at the level of quantum fields, or at the level of elementary particles, or at the level of composite particles, or at the level of atoms, or at the level of molecules. And sure, complexity is a thing, but what does that matter? Complexity isn't a hallmark of design. Design is not inferred from things like complexity and function and structure and order. Design is inferred from our priors about design. When you walk on the beach and you see a watch laying on the beach, you know it's designed. You don't just know it's designed. You know it's designed specifically by a human. You don't know that because the watch tells time. You don't know that because the watch has diamonds in it or is made of gold or whatever. You know that because you know that humans design watches. We've never seen anything design life, so why would we infer that life is designed? We've never seen anything design a universe, so why would we infer that universes are designed? The only things that we've seen designed are things made by humans. You might extend that to, like, I don't know, like a bird's nest. Birds design birds' nests. But just keeping the discussion a little bit strict here, the only thing we've ever observed design things are humans. So inference to design does not come from the properties of the thing that we're making the inference from. It comes from our priors about that thing and whether or not it's something that's designed. So
Well, that just
we're
sounds
not
to me
making the
like
same
you're having-
assumptions that you are.
Before-
We don't make
before-
as many assumptions as
Well,
you do.
you are
And,
doing
before
that.
you-
Though. You
Therefore,
keep getting hung up
naturalism
on that.
is intrinsically simpler than theism.
The
Guys,
problem is you're
There's
having.
another super chat I need to read real fast. So Lord Beeger says, "Good news, a simple mix-up of assume and infer." Thank you for the super chat. All right, and then Amir Guri says, "I would like JL to steel man the other side." That seems like a fair request, right?
I would like to see that actually. Yes, I would like to see
Much as
JL
super chat
Steelman
as well.
my point.
Sorry, I was alt tabbed.
Do you think you can steel man his point, JL?
No, because it's born out of ignorance and personal incredulity.
Oh, that means he doesn't understand my point.
No, I do understand your point. I do understand your point. Your point is just basically the assumption of necessitarianism. That's all. That's what it boils down to, as opposed to regulatory theory, which actually is putting the cart before the horse.
So-
Ultimately, it's begging the question at the core of the worldview. What your position is that you look at things in the universe and they appear to be complex to you. So therefore, because complexity is to you is a hallmark of design, therefore you can infer that the universe itself was designed. Now, that doesn't necessarily say what particular is the thing that designed it, but because you have the geographic bias of Christianity, okay, because that's where you were at, and so that increases the odds likely that you are taking that the religion that you were first introduced to when you were growing up, and that informed you as to what that designer was, with the specific intention that humans exist in order to facilitate another outcome. So I understand the argument you're making. I know why you're making it, and I know the things you look at that support that argument. The problem is that there is a whole world of information underneath that breaks all that stuff down and why that's wrong. Okay, so why the inferences that you're making there are not supported. Okay, you have to ignore more information than like an unfathomable amount of information in order to infer the things that you are inferring. Like, for example, like David Hume. That's what Leo brought up. David Hume. We have experience of watches being made. That's the watchmaker fallacy of watches being made. We have that experience. We do not have an experience of universes being made. Thus, bringing up like finding a watch on the beach as evidence of design, okay, as part of the watchmaker analogy, that's a false analogy because the two are not equivalent. The watch is not equivalent to the universe. Just because you may say there's so many parts in the universe and so many parts in the watch, okay, does not mean they are equivalent.
So,
okay?
Yeah, you don't understand my argument is what I'm getting from this.
No, I do understand your argument because
if you're immediately having to jump to, oh well, I looked at a watch. That's not where I'm coming from.
No. I was utilizing Leo's example to explain the problems in the inferences that you are making.
Then okay, I would really like you to actually steel man this. Then how in the world? Okay, how do you think that I can look at the universe and look at the same stuff as you guys and come to a different conclusion as you?
Ignorance.
Because you don't understand it.
Because you don't understand it.
You do not understand it.
That is just assuming that because I disagree with you, I must be wrong.
No, it's not. No, it's saying there is information.
Then why is it that there are
I'm explaining. I'm answering the question. I'm answering the first question you asked. The first question you asked is, how can you arrive at those conclusions? Because there is information that you don't possess that we do. We've tried to give you that information. You have soundly rejected it, which is fine. Yes. That's your prerogative. Okay. Now, the other question you asked is, why are there other people that are more educated than you, like, say, Francis S. Collins, who was the head of the Human Genome Project and completely understands evolution is a demonstrable fact of reality, and yet still is a devout Christian? Why is he that way? Because as he himself explains in his book, The Language of God, that you cannot use reason and logic to get to God. It requires a leap of faith that literally comes from a decorated lifetime scientist, evolutionary biologist, and geneticist, head of the Human Genome Project, helped map the human genome, head of the NIH for 16 years before he retired. His journey to Christ was literally just him walking in the woods and seeing a stream that had frozen, because it was the winter, had frozen in a little waterfall, had frozen into 3 spires. And he's
And
like,
there
the
are-
Trinity. And that was his moment. But he
And
realizes
you are hyper singling one point and ignoring the fact that there are other people who are equally as intelligent who have come to God through logic and would argue that you can come to God through logic and through science. So
Sure.
Name
well,
one.
I mean, there are people
let me
that
go
do
ahead.
that. Like that's what precepts try to do, guys. Like they try
Yeah,
to
no,
argue God
I'm
from
curious.
logic.
So,
Like,
so you're trying to you have picked one that conveniently fits your narrative, and
I didn't.
ignored
It doesn't
that there are
conveniently fit my
other-
narrative. It's a scientist. No. It doesn't conveniently. No, it doesn't conveniently. No.
Let him say.
If he misrepresents me, then his conclusion will be wrong.
The moderator talking. I'm gonna start doing a timer when you're talking, JL, and if you interrupt him before his timer, which is going to be an equal amount of time as your timer, I'm going to mute you until the end of his timer runs out, and then you can respond to his point. Sorry, 9.
That's fine. So, okay, again, the point I'm making here is you have picked a single scientist here who conveniently fits your narrative to make your point, despite the fact that, now, I don't have any names off the top of my head. I can look them up if you want, but I know that there are other people who are scientists or just as smart who have not come to that conclusion of evolution is a fact and that it can't be, that God can't be proven through facts and science and
do
logic.
you think
No,
that
if they
raises the
don't believe in
probability that evolution is
they're
false?
Not smart.
Hold on. Do you think that there being some scientists, like relevant to evolution
guy.
science and all that, that don't accept it? Do you think that raises the probability of evolution being false?
No, I don't think that people accepting or denying something raises or decreases its likelihood of being true or false.
So why are you citing like a bunch of people believing in God? What relevance does that have? Well, you've mentioned that a couple of times. That
So
has
the
been
reason
mentioned
I
a couple
brought
of
that up
times.
is because JL was trying to conveniently paint it in a way that would better fit his narrative, and I was shutting.
No,
that down.
I'm not. That's a misrepresentation of what I said. That's a misrepresentation.
Then why?
I invoked. I'm explaining why. I'm explaining why. Don't interrupt. I invoked Francis S. Collins because the debate on the table tonight was science and logic. Okay? I brought up Francis S. Collins because he is a scientist. There are people who work in the fields may hold. There are people who, physicists, astrophysicists, cosmologists that are believers, but none of them will tell you that the science concludes God. None of them will say that. Okay? Those who understand the fields that they work in. What they will say is, to get to that concept, because we can't demonstrate that it exists, we have to assume it. We cannot show the explanatory power that it has. It doesn't work in any explanatory model. We can't use it to make novel testable predictions. None of it works. So in order to get to it, you can't use the scientific method as it currently stands. You have to go to faith. It is an appeal to faith. That is what any scientist worth their salt will conclude. Because if science could prove God, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would be talking about whether or not the God is worthy of being worshipped or some other additional question that should be asked after the God is demonstrated to actually exist. That's the point.
So what is faith?
Wait a minute, before you talk, there's another potential mute. No, but in Fire is saying, admit 99% of biologists support evolution.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to play this game. If this is just going to turn into people are going to try and just mute me because they disagree with me, I'm just going to.
Dude, I got muted.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to engage.
Well, there's a 2-minute. I have to do it, right? They can keep muting. It's just how the platform works. Don't you see it scrolling across
Here,
the bottom?
I'll fix it. I'll give you a potion if you answer my question. How's that?
Whoa,
I'll
before
bribe
you give
you
him
to answer
potion,
me.
before you give him potion, can I?
No,
just
I'm going to
say-
give him the potion right now. I've been super patient. Everyone can.
Oh,
fuck
go
off.
ahead. Go ahead.
Look, first let me give potion. There, look, I'm using my resources, my charisma, and my handsomeness to get a word in.
Get him.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I just want to say, please don't pick a fight with the rest of this panel by using the word logical impossibility incorrectly. What you're saying is that you find it improbable. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're back in action, and you have a $3 protection potion. So chug that $3 protection.
Don't say I never
potion.
gave you nothing. By the way, I'm Kieran. Pleasure to meet you. My screen just changed color. So I'm just begging you, please stop using those words. You're picking a fight with the whole panel because you're using it in a very imprecise way, and your Lego demo really demonstrated that. So what I want to ask you, and I'm just really curious, is why you think that life is so improbable and that complexity is so improbable when you have so much evidence around you that there is lots of complexity that springs up just out of nothing and out of random interactions?
I think the misunderstanding here is that I'm only looking at it from just life. The problem is I don't look at it as just the existence of life. I look at the existence of everything as too complex to be happenstance.
Well, you know,
even the rules that you guys would argue is the proof of things being, you know, of happenstance and showing up on their own.
Sure.
I don't see that. I'm sorry, it doesn't add up to me.
Okay, but that's okay. And when we say incredulity, that is like the textbook definition, unless you have some sort of argument to support that. But that's fine. It's actually okay to be incredulous. It's not an argument, but it is a position, right? That's fine. I'm not going to argue in that. I do want to ask: have you been noticing this little grid pattern that's on my avatar this whole time? I run this for a reason. So this grid pattern looks like. Would you say that it looks like I set up a pattern here? It looks kind of random, but kind of not, right?
I know where you're going with this, and it looks random, but I know for a fact that there is going to be some mathematics that actually determines how it functions.
Right. The mathematics that determines this is I ran a radio receiver for about 25 minutes on an open line. And on a band that I'm a ham radio enthusiast, so I happen to know, a band that only people trying to bounce stuff off the moon use. So this is just random noise. This is the universe in various spectrums just popping off with these things. What's more, I wouldn't have enough data. So about the rest of half of it is just literally random noise out of my computer. And yet you can see tons of patterns. And I just want to ask you, do you think that something like that, where suddenly we see a bunch of emergent complexity from unrelated series of randomness and the cosmic microwave background, etc., doesn't that indicate to you, isn't that at least evidence to you that maybe complexity is just an emergent phenomena of the universe?
I would say no, because now I know that there's a lot of people way smarter than me that would argue this, and this is how I personally hold it. I don't actually believe in true randomness. I think everything to some level can be mathematically calculated. We just don't have the calculations for everything.
I mean, that we know that must be false. First of all,
it is false.
Yeah, it must be false under your, but this is an internal critique, just to be clear. It must be false under your worldview unless you think that free will is a lie. Do you think that free will is a lie?
I don't, but okay, this is my view on free will. I don't think it's a lie, but I think it's predictable.
So you don't believe in libertarian free will, you have a kind of a hybrid compatibilist view.
Yeah.
And so how do you but you don't believe you could make a random choice?
I think that I think that you could look back, like if I make a choice, I think you could look back at previous things. You could look back at like previous equations or past histories. I think, and whatever chemicals are going on in my brain. I think you can determine. Actually, I know you can, because Google does this all the time. Google can literally determine what you're going to do better than you can.
No, I work there and I know that. Yeah, he might be a monist. It's kind of what kind of.
There's a couple super chats I need to read real fast. So Hayden Walton, thank you. Also Kieran, thank you so much as well. Hayden says faith is belief without justification.
That's blind faith.
That's okay. And then Soul Cipher, thank you for the super chat. She says Hebrews 11:1. Now faith is a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Thank you everybody for the support. Don't be afraid to mute people.
Mute me. Give tacos money.
So I would say this on the whole faith thing, that I am aware of the importance of faith in Christianity and the disconnect that's going to cause here. However, the Bible doesn't really talk about blind faith. It actually does talk about testing God in certain circumstances, that there are certain situations where he wants you to test him so he can prove himself.
Fucking Christ.
So I would argue that it's not a blind faith. It is a faith in something that is true.
Leo. Don't fucking
No, it's not that. It's the person who
no,
joined
before we
really
get started on that crazy shit, I got to correct
really,
one thing.
This is really bad.
Helldivers, you said that you knew what paper I was talking about. You do not know what paper I'm talking about. You're talking about an experiment that's being done now in a lab. I am talking about the base assumptions that are necessary for variable replication at the beginning of the Earth's history, 3.9, 4.2 billion years ago, when all you had was energy flows in the hydrothermal vents and potential like wet dry cycling. So that's what I'm talking about. You're talking about a guy who did an experiment to create a replicator in a lab today.
What I was talking about was something I believe happened well before I was born. But I could be wrong.
If you're talking about Miller-Urey, that's a separate issue. But Miller-Urey's been proven by finding RNA nucleotides on comets.
Okay.
So we know that the precursors of RNA existed in a prebiotic world. We know that for a fact.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to be honest, just because we can prove that there are things that can exist in that environment does not mean that that's what we originated from. It just means they exist.
It means it very certainly once you understand the facts.
No, you can, logistically speaking and scientifically speaking, that means you cannot prove nor non-prove if the actual biomes create a similar substance that humans can or cannot live there and possess the exact same logistical, like I'm blanking on the word, what is it, optimized environment that could sustain life. You cannot prove or non-prove that we were or were not there, so you can't make a assertion on that.
I'm not talking about anything to do
No,
with humans
not
at all.
to you. I was talking to Knife.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that my whole thing is literally I was just
he
saying,
made an
okay,
assertion on that, but had no evidence behind it. But either way, you cannot approve or deny that that was physically where humans were or were not.
Back is nice.
That's what I was saying, is like you can't prove, just because we can find that there are these things that exist in prebiotic environments, that doesn't really prove that that's where we came from.
No, but
No,
but
you
made
can-
an assertion
you
that
can
you said that that's
100%.
not. You said that's not. You made an assertion on the negative.
You can 100% prove that if your DNA test that proves who was your dad is accurate, then the last universal common ancestor existed. The only option you have is to say that DNA tests don't work. You can make that claim, but if you claim that, you're claiming an entirely different universe. If you accept that DNA tests work, then the relationships are a mathematical function, and we can run those relationships for any living organisms.
So, okay, I'm not going to argue against DNA tests, but I'm failing to see how that.
Okay, well, we
relates to
test
these
the
things we
distance
found on
between the
asteroids.
sequence of your dad and the sequence of you, and we say, yep, this is his dad. That's how we do that test. And guess what? We can do that for you and an elephant. We can do it for you and a pine tree. We can do it for you and a bacteria in your gut. We can do it for you and the mites that eat the shit that comes out of your eyes. We can do it for you and anything.
Okay, well, if DNA tests are going to if you're going to pull out DNA tests that'll sit there and say I'm related to an elephant, then I would be arguing against that.
Well, then this is your problem. You don't know the facts.
That's not really an accurate way to put it. It's not that you're related to an elephant. It's that humans and elephants can trace both of their lineages
Share a common
in the
ancestor,
evolutionary
which is
tree back to a common
relationship.
Okay,
ancestor.
anything
ask
that
a
says
quick
that we're
question?
going to trace back to a common ancestry, I'm going to question, because.
But why?
And that's why
you believe in a mathematically governed universe.
I
and
also
there are many statistical models that strongly make us infer that. The evidence is really strong. While you can argue that it's not a logical proof, that's maybe besides the point. Why do you not accept the evidence, but then still hold to a mathematically governed universe? Like, is statistics not real math to you?
So, okay, statistics are basically a highly educated assumption.
No. Answer the question
That's not
first.
how
Answer the
statistical
question
analysis
first.
works.
I am.
Answer his question, not with another question. Answer his direct question.
I did. I say, okay, I believe in this. Well, okay. Statistics is a highly educated guess. It is a assumption.
A highly educated
Statistical
guess.
analysis works.
Okay, first of all, that's false. Statistics has many proofs that are on the same order as logical proofs in terms of their actually
Well,
like
they-
governing
And
result.
axioms
They can,
are associated
yes,
with
but-
it, like
No,
the
I'm saying it
fundamental
does,
axioms
like
that
straight
come
up. So, but
like, basis
I
of
really want to
probability.
stress, it seems like a big, and I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to shut up after this, but I just really think that to me is one of the biggest gaps in your worldview is that you're like, oh yeah, these things are real. But by the way, all the predictions they make that get in the way of my young earth creationism, I think those are all wrong for reasons. Like they're making the same assumptions as me. And
So,
maybe
I-
they
I'm
are
gonna-
making,
I'm
hold
gonna
on a second.
be
Let me,
honest.
hold on a second. Please let me land the plane. I beg. And then I'm going to shut up. I think that in many cases, you have brought up good points about how there is, in fact, a fair amount of assumptions that go into any specific atheist worldview. I think that's fine to bring up. But what you're not really addressing is the fact that you actually share a lot of the
Wesley,
common
you're echoing.
outputs of
Can you
these.
please
Someone's
mute?
And then you
gotta
make,
play on.
someone's looping me real
Yeah,
bad.
it's Wesley. Wesley, you're echoing. Can you please mute?
Whew.
That's even better. That's the best option, in fact.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble on. I'm just trying to collect
You're
myself.
fine.
That is an extremely discombobulating thing. All right, what I'm saying is I think the biggest gap I've identified in your worldview is you seem to accept lots of the output of science, but then when that goes anywhere that just disagrees with your worldview, you reject it. And you reject it with kind of like a, well, you're just making assumptions. But as you yourself said, those assumptions are a lot more educated. And while no one here is going to be able to compete with the personal experience that is the actual root of your faith, I really think it would behoove you to be at least a little bit honest about the fact that that's the actual ground here, and not all this evidentiary claims that you're running with.
So a lot of the things that have been brought up as scientific fact here, and I will say this, I haven't seen any of this and nobody's really shown it to me. I, however, do know that there have been, and this is, there's been plenty of stories, and take this with whatever grain of salt you feel necessary, of people making these assumptions, twisting or skewing things. Like, for example, I think there was a chart that showed the similarity between a human fetus,
Oh, for God's
a
sake.
elephant
Just
fetus, and I
reading the
believe another
wrong
one.
people. You're
And-
reading
Excuse
ID shit about Ernst Haeckel's embryology stuff. That is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with the theory.
Okay,
Remember,
let me guess,
it doesn't
it's
matter how
ridiculous
you
'cause you
draw
disagree with me.
embryos when we can check the relationship between any two organisms today using DNA. They couldn't do that in 1900. A guy got something
Then why
in
did they
1900.
then why did they keep using it? I remember seeing that very same chart in my
No.
own science books as a fact.
No, they
in
didn't
the
use the
2000s.
Haeckel drawings in your science book. They
I
used
d-
actual photographs because the photographs actually show the similarity. The similarity between an embryo of a dolphin and an embryo of a human at the right stage, look, they look identical. You can't tell the difference.
Yeah, so let me look up just to make sure we're talking about the same picture.
You're talking about Ernst Haeckel's drawings. I've heard every fucking creationist argument on earth. I went to college at a creationist school. I was in college at a place named after the guy who came up with the ecological zonation theory that you still believe in to explain the flood.
And there is a super chat. Izzle, thank you so much for the $2 saying to help someone have a screenshotted this and sent it to him. So maybe he'll pop in.
So I'm trying
He's
to
having tech
find
problems.
I'm trying to find this image that you're saying proves this. I'm trying to find this image.
There's no image because it doesn't matter. None of that matters. The
Hold-
fossil record
hold
doesn't
on,
even
hold
matter. This is the problem.
How does it
You're
not
hearing
matter?
obsolete shit because creationists don't understand biology. You're hearing obsolete
So
shit.
okay, so
All
hold on,
we
hold
need to
on,
know we can get from DNA
on
today.
here. How would having actual images of these embryos side by side and having how does that not matter? Because I
Because in
disagree.
2025, they are irrelevant to
How?
determining a cladogram. A
How are they
cladogram is
irrelevant?
determined by, okay, do you know what plesiomorphy is?
No, but
Do you know what prior means?
Yes, I know what prior means.
Okay, so an organism will have an ancestor that has a prior state. Do you understand that?
Okay, but this still
Okay,
doesn't
so
answer my question.
I am trying to explain it to you. I want to make sure you get it clearly because you're going to misrepresent me if you don't. So a prior state is called a plesiomorphy. Do you now understand that?
Okay.
Okay, when an organism has daughter populations and those daughter populations have shared characteristics that differ from the plesiomorphic state in the same derived way. In other words, they show that they previously had the sequence one way, and they both show a change in the same direction. That is called a synapomorphy. Do you understand that the plesiomorphic state is prior and the synapomorphic state is derived?
Okay.
Okay, so we can just do all those calculations based on the sequences. We can look at the sequences and determine plesiomorphy and determine synapomorphy for any two lineages. And we can recreate very closely using the exact same techniques biblical scholars use to reconstruct the earliest versions of the texts of the Bible. We use the exact same techniques to reconstruct the genetic sequences of the last unified common ancestor. And guess what? They also have a built-in clock, and we can tell by using that clock what rough time this took place. And do you know what? They match every other piece of data. Paleontology, they match geology.
Real fast, there's a super
dating,
chat.
radio,
I guess he just removed himself, but Karen Dave, thank you so much for the super chat. He said he dropped a massive super chat and said kick Karen Dave for being so awesome and compelling. It's not fair. I hate that person.
So I'm gonna say this right now. Okay,
Karen.
I don't think that I'm going to immediately be skeptical of using methods to reconstruct a really old book to try and reconstruct genealogies. And again,
none of this has anything to do with the book.
This right now too. This really just sounds like a way of arguing, see, we don't need pictures. We can just do this instead and totally trust us, guys. Yeah, I'm going to be skeptical of that.
We don't need pictures.
I'm going to be immediately skeptical of that. That just sounds like an overcomplicated trust me, bro. That's just an overcomplicated trust me,
yourself, and you can run it in your own statistical program. None of this is being hidden or kept secret.
Or
you
we
can
could just
find
have
the
pictures
data yourself.
Or we could just dig up some pictures.
You don't need the pictures to show the relationship.
Just okay, so I've actually looked up. I actually looked up a picture that compares those fetus drawings that we brought up earlier to the actual.
Oh my God, they're not fetuses; they're embryos.
Or whatever
you don't know what you are talking about.
Oh no, he used a word wrong.
Yes, which proves you don't know what you're talking about. So instead of acting like you know everything,
so I should just trust you, bro. I'm not going to trust you, bro, because you're literally
I'm not
arguing
asking
for
you to trust me. I am telling you, you can run these sequences yourself. You can download a program that will do it for you. You are not being kept from this data. It's available. How many chromosomes do you think chimpanzees have? How many chromosomes?
First of all,
here's my question. Here's my question.
Fetus and embryo. Do you know a fetus?
Yes, I used the wrong word. I used the wrong word. I know I used the wrong word. Okay. Yes, I meant embryo. I meant embryo. I said fetus. That's so what? Big whoop. So again, this really does. Again, it really just comes off as a giant. Just trust us, bro. You don't need to actually. Just trust us. We use this thing. Just because I say I believe that things are mathematic and can be proven mathematically does not mean I'm not going to be skeptical when somebody says, no, we don't need to take pictures and compare these things. We can just do this convenient mathematic equation that we came up with that totally agrees with us.
Simple thing.
I'm going to be skeptical of that.
All right, guys, hang on for 1 second. Deconstruction Zone just sent over a bunch of people. Thank you so much, Justin. That is greatly appreciated. And welcome to all the Deconstruction Zone people. It's awesome to have you here. And Austin Sims did a super chat. Indigenous, I cannot say that word. Indigenous retroviruses. Endogenous, yes. Retroviruses. And I cannot speak tonight. cytochrome C amino acids. I think he
he
was
doesn't
correct.
understand
Those are
any of
all
that is.
ways you can
If
run
I
the
could just jump in
datagram
here really
totally
quickly.
separately.
And
I
Um,
actually,
I'm still
actually
talking. Hang on. And if anybody would like to join the panel, there are 2 open slots. I've got it pinned at the top there. Feel free to join in, people. There are 2 open slots in the panel. We'd love to have another theist, just so the one theist isn't so overwhelmed. But there are 2
There's
open
two
slots
theists.
in the panel.
There's
two theists. I'm sorry. You're right. And then
I just haven't gotten. I just haven't really gotten.
no worries.
You know.
I
And then
actually.
There's a
sorry.
membership gifting from Professor Hizzle.
Also,
Thank
I
you
really
so
do
much,
think there's
Hizzle.
only one.
We got 5 more not idiots. Chris LL, Absurdist Atheist, Felix Later, William Foley, and The Hunt. Welcome to being not idiots. It's wonderful to have you all there. I'm not going to change the name. I love that name. But
It's a good name. It's a good name.
There's
Go
a
Hizzle.
problem I think we're having in this discussion, and that's that everybody's trying to throw. And this is something that, while I think is done thoroughly in good faith and in earnest in an attempt to help somebody understand, I think it misses the point, and that is that we are throwing empirical facts at the creationist. The creationist doesn't care about empirical facts. If they cared about and understood the empirical facts, they wouldn't be a creationist. I want to
now you're just arguing that because I disagree with you that I clearly must be wrong.
That Aaron Ra developed some time ago. I think this might, depending on how things go, maybe get at some underlying problems. 9, do you acknowledge any sort of evolution, like microevolution, like mere speciation or anything like that?
No, I acknowledge adaptation, but I do not believe in any form of evolution.
So you think that like life forms have adapted a little bit?
I believe that life forms adapt to their environments, but I don't believe that they straight up become another species over time.
Sure. But when these life forms adapt, there might be slight changes to them. Would you agree? I mean, they're not going to become something different. Okay. So do you think that we would be able to map some of those slight changes throughout history? Like look in the past and be like, oh, this thing, it's the same species, but we can see that it was slightly different in the past than it is now, but it's still the same. How dogs have changed over time, but they're still dogs,
I don't think we could accurately track that. No, I think we could mildly potentially guess at some of it, but I don't think we could get an accurate tracking.
You don't. So why wouldn't we be able to get an accurate tracking?
Because genetic material in DNA does corrode over time. It does.
Suppose we don't use those to determine the difference.
Suppose,
hold up. Suppose we use just morphology, just the way they look.
Well, just looking at something and guessing at it is going to result in even worse problems. You can look at things all day and still come to the wrong conclusions by just looking at it because there's more going on there. So
you don't think that we could look at different creatures throughout time and see that there's been ever so slight changes as a result of adaptation, despite the fact that that's the way God created things?
Not accurately enough. No.
Then how do we determine that happened if we can't accurately measure it?
You can look and see that there might be changes. I don't think you can really accurately say what those changes were.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying anything about that. Just that there are changes, these slight changes in creatures as a result of adaptation over time since they were created by God.
Yeah, but
that we would be able to see some of these changes.
Sometimes, yeah. Now, I do need to. I do think this might be important to acknowledge too. Some of those are just going to be resulted from selective breeding.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, like with dogs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think you can sort of, but without actually having the creature there and actually having honestly usable genetic sample, you're not really going to be able to get a properly accurate guess.
Do you think that all life forms as they were originally created by God look exactly the same as they did when God created them?
No.
So there is some change that we can see from special creation to now across life forms.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I'll use my cat here as an example. My cat is a ragamuffin. That breed didn't even exist until the 90s.
Okay. So where is that line? Where do we draw the line and say these are the created kinds Everything before that is fake, fake science that's fake and gay. These are the specially created kinds, and there's only been a slight adaptation from those. Can you outline for all the animals, or just give a few examples of created kinds, of that terminating line in the phylogeny of living organisms?
Hold on.
At
Are
special creation.
you implying I believe that anything that does not match those original designs is not God created?
No, I'm asking where the line is.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think that line exists because there's
Neither do I. And this is a problem for creationism. Because if creationism is true, then we should be able to trace, and whether you agree that we can do it or not, we should be able to trace all morphological and genealogical changes in life forms back only so far, and it should only go back, what, about 6,000 or 10,000 years, and there should be a set of specially created kinds in which all of these changes terminate, because those would have been the very original life forms initially created by God. I just want to know where that line is. It seems that you agree with me that line doesn't exist. I don't think it exists because it clearly doesn't. We can look at the phylogenetic tree and see that there is no line. We can trace these lineages back billions of years. So I'm just, if creationism is true, one of the foremost predictions that it would make is that all of that phylogeny terminates in the line of specially created kinds. I just want to know what those specially created kinds are. And I don't think if the creationists can give me where that line is, then that shows that creationism is almost certainly false.
I don't even understand the argument. Like, do you think that because of creation we should be able to track it back to one thing?
No, not one thing. A terminating line in. Do you know what a phylogeny is?
No, I don't know. But
so, like, a phylogeny is like the life tree. It's how we can trace everything back, and then it starts to get smaller and smaller. That's sort of the phylogeny. If creationism is true, there's a terminating line. It doesn't all come back to one universal common ancestor. Everything terminates in whatever the specially created kinds are. I just want to know where that terminating line is.
I think I see the flaw here. Maybe you forgot. I already said I don't think we can accurately guess that stuff. So when you bring up the
you can't fulfill the foremost prediction of creationism.
You can't either. I'm literally saying that.
Because I think creationism is false.
Well, no,
so of course
I'm saying that the lineages you're talking about that we've traced back to millions and millions of years, I don't think those are accurate. I think those are false.
But they are.
Those are wrong.
That's why the empirical data backs them up. Of course they are.
They are. They are completely wrong. I'm sorry,
but
they're
not.
If they're wrong, why does the global consensus of relevant experts think that you're wrong? Are they all stupid and you alone have the truth, or are you just wrong because you have preconceived biases informing the way that you think?
So again, just to confirm that I'm approaching this correctly, you said that these changes in these lineages are drawn based off of looking at the changes from remains and whatnot over time, correct?
Well, I've never said that.
No, they're not.
Okay, then how are they being determined?
The field,
they can be determined morphologically, but they can also be determined genetically.
Predominantly the field of phylogenetics.
Okay, so problem with that.
Wait. Nine, do you know what the field of phylogenetics is and what it focuses on?
No.
Before you go into this, there was a super chat from Nobody on Fire with this in a paper. He wanted me to show this because this was backing up Kurt's point that he was making about embryos.
So because I want JL to get in here because he can do evolution a lot better than me. But I just before I yield, you are admitting that you cannot produce the terminating line of specially created kinds, all the animals, all the life forms that were the ones that were directly created by God 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. You're admitting you can't produce that.
You understand
that's a yes or a no question. Can you produce that?
It's no, but do you know why?
Okay. It doesn't matter why. Why doesn't matter. I just wanted to know if you could. Why you can or can't, I don't care about. You can't, and that is the foremost prediction of creationism. Sure, I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that I can't. But me being wrong doesn't make you right. It just means that both of us are wrong because neither of us can produce the foremost prediction of our models. So I can just grant you that I can't do that, but
So-
neither can you. The
Okay,
foremost
so what?
prediction that creationism makes,
How
and
is
you
that-
can't
how
reproduce
is that
it.
the- how
JL,
is-
the floor is
how
yours.
is it? How is that the most foremost piece of creation? Do you
Because
even
that's the
know
one
about
thing
the
it says.
first-
God created life. So if
Okay,
God
so
created
are
life,
we
we
just
should be able to
ignoring Noah's
see
Ark?
in all of the science surrounding life, everything only
yes.
going back so far, again, to that terminating line of life forms that were the ones that were initially created by God at the moment of creation.
So
All
let
of
me
it
ask you
should
a question.
stop at those organisms. And
let
then the
me
creation, you should be able to say, here are the set of terminating organisms. Here are the set of organisms of life forms that were specially created by God. Everything.
Okay,
The buck
so-
stops here. Do
so
not
let
pass
me
go.
ask you a
Do
question.
not collect $200. The
Let
foremost
me
prediction of
ask
creation.
you a question here. So I'm sure that you are familiar with the whole story of Noah's Ark, correct?
Sure. Yep. I can
So-
grant you Noah's Ark.
So let me ask you then, if those original things were, let's say, not the ones that made it onto the Ark, or had been breeded out and died off already at that point, and then got stuck underwater and dirt for a month, which, mind you, changes like this can happen even faster than that. Doesn't it make sense that it might be possible that those samples just don't exist anymore?
I don't think so, no.
I would say that they don't exist anymore.
I don't think they would decay
Probably
over 6,000 to 10,000 years. That's not enough time for bone to decay. Fossils can
True.
form in that time.
Says who?
Okay,
We found fossils that are 6,000 to 10,000 years old.
Form in that amount of time in a situation where the nature of the Earth is fundamentally changing. If you read into what Genesis,
we have fossils that are hundreds of millions of years. Fossils that are billions
You
of years
mean
old.
fossils that have been claim to be that old due to carbon dating?
Hold up.
There are a couple super
that's
chats,
wrong.
So I need to jump in before the correction. Nobody
100%
on fire was saying to Kurt, I sent the photo, the one that I had on the screen, so that you can talk about how good those drawings were. Taco's
drawings are
are
completely
lower for
inaccurate, dude.
comparison. And then, thank you so much for the super chat. It's greatly appreciated. And then Hayden says creationists don't understand population genetics over time, mostly because they're stupid. Well,
They're not stupid.
I would say that.
They have preconceived biases that
Yeah.
inform the way they think,
I think
which
it's
is
a
why I asked him.
misunderstanding or
He
something,
thinks
but I do
that
have
he
to read
thinks
the
that
super chats.
he thinks that the global consensus of all relevant experts in geology and archaeology and anthropology and biology and genetics and agriculture, a field that I'm very familiar with,
And
we wouldn't be able to do what we can do with corn if evolution were false, because the very mechanisms that we use to make corn do what it does are because of evolution. But
Because we
anyway,
understand
all
evolution.
of those people are wrong because they're evil, big, dumb, stupid Satanists. And I alone
That's
have
not
the
what I'm
truth.
saying at all. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
at
but
all.
that is okay. So then
here's the thing.
why do you disagree with the global consensus of relevant experts? Are they wrong?
So this is okay. I'm
Are
going to say
they wrong?
now. I don't believe that every evolutionist is malicious. I do believe they're wrong.
Sure,
and I
but I'm
believe
not
they're
asking you
wrong
that.
because
Are they wrong about
I
evolution?
literally was about to say yes and why. So I do believe they're wrong. I believe they're wrong because if you have something that fits the actual description of Noah's Ark, not the cartoony description, but like what you actually get from Genesis, that would be enough to fundamentally change the entire environment of the planet, which would change how these things work. I brought up, for example, and I just to bring this up, I brought up that carbon dating is inaccurate.
We know it didn't happen.
Reliable because it is entirely based on a consistent giving off of carbon over time, which we know.
Carbon dating is not used.
It's not used for that. Okay, so I would.
But
No,
hold
no,
on.
nine.
I
Nine.
want to wrap a nice
dude,
little
it wasn't
bow. I
like
want to wrap a nice little
2000s.
bow on this if I can.
Carbon dating is not used for that kind of dating, dude.
Yeah, carbon dating is
I'm
used
sorry,
for that.
that's what
when I
my
said
class
the
said.
consensus of relevant experts, I also meant geologists who would disagree that there was a flood, and we know that there wasn't a flood.
There was.
Okay, but
So,
again,
you bring up Noah's Ark, but they're not wrong because of Noah's Ark, because those with Noah's Ark didn't happen for the same reason. So again, why are all the experts wrong, but you have the truth? How did you get the truth?
How does the guy? No.
Hold on. How did all the people professionally trained in the subject?
Too many people at once. You guys have to keep it to one, maybe 1.5 at a time. I don't know how you make a half of one.
I'm I'm wondering how the guy who doesn't know what phylogeny is thinks he knows more than every evolutionary biologist on the planet.
How
You
did all
kinda
the
answered your
professionals
own
miss
question
this
there,
game?
though, in my
Like, are
opinion.
they so incompetent that they don't
That's where
understand
it
their
starts.
own
all
fields?
literally all you need is
We're gonna do a
all
talking
you
stick
need-
if you guys can't figure this out.
all you need is one person with the end goal of changing how things are taught to get enough reputation to change how things were taught, to get entire experts in fields believing things that I would say are fundamentally wrong. Which, guess what? Whether you think I'm wrong or I think they're wrong,
Conspiracy.
there is one thing that we can all, I hope we can all agree on. That is what Darwin did.
No, that's not.
Well,
what Darwin,
no,
it's not
actually,
what Darwin did at all.
That is false.
Yes,
Hold
it
on,
is.
I got this. I got
That
this.
is
It's
exactly-
not.
No,
So
that is
what
exactly
happens
what he did.
is you have one person who develops ideas, but then it's not like, oh, he had the truth, and we're just all going to know. People say, oh, I think this guy's probably wrong because I want to be the one to come up with a special, cool, super cool idea. So I think he's wrong, and then they go out and you get a bunch of people who consistently reproduce the work over a series of years, and then be like, oh, we can't prove this guy wrong. Oh, you try to prove him wrong. Oh, but we can't prove him wrong. Why don't you try to prove him wrong? And it jumps around from different groups of different experts who all try to find ways to prove it wrong and all figure out they can't prove it wrong.
Then
and
why
then they're
is
like,
it that
oh,
there
well,
are
we can't
still-
prove it wrong.
Okay,
And then
well,
what
then
happens
why
is the
is it that
consensus
you-
changes. Now, my
Okay.
question is, if you're going to claim that this is all it takes, why hasn't this happened in over 100 years? And why over that same period of time has the consensus just gotten stronger against your case?
Actually, it hasn't. A lot of people.
Yes, it
in
has.
modern day
Yes,
are
it
turning
has.
away from
It
atheism.
really
No,
has.
they're not. That
No,
is
they're
just
not.
straightforwardly false.
That
And if you're going to claim that it's true,
every
don't
social
just claim
metric.
it's true.
No, sorry.
Just go get the studies and show it to me. Go get the studies.
Every
and show
single
me that it's
single
changed.
study done in the last 25 years shows that number one, Christianity is the fastest declining religion. Two, Islam is the fastest increasing religion. And three,
Islam is only increasing through
and
birth
three,
rates.
I'm not done. And
That's
three,
technically true.
and three, the none category, atheists, agnostics, and people who simply say they don't hold to a spiritual position, that is rapidly increasing. So no,
Oh,
you're
it's
flat out
not.
wrong on that. But guess
that is recently changed.
And common ancestry.
no, it hasn't. No. The
itself.
most recent 2025 out of Pew Research indicates that these things are leveling off. But that's exactly what we would expect to see. That there will be peaks and valleys. Okay, they do level off at a time as we go through generational changes. But that's what we expect to see. It's exactly what we saw between the greatest generation, the silent generation, what we call the boomers, and so the baby boom, and so on and so forth. We see these trends, and we understand that's just basic statistics. But going back to this thing. Phylogenetics, which you didn't know, which you are not familiar with that field. I feel like I've introduced you to this. Phylogenetics is a very specific field that when we develop the ability to literally map entire genomes, okay, from one side to the other, the entire thing. Phylogenetics is predicated upon that. What it is the study of evolutionary relationships of organisms utilize that results in the creation of what we call phylogenetic trees based upon genetics. Okay, and so
No, Jail, you are wrong.
Hold on here.
You're wrong.
I'm literally pulling it from the site now just to make sure
and
I'm
you're
not
wrong. Phylogenetics was begun by Willy Hennig in 1955, barely after DNA was discovered. He wrote Grundzüge zu ein phylogenetischen Systematische. I wrote my fucking thesis on this shit. You're wrong.
Can I finish what I was saying?
It's based on characteristics, not genetics initially. Now it is genetics, but it was originally not genetic.
So
Okay, no, hang on a sec. Did I claim that that's how the field was started? Or did I say that that's what or am I talking about how we currently use it?
Well, that's how it's used now, but it was
Okay,
not
great. That's what I'm focusing on. I didn't need to go into a history lesson for this particular example.
No,
So
because
relax.
you understand the difference between a plesiomorphy and a synapomorphy, and they didn't start in genetics. They started with morphology.
I understand that, but understanding morphological characteristics and how those come about comes from genetics, from understanding to provides our better understanding. So ultimately, how we develop phylogenetic trees today is based upon genetics, DNA, RNA. Okay, so I wasn't wrong. I just didn't include information that you felt was pertinent.
Yeah, because that's how.
All right, because it's not pertinent to this discussion right now. Okay, so just relax. So just relax. So nonetheless,
Okay.
as I was saying,
now there's some super chats. Austin said the overconfidence and confirmation bias are unreal. Thank you for the super chat. And nobody on fire said, bro, watch 3 Discovery Institute and PragerU videos.
She
Decided on his worldview. Thank you.
Actually, no. I'm going to tell you this right
So-
now. Pretty much all of my science curriculums in school, they were evolution based.
So
But
phylogenetics.
I would like to say something. I have to go here soon because it's getting late and I work in the morning. I just have one question.
I get it.
And then I have to head off. Okay, so you guys are very confident in all of this all stuff. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to. Okay, I'm confident in my own stuff. Why is it that this is still a debate? Why is it that there are still scientists who don't believe in the theory?
There
of
is no debate.
There is no debate.
That doesn't answer.
No.
Obviously there is, or we wouldn't be
No,
here.
9. There
Well,
is no.
we
No.
debated.
9.
Scientists don't.
Okay,
There.
you
there
have
is no-
interrupted the question. When I
No,
was
I'm
still
trying to answer you asked a question. It needs an answer.
yeah,
You
yeah,
do not
okay.
need to
You
clarify.
interrupted
You're
it.
asking.
You
You're asking why there still exists a debate. You're
Jail,
asking
That-
why
that is
people
not-
still
that
argue this
wasn't
stuff,
my
right?
question. That was
Jail,
not
he
my
didn't
question.
finish. He didn't finish his question.
My
That was
question-
his question. Why
that
are we
is
still
not my
talking about
question.
this?
That is not my question.
Then what?
Why
So
did
how
you
about-
ask?
how
What the
about-
fuck are you asking?
And how about you let me actually say my question instead of trying to decide what my question was for me? My question is, why is it that this is still in general a debate that happens, and why is it that there is still scientists who do not believe that the theory of evolution works?
Okay,
Why is
to
it
answer
that
that
way?
question, the individuals who okay, scientist-wise, the individuals who work in evolutionary biology, who work in genetics, who work in phylogenetics, who work in these different fields, the fields that literally contribute to this,
Subject matter
it is
experts.
the subject matter experts. This is not a debate. The individuals who are attacking this, who are attacking these concepts, do not work in these fields. Okay, and they are usually individuals who have backgrounds in like philosophy or some other like unrelated field, and they typically are Christians.
Oh shit! Jail just
Okay.
got muted for 10 minutes. He said
What
Nine
the
Lives
fuck?
seems
That's
to have
insane.
a better handle on how science actually works than others.
From Roland. Oh
He
wow.
knows it only takes
That's
one man
insane.
with a working theory to show the contrary of established tradition. Mute JL. So JL gets an 8-minute mute because he had a 2. That was JL that got that protection.
He
for us
forgot the
earlier,
T
right?
in front of his name.
Well, I can pick up where Jail left off.
Well, actually,
So,
like I said, I
and
do
I
have
got
to
Because
it.
get
that dude
going.
is
The thing
definitely
is,
trolling.
I think
as
Jail
was
got a
already
protection
I
potion earlier.
do have to get going. Like I said, I have work in the morning. I do thank you for having me on board. This was fun. I hope
Yeah,
y'all have
Han, you were very patient with everybody, and I respect that you hung in there. And I used to be like you, and I hope you figure it out.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
super
no,
chat, Roland. Yeah,
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 yeah.
man. No, it,
You
it
have
takes
a
some
good night.
cojones
Yeah, you
to
too,
come up
man.
here.
Come back and see us.
I definitely got the cojones. I have experience in making myself like an idiot.
Come back and
Especially
see us
with-
again, man.
especially with-
Oh, yeah,
Thanks for
maybe
joining
sometime.
the
All right.
Bloodbath, and I hope
Next-
you had fun.
Next time I'll have to debate you all on if Megatron did anything wrong.
Oh shit.
Anyways,
Real,
y'all have-
all right, peace
I'll
out, brother.
take that
Thanks,
debate.
man.
Yeah,
I have a question for the
bring that
panel.
debate. Tacos, bring that debate up. I'll
that
do
would.
that.
Hey, you know what? You want to do that? I'll do it. But anyways, I'll see y'all later.
Thanks,
Later.
man.
So to
Yes.
finish answering the question, I feel like I can probably pretty accurately pick up where JL was unfortunately cut off by other people in the chat. So first off, as he already outlined, this is not debated amongst the scientists, and it's not. It's not. You look at the amount of papers that are published in these fields and the amount of them that are like disagreeing with the mainstream view. It's like none of them. Also, why are there still people experts who disagree with this? There's like 6 of them globally. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, obviously I'm being a bit facetious when I say that, but the point being that they're extraordinarily few and so far in between that the distance between them, because there's so little of them, is greater than the distance between fucking galaxies. Okay. Like this is not, nobody fucking can. This is why I kept pressing. How is it that you somehow have all the information that the world subject matter experts over the last century have somehow missed? Are they all incompetent? And as JL pointed out, it's a conspiracy. Well, they're all wrong because Satan or some stupid shit like that.
All right,
I think it's
Copper.
better to just hit them on that than it is to throw the scientific facts in their face, because as I said earlier, if they understood the scientific facts, let alone accepted them, they wouldn't be creationists to begin with.
All right, and Cupper, you're on the chopping block now.
Well, I just
Wouldn't
can
that
I
be?
just make
Wouldn't that be a different scenario than every other night? Now, wouldn't it?
no, I want to make one final point because this is really important, and it's really important even though Nine is no longer here to get this out. Darwin came up with a theory of common ancestry, and that's fabulous. That's great. It's good that he did. He came up with the idea of individual trait selection from the environment, and that is a niche way that life changes, right? That a tiny percentage of life is large vertebrates, and large vertebrates seem mostly to make changes in that way. Not always, right? Chromosome 2 fusion was something that Darwin couldn't have known about, but it was a major isolating factor for our own species. So what Darwin could know was what Darwin could know, and his mechanisms and all that applied when he wrote his book. But in 2025, nobody pays any attention to anything Darwin wrote, and the vast majority of interesting research is happening in cell and molecular biology, where we now realize it's wild shit going on. You get whole genome duplication. You get ants, harvester ants, where the queens can give clonal birth to species that are a different species through genetic material being removed from their own egg. Like, what's going on is that genes are tools for organisms to adapt to their environment. And most of the organisms that have ever lived, and most that are even alive today, are single-celled organisms. And single-celled organisms don't evolve in a Darwinian fashion. They have shared gene libraries. They have lateral gene transfer. They have whole genome duplications that happen regularly. And the mechanisms that they give are non-Darwinian fundamentally. And most of life evolves in a way that is not Darwinian.
Also, I wanted to respond to a comment that Jim D put in chat. He says, can the experts ever be wrong? Can experts be wrong? Yes. Can the consensus of experts be wrong? It can be. Is it? Almost never. So now, when the consensus, the global consensus of subject matter experts is wrong, it's almost never about the core theory. It's about some other auxiliary hypothesis that's like, so people will say, well, James Webb overturned the Big Bang. No, it didn't. What it's done is it's shown us that some of the assumptions we made based off a very limited knowledge about how galaxies form and how early galaxies form was in fact incorrect, which we were perfectly fine accepting because we weren't sure if we were correct to begin with, so we're willing to accept that we weren't. But it's almost never the core theory is wrong. It's not that evolutionary theory is wrong. It's that some auxiliary hypothesis that's, again, auxiliary to the theory might be wrong or might be misleading. Now, the consensus may have been wrong 300 years ago, but that was back before we had developed science and all of the statistical methods that we utilize today and the level of observation that we're already working from in place, such that in the modern age, the consensus is almost never wrong. And again, when they are, it's almost never about the core theory itself. So I think that that is an important thing. And I think that that's part of what makes a consensus reliable, particularly in the empirical fields, because the consensus isn't when you're dealing with like a consensus amongst physicists or biologists or geologists or climate scientists or doctors or what have you. It's not a bunch of them got together, had a meeting and said, let's all agree on this. It's that all of the data collected by the hundreds of thousands of different studies across different variables that have been done over the course of decades all corroborate the similar set of conclusions. And so all of the people working in the field who are doing the studies and who are learning about them and who are understanding the field are working from that as a starting point moving forward, which leads to a general consensus amongst the relevant experts. And this is why a consensus is reliable, even though technically a consensus could be wrong.
All right, Cupper, you're on the chopping block.
Well, I thought Denizen had a question for the panel.
Oh, yeah.
I was just
What's up,
wondering,
Denizen?
has anybody had these arguments with someone who actually understands the scientific material? Because I've been doing this for decades, and I've never met a creationist who understands the thing they're criticizing.
Oh, a creationist? Well, no, a creationist that understands it. No, I've never.
No, I got a biology degree from a creationist university, and that creationist university taught me enough to figure out that creationism wasn't right.
Right. And I get like the mindset of thinking education itself is arrogant or even an evil conspiracy and dishonest. But I don't understand like the certainty that comes when you face a panel of people who are talking about the fundamentals of how something work, and you don't recognize any of the terminology, aren't familiar with any of the subject material, and yet you're certain
Welcome
that
back,
everyone you're
JL.
talking to is wrong.
Yeah, I myself have like I put in the private chat. I've never run into one that understands the science. The best I've ever run into is a creationist who is intellectually honest enough to state that, like, to either say they don't know and to recognize when they're appealing to mystery, or appealing to mystery and magic, or
Right.
they recognize the fallacious the fallacies that they're committing, but they still hold to it regardless of that, and they understand why. They're intellectually honest, but they're also being willfully ignorant because the
Right.
information's there. They just refuse to accept it.
Most of the intellectually honest creationists I've talked to are not young Earth creationists or some style of old Earth creationist, like a Faz Rana or like a Hugh Ross, who largely at least accept evolutionary theory, but think that maybe there was some like guidance
Right.
involved in that. I think most of it doesn't necessarily. So I think that if somebody they're not like lying for money on the internet or something, they genuinely believe that like evolution is either A, completely false, or B, at the very least has some sort of problems. I think they believe that because of a genuine there's something they're not understanding about the theory. And I think that a lot of the time there are and I think that this extends even outside of religion, it extends into politics on both sides. Where people have preconceived notions that inform the way they look at the world and inform the way that they understand and take in information that itself informs other views that they may hold. A lot of creationists are not creationists because of any sort of empirical data. They're creationists because they already believed in God, and they just want to look for things and believe that the world is structured in a way that indicates God exists and that indicates that he has designed or structured the world specifically for us.
And most people use their ability to rationalize what they already believe rather than to seek out truth. Just
Correct.
by nature of, I think it's because their identities are associated with their beliefs. But he said that most of his information about the topic came from evolutionary teaching, and
That's not true.
Yeah,
I don't think it is. I think Kurt showed that
He doesn't know anything about biology.
Right, and so I just
explicitly creationist sources and arguments.
I just think that he didn't pay attention at all to it. But then I did want to throw out, my 4th grade science teacher did tell me that the phases of the moon were caused by the Earth's shadow. So there is that, right? Like,
no,
Nobody Inspires submitted a super chat. Thank you for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. He says, let's get Cupper some questions. Protection potion. Woo. Cupper got a $5 protection potion.
Well, I appreciate you very much, nobody.
Copper, do you have any questions for us?
God, I would
questions.
Just a question. How many of the panelists are atheist?
Me.
All of us.
No,
except for you.
No, Jay's a theist.
Oh yeah, Jay.
Come on.
What do you mean, come on? Jay is a theist, isn't he?
Come on.
I thought he got converted the other night.
Yeah,
The fact that he might not
I ran my atheist precept on him yesterday. He's lost his theist title. We've taken his theist title from him.
And it didn't work, Chuckle. And it did not work, Chuckle.
Are you wondering why we're atheists?
No, I was just asking who.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, there's very specific reasons as to why. I mean, I'm not saying that all of our reasons are the same, but No,
it was just a general question for who was on the panel, like that.
Yeah, what everybody.
Speaking of reasons, if I may, it popped into my head, and it was something that I really wanted to touch on earlier because I think it was a point where I don't think JL and Nine were talking past each other. I think Nine was not understanding what JL was trying to say. With respect to metaphysics, and there's a branch of metaphysics called fundamentality. It studies what the name kind of implies. Are there fundamental things? If so, what are they? What does it mean to be fundamental? And there's 3 views broadly within the field that one can take with respect to like the nature of reality and what exists. The first one is going to be this notion of what's often referred to as metaphysical infinitism, or the idea that like reality, there is no fundamental layer of reality. Reality just keeps going forever. Not very popular. There's one called metaphysical coherentism, which is the idea that maybe there isn't really a fundamental reality, but this notion of coherence is shared amongst a variety of layers of reality, such that it's sort of the fundamentality is internally coherently explained. And then there's metaphysical foundationalism, which is the idea that there is just some fundamental, some ground level of reality, and that there just is nothing past that point. That is the fundamental level. That's the view I hold to. I think that's the view that JL holds to. Obviously, he would have to speak for himself. But I feel like, and this is why when people ask me, well, did the universe always exist? I say no. I don't. The universe exists. That's just it. That's it. It didn't. It always is a temporal term. And the universe does not exist for any amount of time. Time is a feature of the universe. Just like the universe doesn't exist at a location, space is a feature of the universe. And the universe literally just it exists. It doesn't exist now or later. It always exists. It just exists.
Question for you. Wouldn't that exactly what you said bolster the point where people say God exists outside of space and time?
Well, I would say I don't know what outside of
exactly described that was things can describe out of space and time. So wouldn't that bolster someone who explains the word of God explaining outside of space and time?
I don't think so, because I don't think the universe exists outside of space and time. The universe
you just said
exists.
the universe.
Well, there's a problem with the term.
Doesn't necessarily have a time or a space.
No. There's a problem with the term
I didn't say
existence
the universe exists outside of space and time. I said the universe just exists. It doesn't make sense to say that the universe exists outside of what itself. That just doesn't make sense. The notion of outside of space-time doesn't make sense to me, because outside is a spatially referential term. You need a space to define what it means to be outside. It's like saying north of the North Pole. It's just incoherent.
Essentially, when you're talking about a thing that exists, you're talking about, like you're saying that God exists. When you say that it's outside of space-time, because of how, if you understand how Leo is describing these things, how space-time is a feature of the universe in and of itself, that's how like locality and distance between change, the measurement of change, stuff like that. If you're saying that God exists outside of space-time, it functionally is saying that God exists in no space for no time. Like there's no locality and there is no time that it actually exists for. Because space-time, like I said, space-time is a feature of the universe, which is why the universe is defined as the sum total of everything that exists. So if everything that exists in total, that is what the universe is. So if you're saying that God exists, then analytically, God is a part of the universe because it exists. It would be encapsulated upon that. The problem is you're trying to take it out of that concept and say it's some sort of like external feature, but you can't say that the terms that you can't say that the terms that apply to how we describe this universe simultaneously apply to something that effectively is not within the universe, because when you use that, you're implying that the thing is a part of the universe in order to have a space-time for its existence to adhere to be quantifiable by. So it's contradictory when they say, "Oh, God's outside of space-time." No, that's just special pleading. You're saying that the thing
Santa
exists,
Claus
but
is north of the North Pole.
Right? It's like what? It's like no. So when people say that, they don't seem to understand how philosophically it makes no sense. It's vacuous. Literally, it's an excuse made to try and avoid the fact that God cannot be demonstrated to exist by any kind of like empirical measure. So like we can't demonstrate that God exists to do any things that people claim it does in any kind of like novel, testable, predictable way. So they have to define it in a way as being external of that, despite us being justified in assuming in believing that it exists, even though we can't confirm that it does, which is weird. So they try to escape that by just removing it from the system, saying it's magic.
God is not accountable to any of the processes that he's responsible for.
Well, actually,
if you
hang on a
guys are
second.
going to pose any question to me, I would just ask you to wait 2 minutes. I just have to go to the bathroom.
Well,
You should
anything
totally
that is actualized by the God set is within the God set's purview. So
Okay, I'm just saying, if you're going to pose
Oh, yeah,
me a question about it, I'm
Go
going to
now,
go to the bathroom
Copper.
real quick.
Yeah, Copper, he's not
and I'll
talking to
be
you.
back,
He's just talking
and then
in general.
Yeah.
I know our super chatted
Which is great.
asked me to answer questions. So right after that, I'm down to answer any questions and all.
Sweet.
But give me 2 minutes just to
That's
go to
fine.
the
Yeah,
bathroom real quick.
take your time. So I would say like anything like the not God set per the theistic worldview, that particular worldview, the not God set as well is fully within the purview of the set that actualizes, which is the God set that it actualized. So anything that is logically possible within the framework of the not God set, all of the parameters and conditions that facilitate that which is logically possible, that which occurs, is all intended by the God set. So everything is its responsibility. So if there's a certain set of circumstances that allow for a particular outcome, those circumstances are the way they are because the God entity wants them to be that way. So
Hazel, I was just wondering, like, in terms of philosophy, who do you find like really valuable?
In general, Albert Camus.
Yeah, he's great. I have a favorite philosopher. I'm going to read you something from that philosopher, and you tell me if you can recognize who it is. But nothing is real, and no one can feel like you. They say eagles fly in this red hot sky, but were they just passing through? Or did they look down and see what you found was true, but still in the back of your mind, you've got something to believe in, but there's so much to find.
That sounds like it's from a song.
It is most definitely from a song.
It's from a song, and it's not Amy Grant. I know that's what you're thinking.
I was like, fuck, I wasn't that big of a fan of hers.
But it's so conceptually close. I figured it would be. No, it's Pat Benatar from her first debut album.
Okay,
Sorry.
Fair enough.
Sorry about that.
You guys want to talk about a
okay,
simple
boomer.
worldview. I'm an anti-realist about everything except like 3 things that I can immediately think of. So
one is Pat Benatar.
No,
technically yes, but I'm a metaphysical realist. That is to say, I think that there is an external physical world which exists independently of my experience of it. I am a causal realist in that I think that causality is a real feature of the world. And I am a scientific realist in that I think that science captures what the world is and says something about the actual external physical world and its structure rather than being a useful tool for making predictions. But other than that, I'm a nominalist about abstracta. So like, anything that qualifies as an abstract concept, I just think it doesn't exist. It's just a feature of our ability to conceptualize as minds. I'm a normative anti-realist, so moral norms, what's good and what's bad. Epistemic norms, something like you ought to proportion your beliefs to the evidence in favor of them would be an epistemic norm.
I would have a
axiological norms, things like value judgments. Aesthetic norms dealing with things like beauty. I am an anti-realist about all of those. All of those are stance dependent. Not a single one of them is stance independent, and I think that it's incoherent to suggest that they are. So yeah, I wish Howdy was here because he'd be like slapping me across the face right now. But
Leo, I would have a question on that.
Go ahead.
You just described, but I do want to make this point known forefront to the entire panel and the chat that as you guys saw, I was in the chat for basically 2 hours listening to 9 speak as his so declaimed Christian. No, that is not what a Christian is. He, one, never used any realistic Bible verses. He never used any Bible metaphors. He never used any way of the Bible to bolster any of his points. I will grant him this. He was very well good at taking a lot of damage from a lot of panelists. So good on him for, taking the
I
damage.
thought that was a deliberate restriction on his part, like he was trying to avoid using the Bible.
I think that is exactly what I described, which I believe Kurt Hizzle and Breakfast could attend to, that I just spoke about either last night and previous nights, that I believe he's a false Christian. Someone who uses the Christian term to describe himself without actually any knowledge or any realistic connotation to it. Besides, every single time anyone asked him a question about anything Christian, you know what he would do? He would go to science.
Well, how do you explain it?
That was the topic, though.
But he never
topic.
used
Dodge question.
science with the Bible. So he never actually.
That would have been a mistake.
I don't think
Well,
he ever
no,
used
it
science.
wouldn't have,
helped him
because it
at
would have
all.
it would have actually bolstered him
No,
as a person, as a Christian.
Oh, as a Christian, but it wouldn't have helped him in the debate, or wouldn't have helped him in the crosstalk that we had going on after, because I mean the number of scientific inaccuracies in the Bible is just, I mean the list is longer than I am tall. So,
And you can say that about 1,000 books.
Rupert.
yeah, but some ancient books.
But we don't pretend those books are from God.
I wouldn't say that's the problem. I would say the problem is, if you're going to say you're a Christian, you have to be able to cite the Bible with evidence, with the Bible and the verses and the actual areas.
What
of
I'm
the
saying though is you're
Bible
assuming he
when
couldn't
people are
because he
talking.
didn't.
Well, no, I mean, it wouldn't have, ultimately it wouldn't have mattered whether he's not here to defend himself. So whatever his motivations were, I don't think we could speculate. We could speculate all day.
I'm not speculating.
But I
I'm
think
just saying
that,
and for me, it felt like he was misrepresenting on my side.
Well, he misrepresented a bunch of stuff. So, but
I'm saying on
ultimately,
my side, JL, you've heard me spoke before.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying he misrepresented what I believe on that, and he said a bunch of things that I felt were completely misrepresentative.
Okay, but Cooper, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, is his name Cooper?
It's Cooper because I'm from Glasgow, and that other guy's from Aberdeen.
Did you say Glasgow? Did you pronounce Glasgow as
Glasgow?
Glasgow? What are you doing?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
It's like when people
You're
say
not a real
Ireland.
atheist, GL.
It's Glasgow.
Ireland.
It's Glasgow, mate.
Glasgow. You're from
I'm just saying, I wanted to put that out there first
Aberdeen.
before I started answering questions. I felt like it was a misrepresentation.
Well, I don't think it would have helped him. It wouldn't have helped him
especially
anyway.
some of the panelists
Copper, can you quote Matthew 5:17-20?
No, sir, I cannot.
Yeah, just do it off the top of your head.
Not off the top of my head, I cannot.
So is it pronounced Cooper or is it Cupper?
It's Copper.
Cupper, right?
Cupper.
Oh.
Cupper.
So
ultimately,
come on.
Ultimately, Cooper. But I don't think it would have helped him in the long run, because ultimately, if he's just going to go to the Bible, then the question just shows up: why should we believe what the Bible says? And then he's going to say because X reason. We're going to be like, well, doesn't that assume that God exists? You know, like that. It's just going to wind up in how he's begging to question the existence of his God to support the claim that he's making that his God exists in order for the thing that he's saying to be true. So it's just that's just where it winds up. Ultimately, theology.
He's using the reaction as a causality for his point.
Ultimately, the theology discussion
about it the whole wrong way.
Yeah.
Where when you're speaking about the Bible the way that true Christians do, you don't speak about the Bible as a as a causality point, more of a, it comes from belief, and the reason the belief happens is you have multiple points of multiple people giving a similar analysis as a point to an end.
Yeah,
So,
actually,
and when
yeah,
he also didn't, because I know with JL, with you, you asked him multiple questions and he decided not to answer your questions. He would answer your questions with another question.
true.
I think if he was going to go about that strategy, which is a debate strategy, I think that you're smart
Very
enough to know
dishonest
when
one.
you're having no, it's not a dishonest strategy. It is a strategy
Answering
within
questions with
debate.
questions is
A lot of
dishonest.
is not necessarily dishonest. I mean, a lot of politicians take about that strategy.
Well, they're
Yeah,
being,
because
they're
I
being,
think it
they're
just
being
proved Leo's
dishonest.
point.
Well, and Kamala Harris had that same debate
Was
strategy.
just as
Yeah, because
dishonest.
Kamala Harris is
We'll throw her
dishonest.
under the bus too. It's just
Yeah.
as
I'm
dishonest.
You
just
think
saying,
because
but
I'm on
also
the left that I support Kamala
Obama had
Harris?
that same debate
Yes, he
strategy.
did.
They
Yeah,
all did.
he
They
sure
all
did.
did. Because
But it
giving
is a
Because
no
they're
strategy. I'm just
politicians.
no
saying
no
it is
because
Because they're
giving straight up
liars.
answers.
No,
Because
no,
remember,
no.
no, Cuffer, remember
Let me
the
finish the
point
Let me
is
finish the point because I'll let you speak right after. Let me finish the point because I'll let you speak right after. I'm happy to hear your opinion.
I did kind of interrupt that. I'm sorry.
It's perfectly fine. I don't mind the interruptions. Just let me finish the point first. Yes, that is a debate strategy that is taught within school and stuff. But he didn't ask any meaningful questions in reverse.
true.
Like a question saying, "Are you certain God doesn't exist? How could you know whether he does or does not?" He never asked questions like that to an atheist on a reverse area. So that's why I just think that he held less validity in the way he was speaking about Christianity. If you're going to speak about it, one, give a backup with your proverbs, with your evidence. Like when he was talking about Jesus, God, and time with Moses. How do we know about Moses? You guys brought up a very good point with Moses. There's no actual evidence that Moses was a physical human being. But on a reverse rebuttal with that, the actual book of Exodus is in Egyptian folklore where they do name Moses several times on Zot M Mashi by Baran, which he absolutely translates to "this is from Moses." Zayum Mashi has a phrase that interprets as such a saying of Moses. And then again, Zot M Mashi says in Baran, translates this as again, this is from Moses. He doesn't bring up these points as to explain his point as he was saying it, which I found as a huge problem to describe, the Bible, to describe, what you're speaking about in Christianity, where every single time a lot of times, for some reason, he defaulted to Legos. I get the point in a way, but it just didn't seem genuous. Where I have multiple times on this podcast spoken, or on this open debate rather, spoken about being genuine about your point, and if you do not have an actual knowledge of what is being spoken against you,
Cupper,
ask
just
for
real
the
quick.
clarification.
Are you meaning like genuous, like not disingenuous? Because that's usually said as genuine.
No, I'm saying he was disingenuous by
Okay, well,
not
if you mean he's being
saying what he
disingenuous,
actually
then
knows,
yeah.
adverbing as he knows something, when he didn't actually have the knowledge to speak these points, and not
Right.
have the humility to, when he was wrong, accept the opposite point given to him. That is disingenuous. You can't have the affirmative and the negative be the same. If someone proves you wrong, you have to have the humility to accept you might have been wrong unless you can pull up something to disprove the position shown against you.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question about what you're saying here so that you clarify for me in my mind. You're saying he didn't bring up the Bible enough and that you
No,
think
he didn't
that's
bring it up correctly.
okay, didn't bring it up accurately in the way that you would
And
have.
not enough. So both.
Sure. Okay. So, and then that if he had like done it properly, it would have helped his case. And I just want to say, like, do you think that I don't know enough about the Bible that he was going to give me something I don't know?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if he was going to defend, if he's going to make affirmations, if you're going to
It would make
an
him look
affirmation,
more intellectually
you
honest.
have to be able to back your point with evidence beyond just saying the claim. You can't just say the sky is blue when the sky is red and then say, I have no reason why I think the sky is blue. You have to give an actual reasoning or something.
Sure.
You have to give something behind it, which he
Okay,
never
but-
ended up giving.
Right. I get that. But
And
here's
there
my
is a
point.
super chat from Cody. He's asking Kappa, why is God so confusing? Thank you, Cody.
Because it's an ill-defined concept.
I don't understand the question. It's not that confusing the way I'm explaining it. I
don't think he's necessarily singling you out. I think he's just saying that the concept of God is a somewhat confusing concept, which I agree.
Oh,
to some
okay.
extent,
Then I can
and
see.
think
I can see
because
that's a
it's an
very good
ill-defined
question.
concept.
It's because
That's a very
everybody.
good question because it's a very deep concept that even atheists look at and they.
I think
speak
the
about.
issue is that every Christian defines God differently. The Bible defines God differently in the Old Testament than what you define your God as. Because
No,
Old Testament
bad.
God is physical.
I would say bad Christians do.
And then after you have the physical Old Testament God,
Yeah,
you
they
move
all say
into
that.
this,
Just
like,
because you say you're
Greek
Christian
philosophy.
doesn't mean you're actually doesn't just
Right.
because you say you're
And then
Christian.
Yeah,
there's
that's
like-
actually Christian doctrine. You're right, Cupper.
and then there's
Just
like
because you
Zeus
say you are doesn't mean you
and all sorts of
practice
stuff.
and you are.
That's what the
Yeah,
other
no,
Christians
That's
say
not
about
a
you
fair
too, though.
assumption of Christianity because you
Yeah,
say
that's built
something
in the
doesn't mean-
Gospels.
This sounds really, really, really no true Scotsman-y right now. I
Yeah.
just got to be honest.
Not everyone who says Lord, Lord will be found in the kingdom. That's in the Bible. So that's my point, Cupper, is there really some set of facts about the Bible that you think are going to be like the thing that someone on this panel is going to hear and they're going to be like, oh, never thought of that.
No, I actually don't believe that. I think that
Okay.
the way that you can look at it, and from my point of view, is if you read the Bible, you can interpret the Bible a trillion different ways. The same way you can look at any book and interpret it a billion different ways, a trillion different ways.
Yeah, you know, Howdy thinks the Bible is an enchilada recipe.
Well, he's absolutely entitled to his opinion. Like
He defended it pretty well too.
He
I
did a
mean,
good
like,
job.
I mean, he can describe it to me. I was at first just speaking on that opinion of the other guy, but
Yeah, I get it.
I'm definitely, like as I said, I'm open to you guys asking me questions, and I'm open. To
I do have
hearing
one for
out.
you.
I have about, just so you guys know, I have about 45 or so minutes to answer any questions you guys want to propose.
Well, guys, I actually have no more minutes, so I'm going to take it off. But it was a fun panel tonight, and I know you're upset with MJL, but I thought Nine showed a lot of, like, I don't know, hit points. Like, he stayed in there for a long time.
I agree. I'll agree with you. I
not
just
a person of weak constitution.
Yeah, right. He's not a person of weak constitution, but I don't agree with positively reinforcing willful ignorance and intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah, but, well, I'm
Dale, can I not
reinforcing
just
his
say that was correct on my
courage.
opinion,
How's
too?
that?
I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
Okay,
You know?
so there you go.
He's the guy who he was in the dunk tank and he kept getting up on there despite the fact everyone was just slamming it with their hands. I get it. But Cupper, I do have a question
Cody,
for you.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Yes, if God wants a relationship, why so confusing?
Actually, that actually goes to the question I'm about to ask. This is interesting.
Great, absolutely great.
Why is God so emotionally unavailable?
So God isn't emotionally unavailable. That's what I would say to that. But
well, yeah, really, the question goes to like, how do you
He plays hard to know.
I've already gone an hour longer than I plan on going tonight. So why not do an extension goal? I put a $0 to $50 goal by 1:10 a.m. CST, so that's like.
Oh, you guys
minutes.
are on CST.
I am. Yeah.
Some of us.
So
I'm
like
on
12
ES.
minutes. We hit the goal. We'll go until 2. At least I will until 2:10 a.m. CST. It sounds like Cupper will go another 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Crystal,
I can go nearly another.
This should run
45 or so, maybe an hour, 45 to an hour.
This should run relatively quick.
I got work at 6
I exist
a.m.,
outside of time
so
zones.
I have to get off.
Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning too, but I'll sacrifice some sleep if we hit that goal.
He could be on the International Space Station for all we know. He's not on camera.
I didn't even think of that.
He technically would be outside of time zones.
I can hop on camera.
And
I'm just on my computer currently. I mean, if you guys want, I can hop on camera on my phone.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm just throwing it.
It works better on your computer than phone.
Okay, so I have a question.
I just don't have a video camera.
I have a question for you, Cupper.
Yes, sir.
And it kind of goes along in line. What the super chat that Taka just got was a bit it's kind of a glib way of putting it because it basically goes to the argument from divine hiddenness. But this is what I'm going to ask you: how do you reconcile the epistemic double standard in your worldview?
Define epistemic for me.
Okay, so epistemology being how we know things, so our ability to derive knowledge. In your worldview, there is an epistemic double standard, a standard for ascertaining knowledge one way and a standard for ascertaining knowledge another way. Now, typically what we call this is a break in epistemology, is if your epistemic standard changes depending upon what you're trying to ascertain, that's a break in epistemology, and that's something that ought be avoided if we're trying to go for true things.
Could I pause you for a second? Just when you're explaining it, talk a little bit slower because you're saying a lot of words really fast.
Okay, so epistemology is the study of how we know things. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So when we say that there is two standards of epistemology, there's one standard for learning things and how we ascertain knowledge, and then there's another standard for how we ascertain knowledge.
Yes, sir.
That is what we call an epistemic break. Okay? Because there's a break in the epistemology.
Okay.
The standard that you apply to this stuff does not apply to this stuff, and vice versa. You can't use this for this.
Yep.
The problem is, in epistemology, we understand that it is better to not have a break. Because if our goal is to understand that, is to know that which is most likely to be true, then we ought to apply the same standard to every claim. Otherwise, we risk contaminating our conclusion with bias because we're not applying the same standards, like a double standard, right? Double standards are bad, right? Exactly.
I'm with you.
So logical consistency is what we're trying to maintain. Now, in your worldview, in the theistic worldview, there is an epistemic double standard, and I'm curious as to how you reconcile that. If you'd like me to explain it, I can.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I want the full question.
That's fine. Okay, so, and I wrote this down so I can make sure it's as concise as possible. In the system in which we live, we are able to ascertain what is most likely to be true regarding the claims we make, utilizing a developed methodology that is recursively confirmed. It yields new information through novel testable predictions and eliminates bias in outcomes. It's how we recognize bad science.
Yeah, so recognizing if someone said something 20 years
Right.
ago, it could be proven wrong 20 years later.
Right. Or we recognize hoaxes like Piltdown Man and stuff like that. Bad
Yep,
science.
I'm
right.
with
The
you.
methodology is strong. Gotcha. So we can also recognize things like improper argumentation, logical fallacies, and other types of errors, like type 1, type 2 errors, stuff like that, to ensure, and then we can eliminate those because we can recognize them.
Also, I would say, and there's deviancy along with that, right?
Well, I mean, the way we work in the methodology, that would be exposed by the methodology.
Deviancy does exist on
Right. Well, yeah, but that would be in bad science. That would be people doing science in bad faith, people doing science to confirm things that they know, blah blah blah. So that would all come out in the methodology.
I mean,
right.
I want you to finish. That was
so,
and then there's a super chat from DeFreak. He says faith is expected knowledge. Thank you so much for the super chat, DeFreak.
That's not what knowledge is. It's not what knowledge is. So anyway,
I'm aware, and we're at 2 out of $50 on the extension goal to go another hour.
Okay, so we can also recognize things like improper argumentation, logical fallacies, and other errors like type 1 and type 2 errors, false positives, false negatives, and that these enable us to ensure that we are as close to what is true as possible. Okay, increases our truth probability, decreases the false probability, because that's where we want to be. What is true?
Yeah,
right.
You want to be in the medium between a higher version of it and a lower version of it.
Right. Okay. So
people have
yet in the we got limited time. So yet in the system we live, the system that we live in, that we have access to, that we can demonstrate access to, the most important proposition of all in your worldview, the proposition being that the God exists. That's a proposition. Whether it is true or false is yet to be determined. All right. That the truth or falsity of that cannot be ascertained by the use of the methodology that works for every other proposition. Okay.
I mean, that's not 100% true because we use that exact.
Can you empirically demonstrate God?
But can you empirically demonstrate a black hole?
Yes.
How?
Yes.
Yes, we know that we observe them.
We've taken pictures of them.
Yeah, we can take pictures of them.
But are the pictures of a black hole?
Yes, the pictures are of a black hole. Yes.
Do you know for an absolute 100% fact it's a black hole?
Okay, we know it to like, okay,
Yes.
science is never going to, we could say yes, but science is never going to say like 100% ever. They're going to say 99. No. They're going to say 99. Stop. No, Cupper, stop.
2-minute mute from Cody. Thank you for the super chat.
This is fucking
What the fuck?
Why are we muting somebody who's running a line of questioning? Like, I don't get it. Like, it just
It's a
makes
game
me-
show, man. It's not a
yeah, but like when the game show just disrupts conversations, there's no point in having them.
That's just the way it is.
Interrupt me when I'm talking. We're now at
That's just the way
$4
it
out
is,
of
the
50
point,
on the
dude.
super chat extension goal of $50.
Just saying, to be honest, Cody muted me for an hour last night. So
Yeah, I wouldn't have tolerated that. I'd have just left and been like, yeah, fuck this. There's no, if I can't have the discussion, why, it's like, why am I here?
no, that's not fair. He's a super chatter. He's entitled to.
So I care more about having the discussion than I do money, but that's just me.
But
I'm
not
my
getting the money.
personal opinion.
I'm not getting the money. I'm just respecting the terms of the panel.
Yeah, I think that leaving is respecting it. It's saying, hey, look, this is not how I want to go about engagement, so I'm gonna take my leave. I've done it before.
But he let me speak within parameters during that last night. He didn't just all out mute me 100% all the time.
It would be hard for me to defend
I was baiting
myself getting muted for an hour straight on a
I was
stream
baiting
that I'm
him
trying
into
to
mutes
talk
as
to
well,
people on.
so it wasn't like
like if you're doing that, that's different. If you're like trying to get somebody to mute you because you're having fun with it, and it's like that, that's
that's
fine.
what I was doing.
But that's not what JL is doing. JL is in the limited time that we have left, trying to run a line of questioning with somebody and getting muted for
Welcome
what?
back,
'Cause it's
JL.
funny?
Okay,
Unmuted.
right. Because we have limited time. I would like to finish this. So, because I'm almost at the end. All right. So the God entity itself cannot be empirically demonstrated. If it could be, it would have been thus far, but it can't. There is no methodology that results in the concluding of a God entity existing to do anything. The God entity stands so far as a hypothesis that's unfalsifiable. Okay, we can't demonstrate that it actually exists independent of mind. So here's the epistemic double standard. We have a system of epistemology that is established as a parameter of the set that we live in, of the system we live in, that allows us to get as close as possible to truth for virtually every single proposition that we can make, except for the one most important proposition that the God itself exists. Now, if God wants human beings to know that it exists, why would it create this double standard as a feature of the system when that double standard acts as a roadblock to actually knowing? Because you have to stop at belief. You can't actually get to knowledge. Why would it? No, I'm not done. Why would it create it as a roadblock when nothing dictates that the God must necessarily create that?
Okay, so absolutely great question, and I have a great answer for you. Because
oh shit, there was a massive super chat from Nobody on Fire. We just hit the $50 goal. Now I have to stay up another hour, so I'm going to be up until 10 a.m. Thank you so much for the super chat, Nobody on Fire. That's greatly appreciated.
By the way, Cody, I don't dislike you. I actually like you a lot. You're not the only one that does it, but it does. I have to be honest. It gets a little. It can get irritating when you're just genuinely trying to talk to somebody and the audience is muting you.
Right.
It's hard to explain if you've never been in that position. But when you're genuinely just trying to talk to somebody, time's not as limited as it was, so not quite as big of a deal. But especially if time is limited, it can be frustrating. Like I'm trying to just talk with somebody,
Yeah. So how do you reconcile the double?
I was last night, and that is exactly what happened to me.
So how do you reconcile the double standard?
Okay, so I don't think that's necessarily a double standard. I think that when you're talking about it in that verse, right? So let me clarify with you how you're saying this. If you could clarify the words you're using.
Sure, yeah.
Just because I don't want to misquote you. Otherwise, what I say in response is just going to be a misquote of you.
Yeah, anything you need me to, if you need me to explain a term or something, then I'll be happy to.
We'll just re-say the statement as you said it the first time because we just had the super chat and him speak. I just need it restated.
So there is, okay. See if I can. I'm not sure what part you want me to.
The very last part where you were talking
about.
Okay,
so the very last part of what I wrote down is this presents an epistemic double standard as a feature of the system that God itself created. If nothing dictates that the God necessarily make the system with this epistemic double standard, then how do you reconcile the existence of the double standard when it creates a natural roadblock to the claimed goal of the God for humans to have knowledge that it exists?
Okay. So the way I would respond to that is when God made people, is the Bible told us we were made in his image. Are we correct on what the Bible says about that? Correct?
Yes. That's what the Bible says, yes.
So when we're made in his image, that doesn't absolve us of free will to choose either to be away from him and choose to be separate from him and choose to take the word of God and twist it or anything else. That doesn't absolve anyone of having that free will choice.
But you don't have to do that though in order to not know God.
There's actually a response to that.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure. I
Go ahead.
Make sure. I know. I'm pulling up right now. 1 second.
Jail just got a 2-minute mute from Cody. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Jail, I'm sorry, dude. Cody after you tonight, man.
You don't have to deny God in order to not believe in God. There's a
clear verbiage.
It's not demonstrable, and if anything, and I've heard Christians make this argument, God deliberately makes it difficult to know him because it's a test of your faith.
But why does God want to test our faith?
Where are you pulling that from?
And Palms, I see you in the back there. Can you say something in the YouTube chat so I can link
Could
your
you tell me where
YouTube to
you're
your
pulling that
account
from?
here?
Because actually, what is spoken is in Hebrews chapter 11 that the list of people who, this would be a good argument to you, the list of people who before even Jesus was born or they even knew about Jesus, people who lived before him, examples Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, placed their faith within God and prayed to God. That is before Jesus.
Jail got unmuted. He got
Abraham
saved.
met God.
All right. Okay. So to respond to what he said with when he invoked free will, there is a direct response to that. It requires me asking, Cupper, do you think that humans having direct knowledge of God's existence would violate their free will as to whether or not they follow it?
No, because God gave everyone the free will to either acknowledge him or be separate from him as a choice and how you are.
Without evidence.
You can make actions to be a sinner. You can make actions to be a great person. Just because you do great actions and then you choose to not accept God, that can also put you in a place away from God, which will put you in a place away from him forever.
Okay, that's not relevant to what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay, then
I want to interrupt you.
I'm misunderstanding what you asked.
Right. So, okay, Acts. Oh, are you familiar with? How familiar are you with the Bible? Acts 9 1 through 22.
I'm not familiar with that exact verse.
Okay, no. Book of Acts, chapter 9, verse 1 through 22 is the road to Damascus experience. You familiar with that event?
I could not tell you at the moment. I am. No.
Okay, road to Damascus event is when Saul met God, or what was effectively God on the road to Damascus to go and persecute Christians and stuff like that. God appeared to him on the road, and with that experience, Saul then became Paul. Okay, but he converted to Christianity, became a servant of the God.
You're paraphrasing, but you can't. If you're going to explain to me, you have to use the.
That is the road to Damascus experience.
But use the verbiage of the actual Bible there.
Well, no, I'm paraphrasing for the sake of it, because all it is that with the connotation is.
No, but paraphrasing is the same thing I said. Transcribing could be wrong.
Okay.
So what?
No. The story is just talking about how Saul met God on the road to Damascus. That is what happened, and then afterwards, Saul became a Christian.
Okay.
The thing with that story is, do you think that God violated Saul's free will?
No, I don't believe. I believe he.
Okay.
How would he violate?
Right. No. You're right. You're 100% right.
Himself.
But did Saul not have direct, unimpeachable knowledge that the God existed?
He did after the fact. Yes.
Right. Okay. So I don't have direct, unimpeachable knowledge that the God exists. That is why faith is required.
Oh, shit. Jail just got a big $10 protection potion from Roby.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat, man.
Thank you.
Jail's got a $10 protection potion.
So if God didn't violate,
you either clap or I'm going to pay $15 and mute you.
He actually said, I cast anti-mute field on JL.
Okay, so
Cody said a little late with the shield.
So if God did not violate Saul's free will, and Saul could still freely choose to be a Christian after meeting him, Saul was operating with direct, unimpeachable knowledge. Now, Saul could not have gone to another person and been like, oh, I met God. They would have no reason to believe it. They'd know that he was making a claim, but there'd be no justification there. It's like, you think you met God. You may be interpreting it that way, but you can't demonstrate it to me. So I don't know if you're telling the truth. You could just be crazy. So there'd be no justification for anybody else. But Saul, at least himself, had direct, unimpeachable knowledge of God's existence in that story, correct?
I would say so. Yeah, correct.
Oh, great, awesome.
Just because.
No. We don't need to. We don't need to go off on a tangent. It's just fine. It's just yes. You agree.
He claims. I agree.
Okay, so here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Wait. Before saying the rest of it, would you say he claimed he did?
Well, I'm just presenting the story as the story says.
I know,
That's-
but within that story, he claims he
Sure,
did.
yeah, he claimed he saw God on the road to Damascus. That's what convinced him.
Okay, so
So,
I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
was
right, that's fine. So, but here's the thing: the implication in the story is that God revealing itself directly to another person, to a person, does not violate their free will. They still have the choice as to whether or not to follow that entity, and to consider it worthy of worship, or to consider it even worthy of basic respect. The point is, I don't have direct, unimpeachable knowledge that the God entity exists. In order for me to hold that the proposition is true, I have to ignore the methodology that gets me closer to truth. I have to literally commit several logical fallacies to justify holding the position, which therefore reduces the probability that I'm right just from a Bayesian analysis. I have to make a number of assumptions as well that are direct, that fly in direct face of the evidence that we have access to. So I literally have to not only reason badly, but I have to deny reality in some respects to hold that proposition as being true. This presents an epistemic double standard. Knowledge as ascertained through critical analysis one way, that's one branch. The other branch when it comes to the God is faith. Because this, how we derive plate tectonic theory, germ theory, atomic theory of matter, how we explain phenomena in the universe, that's not faith. That's knowledge.
And
But
since
the God
is
thing,
in control, he's deliberately hiding himself from you.
So that the implication would be that if nothing dictates that the God must create an epistemic double standard, nothing requires that God, nothing demands or dictates that God must make faith a necessary part of the system, okay, then why would it do that, knowing full well that that epistemic double standard would create a natural roadblock for the entities that it knows will critically think about these things? Why would it do that deliberately if its goal is to literally have a relationship with people?
absolutely great question, and that is exactly why I described
Kind of spin off of it, yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to let him speak first?
No. He was confirming something. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So, just based on that, that is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to God's perspective when creating man in his image, but leaving man with free will.
But it wouldn't violate my free will to have knowledge.
No, it doesn't. I'm not discounting that.
So why don't I have knowledge?
No, I'm not discounting. I'm not saying that you don't have the knowledge to dispute or take what you're presented with and believe a difference from what I'm saying. I'm saying that's absolutely within the right of your being and the right within God's will to let everyone have their own knowledge, their own will, own free will.
That's not how that works. No, because
so how would that not work? How is
because
how
knowledge
are you gonna deny me that God
because facts about external reality are not mind dependent. Okay, if God exists and that is a true fact, if that proposition is true, then I would want to know that that proposition is true. As it currently stands, that proposition, depending upon the God that's being invoked, is either not true, it's demonstrably false, or it's completely unfalsifiable. Okay?
So it's unfalsifiable.
Well, unfalsifiable depends upon the God. If you're talking about like classical deism, it's unfalsifiable. Hold on. If you're talking, depending upon the God you're talking about, it's either it cannot be determined to be true or false, so therefore we don't know. Okay, therefore belief would not be justified. Or
but then
it's
again,
defined in a logically contradictory way.
Belief would not be justifiable as equally, correct?
No, it wouldn't be justifiable at all.
But either way, it would not be justifiable because there's no equivalent factual truth as a quantifiable dissidence. Correct?
Nah, because I can't falsify unicorns or fairies.
Yeah,
so it makes more sense for me not to believe in them.
If I can't determine the truth or falsity of a thing, it would be irrational for me to hold a position of true or false on that thing because I can't determine which one it is. So the only reason I would hold a position on it is if it like personally validates me.
You're holding the opposite opinion that's equal.
No, well, hold up. It depends upon the God. If the God is defined in a logically contradictory way, we know that logical contradictions can't exist. So therefore, we know that God can't exist. So it depends upon the God that's being invoked.
On that
There's
point,
a super chat question from Cody H for JL. He asked, JL, can God be found in what we can't explain about consciousness?
Can it be found? Not that I know of yet. No one has done so yet. But it certainly is thrust in there to explain these things by people who don't understand cognitive science.
Which is what God has been used for, I would argue, in every example throughout history. It's the purpose of God. Is to insert what we don't know here.
Okay, but then on that point, has anyone asked you guys, can you answer the actual... I'll ask you, Joe, can I ask you 2 questions?
Sure.
Okay, so first one being from President Obama in July 8th of 2009, he had the Institute of Health do a survey of science, of mainstream science. I mean, I couldn't give you the actual names of the people on the survey, but it came up with a results of general public belief was 83% believe in God, 12% don't believe in God, 4% do not know, and 1% is just whatever is whatever, stuff is stuff.
Most likely statistical noise. So,
and that's that's general public statement.
Okay.
And that goes within, just so I'm speaking to you on actual terms, that is a USA.
Right.
So United States of
does
America.
Does a trillion people claiming that something is true logically entail that it is true?
I'm not speaking on any.
No. This goes to the survey that you're asking about.
I'm pretty sure I've got the survey right here if Tacos is willing to share.
There was a second part of the survey.
No, I'm just asking you a quick clarification. I'm asking you a question of clarification.
Okay.
Does a billion people claiming that something is true logically entail that the thing they're claiming is in fact true?
No, and that could be used against you as well.
It could. I'm just saying that pointing at a survey where a bunch of people agree.
No,
yeah.
I think
pointing at a survey where a bunch of people said they believe a thing is not evidence.
He's not doing that. I've got the survey pulled up if Tacos wants to share it.
Yeah.
I know exactly what survey he's talking about. I've got it pulled up.
The Powell survey, correct? And then if we look at statistics, you're looking at 95% of scientists actually live, like mainstream scientists live in the United States. If you're looking at a survey between them, mainstream scientists, 33% actually believe in God, 18% believe in God as a universal spirit or a higher power, which would create a 51% belief even on scientists in the U.S. That's exactly what I'm looking at. In the U.S. that are either believing on the higher power / God perspective or something else. So how would you reconcile that even the people who you claim are saying the opposite actually in favor believe in a higher power?
The belief is still unjustified.
God, which at a 33%,
it's still unjustified. It doesn't matter. Just because they I tried to cut this off. I tried to nip this in the bud before you even got going. You could get You could get a trillion people. You could get a trillion people, okay, to believe a thing. But just because they've been convinced of a thing, for whatever reason they happen to be convinced, doesn't logically entail that what they believe is true. Okay? It's not true until it is demonstrated to be the case. That is why they believe in it, but you notice that survey didn't say that they know it exists. That would be an entirely different survey. Asking people, do you know for a fact, a demonstrable fact, that God exists? You will find wildly different numbers.
Tacos, would you be willing to share my screen again? I've got a different survey pulled up, and I want to make a point here because JL's correct. The fact that more people believe in God says nothing about whether the claim that God exists are true. But this is a 2020. So the last study was 2009, and that was amongst scientists. It's an interesting study. This is from 2020, and it is the Phil Papers survey of Western analytic philosophers around the globe. And as you can see, a substantial majority of the people whose literal job is thinking do not believe that God exists. So,
Okay.
I mean, if we're going to pull this stuff out, how do we respond to this where the overwhelming majority, 2/3 of practicing Western analytic philosophers, believe that there is no God?
Where does it say Western analytics?
This is the Phil Paper survey. It surveys Western analytic philosophy. I can scroll all the way up to the top if you need me to.
No, I would just like to see it.
See what?
Where it says Western, and that also just says Western.
This is not amongst Eastern philosophers. These are not questions Eastern philosophy tends to deal with. Just like this is also not a survey amongst continental philosophers.
Right.
That's why I also specified analytic philosophy.
Okay.
This is an
There is a super
this is
chat
an
from
analytic
Cody.
philosophical paper.
And there's a super chat from Cody. Jay, how would you describe your God? Are you still awake, Jay?
Kinda. I could wake up for this. Yeah, so check it.
My boy's floating on a sea of green.
Yeah, I definitely am, man. I'm enjoying a nice
Cupper? What?
Kaleidoscope right now. It's like beautiful colors everywhere. Anyway, I would describe my God as consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Consciousness, like the highest form of consciousness. You know, the highest form of consciousness, because I feel like, right, consciousness is everything. It's what stops us from being plants and just anything else, like a tree or something. It's our brain.
Interesting detail.
If God, right, is indeed, or a creature or whatever deity indeed made us, he would require some level of conscious effort, consciousness, you know? And I feel like that would be the highest form of consciousness, one that surpasses ours.
I just want to clarify.
Nice, JL. What do you think about his answer?
Am I muted?
I liked your answer there. Good job.
No, you're not muted.
Thank you,
Yeah,
nice,
I just
JL.
wanted to specify Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, the
You're
UK, and the United
welcome,
States are all
Taco.
Western countries. Those are not Eastern countries.
And that survey, the scientists, the older they got, the less belief they had in God, which is an interesting detail, I think. The more experienced they became in their careers, the less likely they were to believe in God.
According to what study?
That survey we were talking about.
Which one? We talked about
the scientists being polled as whether or not they believe in God. I haven't been able to. It looks like the link to the survey, I tried to source it, is pointing to the wrong survey. So I wasn't able to verify 100%, but it looks like it was actually asking about religious affiliation, not about actual belief in a super deity or a supernatural being.
Okay,
and also it broke it down by age.
Validity.
So like a majority of the scientists who believe in God were much, much younger, like under 30. And a majority of the scientists over 40 did not believe in God.
I also wanted to just quickly specify one more thing
But
about
you
the Phil
can't
Paper
make that
survey.
claim if
Is
there's
that
no actual study
every
behind it.
category out of the like 20 different categories of like philosophy that philosophers work in, epistemology, metaphysics, philosophy of science, philosophy of language, moral philosophy, all of those, out of all of them, the only one in which theism beats atheism is in philosophy of religion. The only one. In every single other branch of analytic philosophy, including just generally, atheism beats theism in the poll. The only category where he doesn't is in philosophy of religion.
So, I mean, to try and
Leo,
get an answer.
Could I just ask Leo to repeat, because my my stream blanked out. I didn't actually get to hear what he said.
Oh, that's that Phil Paper survey study that I showed that surveyed Western philosophers. in every category, specified category of philosophy that philosophers specialize in: epistemology, metaphysics, philosophy of language, like all those, philosophy of science, philosophy of mind, philosophy of mathematics, like all of them. Atheism, and it changes, but atheism is the larger one in every single subcategory except one, and that's philosophy of religion.
Okay,
That
but
is
that
the
had
only
nothing
one where
to
there
do
are
with
more
the
theists than atheists.
that has nothing to do with the actual scientifical people who are mainstream science.
Sure.
Philosophers are different than mainstream scientists.
Sure.
So that's not an actual argument against the
It actually, Cupper, it actually is, because
Sure.
we can demonstrate. No, Cupper, we can demonstrate that just because they believe it doesn't mean their reasoning is sound. They can believe it for a whole host of different reasons, all of which can be bad. I can guarantee you this: their respective fields are not what prove that a God exists.
If you went to most philosophers today, I think the vast majority of them would not be capable of meaningfully defending atheism.
We're not talking about
I don't. Well, that's fine. I am right now. So if you went to most philosophers, I don't think that they could.
2-minute mute from Cody. Thank you, Cody.
I don't think
super chat.
I don't think that they could coherently defend atheism. I don't think they could defend the position that God doesn't exist, despite the fact that most philosophers believe that. I think the same is true for scientists. I think the same is true for most people. I think most people that believe in God can't really actually coherently defend their belief. I think a lot of it's going to come down to, well, I just have faith, and well, my experience is going to come down to just a bunch of anecdotal stuff that's spurious or dubious at best. It's not going to be any sort of rigorous defense. So I don't know what turns on any of this.
We see a jail warden in his natural habitat.
So I'm gonna have to pop off here because I got to quiet down so that but nonetheless, because it's getting kind of late. But I just want to know how wanted to know how he reconciled that, how he reconciled the epistemic double standard. There obviously is one. That's why they refer to faith. They don't refer to knowledge. These two things are not the same. They are not equivalent in any stretch of the imagination. Faith does not work as a tool for epistemology. These are kind of the things that we did that I didn't get a chance to get to. But, if he can't reconcile that, that's fine. At least it's something for him to think about. That's where I wanted to go with that. So, all right. I'll catch you guys in the flip.
Have a good one, Jail. Take it easy.
Take care, Jail.
Peace.
Take care, brother.
Keep enjoying out,
LJ.
Keep enjoying out, though.
You'll still be with us, Jail.
You'll still be with us in our immaterial souls, JL. It's okay.
What are you talking about?
Don't have to worry.
He's on the panel right now.
Yeah, don't you see him?
Right there. Mm-hmm.
The nice
Isn't that
JL.
Isn't that right, JL?
Is there a reason?
I'd like to buy a mute
right
for
here.
JL.
I'm right here. Can't you see me?
Is there a reason Palms is not being led on the panel?
Welcome
That
back.
was an
Cooper.
uncanny impression.
Because there's only 9 slots on this form, and it was mostly atheists anyways. What's up, Palms?
Hey,
I pulled you up.
Oh, there.
What's up?
Well, I do.
Yeah,
I have the same issue. I do have to go.
Hey, Cup. Oh, okay.
Oh, no worries.
Unless you have a question for me, real quick.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, I have to head out as well.
All right, man. Take care.
Everyone have a great night. I think it was a great panel. I think everyone has great opinions all the time. So.
Thank you.
Be well.
Glad to hear that. Have a good one, man.
Good seeing you, bro.
What in the
I
world
am
was
going to
that?
take off too because
Yeah,
it's
who's
1:30 in the
spanking
morning,
someone?
and I want to get some sleep before I have
Exactly
to
what
party
it sounded
tomorrow,
like.
so.
Oh, I guess
All
Cupper
right, man.
left.
See you, Leo.
Take
Good
care,
night,
Leo.
Leo.
Peace.
Bye, Leo.
That
Alrighty,
was
I'm outta
that was definitely an interest.
Clip that shit. Clip it.
You've never seen that before, Tacos?
Did you
Do you
just
even know
hear?
how to
Did you
invoke?
just hear Nice JL say bye, Leo?
Yeah, I did. See you later, JL.
LJ.
Nice JL. Yeah.
LJ.
Oh, so that was an interesting mega bloodbath tonight.
That was brutal.
Yeah, there was no shot.
Yeah, I got faded early, man. I gotta stop doing that shit. I gotta stop doing that shit. I gotta wait a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because, damn, I was out the whole time. Like,
Did you fall asleep?
well, I was like in and out, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, good
Like, I didn't fall all the way to sleep, but, you know, I missed a lot of moments.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal debate, dude. Pierce kind of tore him apart.
Yeah, I like Pierce. He's cool.
He was a little too patient. But I agree.
Yeah. We got to start having everybody be a little bit nicer to the theists, though. That's why we have nice jail now. Enforcing the rules.
It's like,
Yeah, mostly atheists come off with that superiority complex over theists, and that just gets us nowhere in a healthy debate. Unfortunately,
I find that's often a projection in my experience. Which is if you talk about some.
I think a lot of theists come in overbearing and.
I don't know what this is about. I don't have any opinions or thoughts about this. There was just a mega bloodbath yesterday, but Hayden's asking, how about Howdy and Soul flirting yesterday? I don't have any about it. It was a mega bloodbath debate, is what that was.
Yeah, they seemed like they were getting along, which is great. They both learned stuff, and yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated.
I looked through her Spotify too, which she has linked to her user profile, and I dig on her music. So, I mean, except for the God stuff, it's all right. No.
It's not creepy at all, Hizzle.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Fuck that.
No, it's linked. It's fair.
It's fucking linked, man. And I'm too old
Jay, bro, you gotta mute yourself. You're like,
my fault. Sorry,
you're like,
I'm dying over here.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, I know it's been forever, but I feel like I interrupted Den. So I don't know if you remember what you were saying.
Missing Mod says, let's just get drunk and argue about stuff instead. We could have a mega bloodbath with you at some point.
Yeah.
You and DeFreak, that'd be a fun one. What do you guys think? Drunk, Missing Mod, and DeFreak mega bloodbath?
What about what they disagree about on their religion?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. DeFreak uses the Quran.
No, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think Jesus is a little bit ahead of Muhammad, but like,
that's just in terms of followers, isn't it? If we talk about the teachings, it's everyone to themselves, to be honest.
How come we can hear this guy but not see him?
I was hiding him just to be safe. You got a ton of background noise though, Palms. You got to mute yourself when you're not. You got to mute yourself when you're not talking because you have like white noise in the background.
Yeah, is this better? I just changed my input.
Yeah, that's better.
Much better.
Yeah.
So,
it's
Palms. You into Islam, Palms? That's what it is.
Well, I'm to be honest, I'm agnostic. I'm not even an atheist. I just throw the idea of God out of the window altogether because it's not about believing or not believing. It's about the fact that even if God does exist, where is He? And if the Christian argument of creating us in His image, why don't we improve with time? Are we as flawed as He is? if we are as flawed as he is, then he is not omniscient in the first place. Then there's no point of calling him God at all. He's just someone who created us out of something.
Would
Even
you
if that is true. Uh-huh.
I was just going to ask, would you say that you have a problem with defining God?
I have a problem behind the resource expenditure and the mental taxation behind an idea of God being defined, because it doesn't give us anything tangible. I mean, I'm utilitarian to a very large extent, and even if, for the sake of the argument, you found God, okay, you went up to him, said hi, hello, had a few drinks. What's that going to get you? It's not going to get you anything. God doesn't come down and help us. So the guy is fine. If he wanted to be found, he would have been found. He doesn't want to be found. That's why we're trying to find him. But where does that get us in the first place? You define the idea of God in whatever format you want. Different religions have different definitions. But where does it get us in the end?
Do you know what an agnostic or an atheist is?
Along agnostic, yes.
Like with an
The
I,
other word,
right?
I couldn't catch the other word. I'm sorry.
Like I'm saying like IG. Do you know what I'm talking about? Instead of agnostic, it's agnostic.
IG.
Yeah, IG.
Agnostic.
No, I'm listening to that word for the first time, but a simple search says that it's along the same lines as it's complementary to agnostic and agnostics. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of focused on the whole like the definition sucks, so it's hard to even ascertain knowledge
Yeah,
about it.
because you don't have a base to build off of. Your foundation is so weak that no matter how many floors you add, they're all going to crumble. And in the end, if your argument comes down to faith, you should understand that faith and doubt always go hand in hand. So
Yeah.
as long as you're doubting your religion, only then do you have the right to claim that you have faith in it. And if you stop doubting it, then you have no right to claim that you have faith in it.
That all sounds
So
incredibly rational to me.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
because if you don't doubt the religion's foundations and its teachings and don't change with time, you will be constantly stuck in a box and you'll never be able to get out of it. Nothing. We don't owe the moon landing to Christianity. We don't own nuclear reactors or atomic
Hell yeah
reactors
to
to
that, dude. I'm super
we,
stoked you
we,
just said that, because there's a bunch of fucking Christians who will fucking take credit for that shit just because the majority of the US was fucking
Oh,
Christian.
I just realized I need to start playing like videos when people drop big super chats. So this one is for you, Nobody on Fire. Let me find it. I know you'll like it. I need you to be interactive with this video though, okay?
What is that? Oh, is it? No way. No,
Can
it's
you-
not.
Can you be interactive with this video?
Is it the one, dude?
Which video?
Is it Manar, dude?
Oh. I want to feel it. Let me feel it.
You got this, Manar.
The son of a.
This is paid for, nobody else.
Let's go, Manar.
You gotta
Let's
show the
go.
haters you can do it, please.
Show the
Please don't
haters,
stop.
Manar. You got this, buddy.
Please give me power, please. Please give me power, please. Please, please,
Do
please,
the
please.
pull up, Manar. Do it.
Say please again. Say please again.
You got it, dude. I believe you.
That's a video?
No, I'm weak.
You're not
No.
weak, Manar. Don't say that.
No, Manar, you got this.
He needs to pull on the powers.
I'm so weak. I'm so weak.
Stop saying that, Manar.
You're wrong, Manar. Dude, Manar, come on.
I believe in you, Manar. I know you can do it. Turn around and go finish your reps.
Oh, peace be upon Manar. Yeah, he's this really fun Muslim guy that calls in and tells us we're all gonna burn in hell and he's gonna rape our sisters and mothers. It's a tons of fun.
Yeah, he's.
I mean, I try
It
to
doesn't
get
sound
the
like
debate.
it's fun, but it's actually fun.
Yeah. Great. Sorry, great.
Is my accent that American? I mean, I can try a bunch of different ones. I'm Indian, but this B.S. Lewis in chat just wrote about my accent. That's why.
What did he
But
say?
yeah,
Pump
if
sounds
you-
like Darks. Oh, Dark. There's a guy named Dark Thuranus that calls in, and is he Indian? I didn't know that he was Indian.
I'm Indian.
Yeah, I know you're Indian.
There's speculation that he's Japanese.
No, there's no way.
I would love to hear you do an American accent. I think that would be fantastic.
I don't know. I think I'm doing my best because I've been in India for the past 8 years. Before that, I've spent 3 years in Africa amongst Americans, Brits, the bunch. So I don't know. It's quite unique in my own right, if I say so, not to play my own pipe, but it
Fair
gets
enough.
me where it goes.
Yeah, fair enough,
Yeah.
man. It's a good amalgam. I'd say there's still a lot of English in your voice, but
Yeah. Plus, in India, they use the British English for all forms of communication in most aspects. So I see my autocorrect get S and Z wrong all the time because my computer language is set to English US, and it gets it wrong all the time. That's just insane.
yes,
But-
yes.
Yeah, the point of talking about the existence of Islam's God and Islam's teachings is actually quite difficult because I've never met a person who's willing to change his idea after a debate. I'm perfectly fine with becoming theistic if I find reason behind it, but I don't find any person who's theistic willing to become atheistic, agnostic, or agnostic in the end of the debate. Because you should come with that open worldview to understand that your views can be changed. I've just never had that debate.
I've got so many great clips.
I am a prophet of the living God. He has changed my programming. I'm no longer after every single sinner out there. Nope. The time has come. God has adjusted my orders, and now I am targeting those who are already in the camp because the body of believers, known as Israel, needs to get their act together because we're getting ready to go through a spiritual war.
Where did Israel come from?
Yeah, is he talking about 1940, 50 Israel? Like, fuck you.
You know who we need to? You know
Even
who
the
needs the
current
bloodbath?
Israel isn't.
Taco, you know who needs the bloodbath? Motherfucking Mr. Batman and Wesley.
That would be amazing. Prophet
Oh,
versus
dude,
prophet.
what? Wesley is crazy. When it was
That
so
shit
funny to me. It was so funny to me earlier when he came in and I was at work and I watched Leo Phileas's face on my phone.
Yeah, like
and
what?
he was like, Jesus Christ. Because Wesley showed up because
Yeah,
fucking insane.
I mean, it's like, just embrace it, dude. It's not that big of a deal. When a crazy Christian comes in, like a legitimately crazy Christian, you just listen to them fucking talk. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, and if he starts spewing his delusions, I'll just remove him from the panel. It's not a big deal. He can hang out and talk if he wants to talk.
Yeah, I mean, even if he does spew his delusions to a certain degree, I mean, it's kind of funny. It's just like
I don't think we should be reinforcing it, but I don't mind checking in on him and seeing if he's doing okay, you know?
Yeah.
I think this is another place where the atheistic superiority complex comes from. Like, these guys just feel their delusions and you just sit there and you think, how does he even come up with that? How does he even come up with that in his head? What does his brain even think over to come up with that statement? It's just...
You gotta see him though, dude. Like, you would think he's crazy. Trust me.
He's just streaming.
Hayden Walton says Wesley is 5 seconds from crashing out at any time. That's no joke, dude. Dude, you just
I
like
mean, in
you say
India, I've
something
seen
he
my
doesn't like, and then he like talks for 5 minutes about omni barcodes and
The fucking omni barcodes and $65,000 and fucking yeah.
I think it's like $32,000 and change, if I remember.
Oh, maybe it's 30.
correctly.
Okay,
I think it's
32,000.
32,000 and change.
For what?
That's we're all going to get that amount of money, so we're going to get a
I can't
barcode.
wait. I
When?
can't wait, dude.
Oh, I remember that, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be a credit card.
I could use $32,000 right now. What's up, Cody?
Absolutely.
What's up,
But you're
Dad?
essentially selling your soul for $32,000 is what.
Yeah,
he's
let's go.
And
Let's
I
do it.
would, if God comes and asks for it, I would, or the devil, whoever himself. $32,000 is enough for me to say.
Give me that Omni barcode. Let them stamp my butt, my left butt cheek, and let's get at it, right?
Whatever, yeah, dude.
The
Give my
green
money.
ball.
Wait, so is Wesley saying that the part of the mark of the beast is them offering you money?
Yeah.
Yeah, $32,000 and change.
Oh God, I'll take that right now, dude. What the fuck?
You got to get an Omni barcode though.
How?
I don't know. They'll whenever they are doling out the money, I'm sure they'll have the barcode device.
And is it on your butt or your? I thought it was your hand or something.
His forehead, I think, is what he talks about.
Forehead.
Oh,
fucking guy.
Yeah.
Golden Arm says, "Thank you for the super chat." He says, "Having trouble with unnecessary suffering. Read Psalm 107. God causes calamity to drive you to seek Him, so unnecessary suffering has purpose."
That's a shitty thing for God to do.
Yeah.
It's like
God's an asshole.
I
would-
mean,
I'll pull it up.
So God is a love bombing, abusive narcissist. Got it.
Yeah.
He's a toxic
around him.
ex you keep coming back to. He's a
Um,
toxic ex who you keep coming back to. That's what he is.
Yeah, what a shitty way to fucking connect with your fucking your creation.
Oh, yeah, trap.
I think I dated God.
Psalm 107.
Yeah, it's like
the whole thing. I don't want to read. No, I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Let
Wow,
that-
it's huge.
let that fucker
Psalm
come down
107.
here and explain shit. Like, yeah, even if that motherfucker is real, like, why would you ever worship the God of the fucking Bible?
It's
Jesus
47. Or no, I'm
Hmm?
sorry. It's 43 2-sentence. It's like a 43 line. Oh my God. What am I saying? 43 times 2 lines of a poem. It's a poem, but it's huge. There's no way I'm reading all this right now for you guys. There's no way.
Yeah, the first argument that I had against God on my own, like not from some like an outside source, was the just unjust argument. Like, if it's an unjust God, I just don't want to worship it anyways, even if it does exist.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's why I'm an anti-theist.
Yeah, I mean, my first argument against God was that if his religion was to spread prosperity, I'm Indian, so I take it from the way religion is practiced here. It's totally communalism. It's complete and utter communalism. Religion is a way to
100%.
promote communalism. So my first argument against God was that if he wanted his religion to promote prosperity, why does he divide us so deeply? Like the caste system, maybe you guys have heard of it in India, how it is so deeply ingrained institutionally. And if he did not want that separation, then he's not a God who wants prosperity. He's a God who wants to divide us. Why does he want to do that in the first place? That was
Or
my
at the-
argument against. Yeah.
Well,
Or
for
at the very least, he failed at what he wanted to do.
well, for there to
Yeah,
be
he's
prosperity,
abandoned
there
us
has to be
one.
those who don't prosper.
Say that
Right?
again,
It
Cody?
makes sense if he's a narcissist.
Like, for there to be
True.
for there to be people that prosper, there has to be people that don't prosper, or else like the prospect of prospering doesn't exist.
Well, that's what they would say, but
Yeah.
no, in
Yeah, because
actuality,
don't you want an
everyone could
objective
prosper.
growth?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
I'm
I mean,
saying
because
I'm saying in reality, yes, but I'm saying if you apply the God concept, you have to look at it that way. Like, he could just make everybody prosper, but then the idea of prospering wouldn't be real.
You
Well,
guys
the-
know
then
I
that's
have at
just a
least
flawed
3
belief,
videos
isn't it?
on this YouTube of jail being called a demon in separate instances. At least
Yeah,
3.
VR DNA plays
There's no less than
perfectly.
3 of jail being called a demon,
Um,
like by dead serious Christians. I just thought that was funny. I just thought of that.
Golden Arm says, just read it.
I was gonna say something. I fucking lost it.
Does that mean? Of course. I mean, if humans don't sin, who else is going to?
I don't fucking
Word.
sin. I don't sin.
Yeah, true.
Golden
Yeah.
Arm in the YouTube chat wrote like, does
That's
that
y'all's
mean
problem.
humans sin? I mean, of course we do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the arrogance in the statement "I don't sin" is a sin somewhere. Written
Yeah,
somewhere.
fuck them. Fucking kill
I
me,
mean,
dude. I don't give
Yeah,
a
it's like like it's
I'm-
baked into the definition that everyone's gonna sin. Oh
Yeah.
well, you fucked me, dude. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, if you open up the dictionary, there's a picture of me right next to the word.
Golden Arm, why don't you call in and fucking read it to us?
I
This
mean,
is
you
long.
don't have to cuss him out. He just did a super chat, but we're not
True.
reading 160 lines or whatever it is on.
Oh, it's
stream.
86 exactly.
Oh, 86. Yeah, I'm not reading 86 lines on stream, but I do appreciate the super chat.
Come up and have a discussion with us.
Yeah, since you've clearly already read it, otherwise you wouldn't have made that comment in the chat. You
Yeah.
should come up and summarize it for us and give us your understanding.
Yes, excellent. Won't
We'll
happen.
take your word for it at first.
You guys want to hear from a
At
biblical?
first.
You guys want to hear from a biblical scholar?
Well, first I want to say, Mod,
is it a
I
good
wouldn't
one?
do that because that's a
Yeah. You guys want to hear from a biblical scholar real quick?
Is it a good one? Is it
Yeah.
Justin?
No.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
It's going to
Go
be
ahead.
better than that.
If you thought that you witnessed, I don't know, somebody come back from the dead, you're probably on some drugs or something, because that's not a thing that happens.
Okay.
So that's what it's getting into epistemology, like how we determine things to be true, and
What
having
is
a consistent
what
standard
is-
of epistemology across
what is
the
that
board,
camera
and
angle,
not
dude? What?
allowing our epistemology to have breaks. Like I accept science, but I reject evolution.
I
like
believe
you
that's
accept
called
like
the
the theory of
miracle.
plate tectonics.
That's
You
the-
accept
it's-
tectonic
it's-
plate theory, but you reject
America.
evolutionary
The
theory.
rate
Well,
That's
except
the
how
bad-
science is
Mexico.
done, but I
That's-
reject the
yeah.
result of the application
yeah,
of that
like I said,
method.
that's
What?
there's
Is that the Margarita Day? I think that's the Margarita Day.
Oh, that's not the one I thought it was. Shit. Hang on.
Well,
My
who the
bad.
fuck was that guy, dude?
I thought that
that
was
guy
a
looks
better one.
hilarious.
We will sometime, Mod. We will sometime.
Whenever I hear language like that, it's just like, holy crap! I can't. I just can't.
I'll dirt
It's,
bait.
it's atheist precept. What is reality as we know it? Is it all? Is reality just a concept, or is time just a variable in space that can? I mean, I can't.
You're asking such deep questions, Lupin.
I'm asking such deep questions, but to be honestly, it's about as deep as my fucking Corona. It's like it ain't nothing.
His
It's
10th
nothing.
Corona.
Nothing. Like I get nothing out of it. I don't know. I appreciate. I can respect. I can respect y'all's show.
No, you
But
can't.
it's so theological. But there's no theology. There's no theology around it. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, if that's what y'all like to do, hey, go for it. It works for you. It works for you. So,
night, Jackie.
Thank you. I think.
Right?
What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know if I was complimenting.
William, thank you for the super chat as written. He said, "Appreciate that."
Cheers,
Of course.
Yeah.
I would like to
You're probably one of the only atheists that say that they actually enjoy me, but I don't know what that means because people can enjoy me for different reasons.
What a quote to end on.
Happy
People can enjoy me for different reasons.
Happy JL always lightens the mood.
That's some good self-awareness.
What the fuck? That was hilarious. People
Mia
can
says
enjoy
Lupin
me
was
for
the
different
smartest
reasons.
Christian to ever bathe in the blood.
With this fucking 40-ounce Corona, what was that? A mug? What the fuck was that?
He came in one time bitching about a margarita. A
I do enjoy a
$40
pale
margarita.
Yeah.
It's like, why did you pay for that?
Yeah, why'd you
He's
go
getting,
there,
like,
dude?
He was getting like free drinks at the place he was vacationing, and he went out and paid for a $40 margarita.
He's crazy.
Man, I really wish I was here like from the beginning of the channel because holy shit, there was some fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
there's so much lore behind you people. I should have seen it from the beginning.
Yeah, what the fuck?
There's some lore being built constantly too.
He's not
Dude,
joking.
Also,
Yeah, it was-
Palms, you're like agnostic number 2 or 3 or something, right? Like, that's cool. That's a thing.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Who else is agnostic besides Howdy?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm probably agnostic, but I don't know.
Yeah, because if we talk about
nice.
belief and not belief,
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people have crazy definitions, and my definitions are now up in the air because I tend to follow. I tend to find what Howdy's. I tend to like Howdy's interpretations of things, and Kurt's interpretations of things, and so my definitions are kind of up in the air right now. But I mean, can you be anything but agnostic? I mean,
Yeah,
because if you're theistic or atheistic, there's still that underlying fact that the existence of somebody, like the existence,
I definitely know.
cannot be real because it's about belief. Like, I believe this guy's there, I believe he's not there. It's like, I believe in somebody, I don't believe in somebody. Existence is out of the question.
I
But
mean,
if we don't,
I can definitively say that any god of any scripture is not real.
yeah, that's pretty damn foundational to build on top of, because it's just in front of us. And like I made an argument in one of my Discord chats. It's short. I hope to be able to read it to you guys. It's like, you can like, just because you don't know what exists out of your plate, the plate in front of you, you can't just go and say that, like, there's this buffet all around me, all these dishes are being served, but I can't see it. I mean, it's just not worth it. Like, even if we do find God, okay, what will we ask of him? What will we do except worship him and look for things in return? It will always be selfish in the end, There's no point behind it. If God wanted to help us, he already would have. But he's just watching these genocides happen, all this corruption and rotten society spread. He should have stopped us long ago. We should have started over. The simulation is bad. I don't like this matrix and I want to escape from it. He should have done that long ago. If we continue down this path of religion, we'll just find other false prophets, heralds, angels, whatever these people call themselves, and it's just not worth it. Science is in front of us, atoms are in front of us, physics is in front of us, maths is in front of us. Focus on what is in front of us. You don't sit down and go, hey man, God is going to take care of it. No, you have to get up and take care of it.
These women on Discord keep trying to seduce me. It's crazy.
Oh, nice flex, Wise. Nice flex.
No one's flirting with you, brother.
Like, you watch, there'll probably be a woman joining this VC since I'm in here. It's crazy.
I am not going to hold my breath. By all means.
It's crazy.
Yeah, dude, Palms, that's super rational. I think that agnosticism is the most defensible position, obviously, but
You just keep saying I don't know.
But I think that
Yeah, exactly. Because if you don't, you don't. You don't go and fake it like, hey man, I do, but okay, you're right. It's
Not
just
for
not
most
working.
God claims, though.
That's why this.
Yeah,
That's why this panel is
Most
really
God
important.
claims are absurdly ridiculous,
Right.
and
and
demonstrably untrue.
that's what I wanted to touch on, is that like agnosticism is the most defensible position. It is the only position that is justified entirely by rationality. But I think that because of the common features you see in theistic religions, you can deduce that it is trash.
Yeah.
And then you're
Yeah,
left with
exactly.
the option of redefining God for them, or finding that guy who defines God in a way that makes the most sense to you.
There's
And
epistemology in there too. Like, I would consider myself a strong anti-theist, but still technically, because of how I think of knowledge, I'm still technically agnostic. Because I would never assert that there's
True.
no
Yeah.
spiritual power,
True.
period.
Yeah.
I mean, like, touching with this topic on the super chat we just got, I mean, why does God even want to
And-
do that? Why does he want...
Yeah, and so Golden Arm, thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. He says he turns rivers into desert, springs of water into thirsty ground, a fruitful land into a salty waste because of the
He's
evil
the
of
US
its
military?
inhabitants. Psalms 107, 33 to 34. There is no such thing as unnecessary suffering.
Well, that's just
I mean, I'm pretty
hold
sure
on.
that
That's just the
all
punishment
all
theory
they...
that they had it
Yeah,
coming.
exactly.
That's just saying whatever
Yeah,
God
it's like
does
it's like what happened in
is
Egypt.
right.
Well, and-
Everything that happened in Egypt
Hold-
is like exactly this. There's no
Well,
point.
yeah, hold
Innocent
on.
children died.
Who made everything?
Mm-hmm.
Who
Well,
the
yeah.
fuck made everything?
I'm just
It's
wondering who
fucking-
took a position that he's trying to go against.
No,
I mean, it doesn't matter who created
psalm he
everything.
brought up
Nobody
earlier
owes
in-
us the answers to the origin of the universe. The universe owes
I-
us nothing. We are a blip in it. We'll exist for now. We'll be gone in 1,000 years if we keep on going on this pace that our civilization is currently on. It doesn't matter. In astronomical timescales, we are nothing. The universe
would it-
doesn't owe us answers. There's no God because God doesn't give us any answers. He doesn't show himself. He doesn't help us. Even if he wanted to destroy us, he's not destroying us. He's just eating popcorn on the chair.
It
He's
does
just
for
doing
them, though.
something.
It does for them, though. God, in my opinion, was created to answer the unanswerable, and at the very least, what
All
I
right, I
observe
gotta
of modern.
play a video because of the super chat. I think I'm not gonna do this every time because I'm gonna forget, but I can do it a bunch of the time if I remember. So I just remembered and I just downloaded one, so I think he'll like it very much.
From there, Elisha went up to Bethel. As he was walking along the road, some boys came out of the town and jeered at him. "Get out of here, Baldy," they said. "Get out of here, Baldy." He turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys.
Sometimes you eat the bear, and well, sometimes.
Who is that? Is that
Mary too.
is that Pine Creek?
Yeah, it's Pine Creek.
What were you saying, Dan, about explaining suffering and stuff?
God's existence for all the modern Christians I've spoken to, no matter how new agey they get, it seems to hinge on life after death. And that gives them a whole series of, maybe not philosophical beliefs, but starting points from when you're going to make a decision about what to believe and how to act. Is very centered on the fact that this life is inherently meaningless.
They're never really clear though on what that like afterlife is also, I feel like that's something that I've found too, and I've been trying to ask a lot of the Christians that I come across just out of curiosity, not like I got you or anything, but like, how do you keep your identity in this heaven? Like, how do you reconcile the idea? Like, is it just like another, you're going from doing this here to doing it in another place? Like,
Part of modern Christianity, I think, is admitting you don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
and
Like,
well,
it doesn't really matter. You get to be with God, and it will be
well,
joyous.
it's like,
I
don't
said I
know
was
with,
till
oh,
2:10, and it is slightly past that. I do need to go to bed, but there's a lot of people up here and in the audience still. So extension. I'm gonna play a couple songs real fast, and if we hit another $50 super chat goal, we will. I'll stay up another hour for punishment.
dude,
I guess
you gotta move tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
That's
No, dude, you need to just go to bed.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm not worried. I'm good.
I was gonna say I'm tempted to drop the 50 myself, but I'm moving next month, and so I'm trying to be very
I'm
tight
good.
with my
I'm a
budget.
man. I can handle it. I can handle it.
I can put 10 towards it.
I'm sending everybody into the back and playing some music, and if we hit it by the end of the 2 songs, I'll stay up another hour and pull everyone back up. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to bed. But this has been such a fun day, and we've been rocking and roll. This is my new rap, Suck Rap. It's terrible. I hope you guys enjoy listening to the worst atheist rap you've ever heard. No scripture, no savior, no special pleading, just burden of proof. I don't lean on lore for the map I'm in. I don't need myths when the facts begin. Truth ain't flash in a chapel's din. It's law been caused and a tested spin. No plan upstairs with a throne to least. No man declares what a field can teach. You say grace, just massive grief. I say trace every claim to the base beneath. They've got holes in the seams unbind. I pull thread till the beams align. If must is said, then define that kind. If proof is trust, that's a sign you're blind. Cut that loop with a clean incision. Press that claim to peers or vision. No sky passes a false permission. Facts don't bow to priestly vision. Precept break, I snap that chain. No divine code in the storm or flame. Precept snap, I flip that claim. Truth don't kneel to ghost or name. Precept full, I max that form. Slice through myth like razor swarm. Precept clean, no priest, no norm. No faith, no fate, no god, no form. No ghosts and gears, just circuits surge. No soul, just rolls where the neurons merge. Ain't necessary, that's modal blur. If the frame can't bear it, the words just words. Evil's real because it feels like weight, but the meter you chose was the rule you made. You wrote words so the wounds feel straight. Put a cape on blame so the blame gets praised. Code clicks quick when the creed runs nested. Fold that loop with a cold ray method. Define design, then show constraints. Define divine, then show complaints. If morals prove there's mind that paints, why do codes evolve and the time frame changes? Test it, stress it, strip to steel. If it breaks on check, it was never real. We don't need priests to explain the feel. We need clean terms in a measured field. I'm saving them, not from flames from the script they trust. From a stage I built because the pain felt rough. Drop that mask, let the mind readjust. Step off the war, feel the world go just. Precept break, I snap that chain. No divine code in the storm or flame. Precept snap, I flip that claim. Truth don't kneel to ghost or name. Precept full, I max that form. Slice through myth like a razor swarm. Precept clean, no priest, no norm. No faith, no fate, no god, no form. Say soul again, I'll map that spark. Just billions of flips in the circuit dark. Say judge, that's theater, page bound to arc. We wrote that court when we feared this dark. I don't hate faith, I hate the cage. Hate guilt sold cheap as sacred wage. Love minds breathe when the mask unsage. Feel dawn return as the past unlaced. Precept reset, recenter the senses. Defect detected, depressure the fences. Context checks it, coherence, consensus. Facts stay present while fiction's defenseless. Precept break, I snap that chain. No divine code in the storm or flame. Precept snap, I flip that claim. Truth don't kneel to ghost or name. Precept full, I max that form. Slice the myth like a razor swarm. Precept clean, no priest, no norm. No faith, no fate, no god, no form. No altar, no after. Just now and nerve. No savior, no secret. Just proof you deserve.
Do you reject
I hope you all have a wonderful evening. This was a ton of fun. I really enjoyed tonight's mega bloodbath. I know he was not the not an S tier debater or anything, but I still had fun. It's kind of hard to find theists to do the mega bloodbaths, but I still like chat with them and having them up, and I think we're starting to hit a groove with the theists. In that, I think I'm starting to get like where to jump in a little bit more so that they don't rage quit. Because we're not trying to be a at least I don't want it to be a echo chamber, right? I don't want this to be all atheists. I want theists to come up on the panel and have debates and conversations and yell at us, right? I want theists to feel comfortable coming up and debating with our friend JL. Nice, JL. Do you have anything to say? Nah, you covered it all, Taco. Okay. Well, thanks, nice JL. Yeah, so I think it's bedtime for me. I appreciate you all. You're all amazing. You guys all have a wonderful evening, and we will see you probably not tomorrow. Excuse me. Probably not tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to get a debate out tomorrow or not. I'm going to try to get one out tomorrow. I have one downloaded. I just got to get it edited. But you all have a wonderful evening, and we will see you all